Good morning, everybody. I'll call the meeting to order. Welcome, everyone, to the Committee of the Whole meeting of Tuesday, June 6, 2023. Just a reminder that this is a Committee of the Whole meeting and no decisions will be made here today. There will only be recommendations that will go to our next regular council meeting on Tuesday, June 20th, 2023 for consideration. This morning, we also raised the Pride flag, and Pride is generally celebrated in Kawartha Lakes during the month of July. However, we're joining the rest of Canada in kicking off Pride season with today's flag raising. I am proud to celebrate our very diverse community. With a lot of growth coming to Kawartha Lakes in the next few years, I look forward to welcoming new residents with open arms. I think they will appreciate our commitment to inclusivity and respect, and to creating a safe and welcoming environment for everyone. Over the next few months, I hope everyone can take a moment to participate in Pride activities throughout Kawartha Lakes, whether it's Pride in the Park hosted by Kawartha Lakes Pride, or Pride Story Time, and to educate yourself on the history of Pride by checking out the library's Pride collection of books. Let's continue working together to make Kawartha Lakes a place where everyone can be proud of who they are. This is also a great time to experience LGBTQ2S+ arts and culture. Thank you. Can I have an adoption of today's agenda? Deputy Mayor Richardson, Councillor Warren, all in favor? And that's passed. Are there any disclosures of pecuniary interest on anything on today's agenda? Seeing none, should any arise during the meeting, please advise the chair and we'll deal with it accordingly. Our item 4 is our short-term rental licensing program. And first up are deputations. And our first deputation regarding short-term rentals is Miss Nadine Heaslip. And she has 2.5 minutes as she has previously spoken to this item. Press the button at the...
I have 3 items for consideration for the committee today, and the first is the maximum that you can do for public safety, and within that I think that the owners should be required to obtain a licensed reinspection of their septic or holding tank, and that it should determine whether it is in good working order, the size of the tank, and the occupant capacity. STR owners should be required to obtain an Electrical Safety Authority certificate of acceptance to ensure that all electrical complies with the Ontario Safety Code. In the most recent version, you will note that there is no longer a requirement for the electrical to be inspected, that well water and drinking water should be tested prior to granting the license, and a schedule for retesting set. The next maximum I think that needs to be set is occupancy. I've reviewed 40 bylaws. Of those 40 bylaws, 38% of them have a maximum capacity of 6 or less, 32% have 8 or less, and 20% have 10 or less as their max. There are only 4 with no maximum. 2 of those 4 are owner-only short-term rentals. That with the 6 or less, the OBC does state that a hotel defines a hotel as having 4 or more suites and is no longer considered a dwelling unit. And I've got confirmation from the OBC on that. Regarding the 8, A few of the bylaws state that it was 8 because if it was 5 bedrooms, they would be considered a lodge under the OBC. 10 max, 10, as I'm sure the fire chief can tell us here today, that they would need to meet Part 9 of the fire code, which has different criteria for electrical or for alarm inspections. And thirdly, that the maximum rental days per short-term rental should be set. Many areas have 180. I think that we should allow 365 days for hosted, 180 for unhosted. I also think the fees are too low. I think for unhosted with 3+ bedrooms that we should have $1,500 fee, and for 1 or 2 bedrooms, $750. I think the additional money should go to additional bylaw officers for the months of May, June, July, and August. And this would not only give us 7 days per week coverage to 11 o'clock during the week till 2 p.m. or 2 a.m. on the weekends, and also some additional money to educate residents of Kawartha Lakes as well as the short-term rental owners, and maybe some development.
I'll get you to wrap up, please.
Maybe this would provide additional money to give the bylaws some teeth. I think the money is far too low. Rentals are charging $450 to clean the rental. So put it in perspective as far as the money in, money out. Thank you. That's it. That's fast.
Thank you. Can I get you to stay there in case there are any questions? Are there any questions of the deputy? Councillor Ashmore.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Through you to Nadine, thank you for coming and thank you for your input into this topic. Could you elaborate? You had mentioned about increasing the officers, I think from 2 to 4 from May to August or May to September. Do you think that's the best way of doing it?
I think that we need the money to do it. I would like to see 8 myself. I think 1 per ward with the shift according to volume. But I certainly think through the summer months, inspections, and I think that you should also consider some of the bylaws, I'm very educated on bylaws, are using something called a cadet with their bylaw officers. And apparently there's 2 stages to being a licensed bylaw officer. So they're bringing the cadet along with them, which actually costs less than a bylaw officer. And I think I'd like to see 8, but 4 will have to do. 1 won't cut it. 1 won't cut it.
Thank you.
Thank you. Deputy Mayor Richardson? You're good? Any other questions of the deputy? I have a motion to receive the deputation. Councillor Ashmore, Councillor Joyce. All in favor? Thank you. Thank you. Our next deputation is Mr. Barry Haw and Ms. Carol Aird. You have 5 minutes.
Thank you, Mayor Elmsley, and through you, thank you to Deputy Mayor Richardson and Task Force Chair Councillor McDonald, all the Task Force councillors, and all the councillors. Thanks for giving us an opportunity to speak today. My name is Barry. I live on Lake Scugog. I've lived there for 46 years, and it's in Kawartha Lakes, and my wife Carol has been with me most of that time. Okay, yeah. We just wanted to thank the Short-Term Rental Task Force for working hard to try and make things better. We did attend 2 of the task force meetings and are encouraged by some of what we read in the latest version of the draft short-term rental bylaw that we've seen online. For example, we appreciate efforts to help prevent residential neighborhoods from becoming completely inundated with short-term rentals. There are a few issues in the bylaw, however, that continue to concern us, the most pressing being short-term rental occupancy and overcrowding. I'm not a lawyer, but I've tried to understand the latest occupancy limits. This is my interpretation and understanding. Please correct me if I'm wrong. STR occupancy is based on the number of bedrooms and certain other rooms that might have a bed. For example, a living room or a rec room with a sofa bed could also be considered an additional bedroom in this bylaw. So my understanding of the bylaw is that a short-term rental may have 2 renters per bedroom, plus 2 additional renters overall, plus unlimited children under 18. In addition, this short-term rental may also have 2 day guests per bedroom, plus 2 additional day guests overall, plus unlimited children under 18 again. I think the average single-family dwelling has around 3 bedrooms. Applying the occupancy information that I've just mentioned, and assuming a 2-parent family, I would think that this average 3-bedroom dwelling with a pull-out bed in the living room would be allowed to accommodate 5 families with unlimited children at night and 10 families with unlimited children during the day, meaning the occupancy limit for this single-family dwelling could be 5 or 10 families every day. The occupancy limit for this single-family dwelling could be 5 or 10 families every day. To my knowledge, the living room or rec room bedroom, plus the 2 additional renters overall, plus the 2 day guests per bedroom, plus the 2 additional day guests overall, plus unlimited children, unlimited occupants 17 and under, were not included in a septic capacity calculation. And our concern is that 5 or 10 families could overuse a septic system designed for a single-family 3-bedroom dwelling. 5 or 10 families could, I think, overwhelm a single-family septic system and put nearby ground and surface water at risk. Overwhelmed sewage systems can really stink. They also cause worry about disease and lake water quality. Many Kawartha Lakes short-term rentals are on the federal Trent Severn Waterway, and many people in our city use the Trent Severn as their water source. Lindsay, Bob, Fenlon, I think. I imagine that some think that there should be little or no limits on short-term rental occupancy. We think the waterfront shouldn't be inundated. We think that you should protect this waterway. That's our number one concern. Has there been any environmental assessment? Kawartha Lake should remain a place where you can get away from crowds and enjoy clean lakes. Thank you.
Thank you. Would you just stay there in case there are any questions?
Yeah.
Are there any questions for the deputy? Seeing none, can I have a motion to receive the deputation? Councillor Warren, Councillor McDonald, all in favor? Thank you. Thank you for coming.
Thank you.
Our next deputation is via Zoom, and it's Miss Liz Kirk, and she has 5 minutes. Ms. Kirk, can you hear us?
Yes, I can. I just got
Okay.
my video started, I believe.
Okay. There.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Sorry. Good morning, Mayor, councillors, and residents of Kawartha Lakes. My name is Liz Kirk, and I have a cottage in the Kawartha Lakes. I live in Oromodonte, which is between Barrie and Orillia. I reside beside a ghost hotel for 6 years. I have been through the loud music, the swearing, and being told to mind my own business, to prostitutes being hired and everything demonstrated out on the lawn, to radio stations renting with all the equipment. You can only imagine the noise. Many times a bus would show up full of young people. Let the party begin. They have overloaded the septics with them leaching into Lake Simcoe and other lakes, overloaded the cottages, and have no regard for anyone. Even the bylaw officers would only go in 2 at a time, as they were nervous to confront them, to ask them to keep it down. Now we're supposed to live beside them? The traffic on the lake with the reckless jet ski drivers without licenses, as they had never driven a jet ski before, takes considerable value off your home. No one wants to live next to a short-term rental. All this to make the owners of these cottages rich at our expense, most making well over $100,000 a year at our expense. The residents came together with petitions in Oromodonte, signs on everyone's property, renting the university for meetings, collecting money from each homeowner to hire our own lawyer. Finally, we had an election with a whole new council and a new mayor. Relief was in sight. As you know, the election was in the fall, and I'm happy to say short-term rentals are illegal in Oro-Medonte. Lobbyists for the short-term rentals industry will tell you it's a gray area of the land, and you need to change your zoning bylaws and then control them under a business licensing bylaw. Does anyone know one municipality where licensing has worked? Not Toronto, not Blue Mountain. Blue Mountain spent millions trying to control 54 short-term rental accommodations in a residential neighborhoods that was grandfathered. It's been more than 8 years, and it's cost the taxpayers millions of dollars. Why should taxpayers have to pay to run a hotel? Best way is to get an opinion from a very experienced municipal law firm. Maybe the lawyer Blue Mountain or Oro-Medonte use. They will tell you. Unless a temporary combination use is defined and permitted in a residential zone, then it is prohibited. Enforce your existing bylaws. Please sit back before you make the wrong move licensing STRs. Research other municipalities. Once you make a mistake, you can't take it back. You could never hire enough bylaw officers to patrol such a huge area of Kawartha Lakes. Why should taxpayers' money be used to control them? The residents do not want to police them. Nobody wants to live close to a short-term rental. Remember, you're only one sale away. Thank you.
Thank you. Please stay on the line in case there are any questions.
Sure.
Does council have any questions for the deputant? Seeing none, can I have a motion to receive the deputation? Councillor Smeaton, Councillor Joyce. All in favor? And that's passed. Thank you. Thank you for your deputation today. I see Councillor Perry has joined us in living color, so.
I was on the line, Mayor, but now my video is working as well. Thank you.
You're welcome. That's the end of deputations for today. We'll move on to 421, which is correspondence. Can I have a motion to receive the correspondence regarding short-term rentals from Ms. Sandra Morrison? Councillor McDonald, Councillor Smeaton, all in favor? And that's passed. Item 422, correspondence regarding short-term rental by Jonathan Nemethala from McCarthy Tetro LLP. Do I have a motion to receive that? Councillor Warren, Councillor Perry, all in favor? And that's passed. Item 423 is correspondence regarding short-term rentals from Ms. Cheryl Redfern. Can I have a motion to receive that? Councillor Warren, Deputy Mayor Richardson, all in favor? And that's passed. Item 43 is our short-term rental licensing program implementation presentation. And it'll be done by Manager Aaron Sloan, and I believe Councillor McDonald, as chair of the task force, will also contribute. And I just want to say at this juncture, I think that council made a good decision by deciding to set up a task force, because I think if we had tried to do this with full council at committee of the whole meetings, it would have gone around and around and around in circles, and we might still be debating it. I think having the task force and having them come forward with recommendations and having Manager Sloan bring forward a report will give us a better handle on it. And I would say that, you know, I've heard the deputations and I've heard people say that some things don't work. We're not carving this in stone. We're going to go forward with something to control short-term rentals, and if we have to make adjustments to it, we will do so. So Without further ado, I'll turn it over to Manager Sloan.
Thank you. Thank you, Council, the Short-Term Rental Task Force, and staff. I just echo the Mayor's words here. This has been, short-term rentals has had a very thorough discussion. And through the task force, we've had a great review of the bylaw to create a short-term accommodation business licensing bylaw. I'll try to be as brief as possible here, but I'm going to run through just very quickly just a bit of history around short-term rentals. The initial conversation came to council in 2017. That prompted myself to start to study short-term rentals, collect data on the types of complaints that we're receiving, and start an overall consultation process. 2018, we had a public forum just to kind of gather some input publicly. 2019, we reported on that to council, and basically we continued on with that complaint monitoring. Fast forward into 2022, kind of on the heels of the pandemic, there was an increase of short-term rental complaints and use generally, I think, across the municipality. We can argue a connection with the pandemic as a part of that, or contributing to that. We conducted another survey at the end of that year. The survey was well received. There's over 1,000 responses to that. And we came back to council earlier this year with a report and received direction from council to form the short-term rental task force. And just prior to that, we had 2 public information sessions in February and March just to put out the survey results and have some public interaction. From the results of the survey, we were able to inform and develop the short-term rental bylaw as proposed to council. We did return to council with the first report in council directed option 2, which was create the short-term rental task force and establish the role of the task force, which was to review the proposal and the short-term rental draft bylaw and come back to council with recommendations. So the short-term rental task force sat, and we had 5 very fruitful public meetings. General discussion covered a variety of topics and reviewed the draft bylaw. And where we are now with that is returning to council with that report, which I'll be presenting in the next section. So happy to just kind of take a break there and take any questions, or give Charlie a chance to also feed into this.
Councillor McDonald.
Thank you, through you, Mr. Mayor. I'd first like to start off with, I'd like to take the opportunity to thank Councillor Perry, Councillor Joyce, and Deputy Mayor Richardson and the staff for working hard for the last 5 weeks on this complex and growing problem that we are experiencing with the short-term rentals in the city of Kawartha Lakes. We took this serious. This has been a status quo for the last few years. We heard from the public, staff, and councillors, and I believe this is a very good start. And if we have to make changes in the future, we can. So I just want to take this time right now to give you some highlights of this program. We all wanted to be fair but firm. One of our top priorities was safety. And to start off, we came up with a demerit point system, as you can see in Schedule C, that looked at the history, the infractions, and assigned a demerit point. We thought this was the way to let everyone know that we're very serious on this problem. For an example, if you get 7 demerit points, you will get a 6-month suspension. If you get 15 demerit points, you will revoke your license. And it will not take long if people don't abide by the rules. We talked about enforcement. We got a buy-in by bylaw to work later in the evenings. We've got buy-in from the OPP working with bylaw, and possible Lindsay Police if needed for the month of July and August on weekends and long weekends this year to show everybody that we are serious and helping everybody out. We've hired a vendor who will be taking calls 24 hours a day, 7 days a week, and will react to complaints and give direction on who should be involved. We've developed a red flag system. For example, anyone with 4 bedrooms or more might need an inspection before a license is even approved. We also developed a license fee, hosted for unhosted, and recommend example 3, as Aaron will go through as we go through this. This fee will make sure that it will not cost the taxpayers 1 penny. This will all be revenue neutral for the people who have short-term rentals. Also, we talked about Mr. Sloan will also be bringing back a report back to council in Q1 for review, and at that time, improvements, if needed, we can make those changes before the summer starts next year. I recommend any complaints that you have presently to present to Mr. Sloan, which would help the vendor to identify those areas of concern starting this summer. Please get them in. We all know where they all are, but it might help if we all forward that to Mr. Sloan. And that's just a quick update on this report. Thank you.
So, questions? Councillor Warren.
Through you, Mr. Mayor, to Mr. Sloan. The occupancy number has changed. So where are we at this moment with occupancy? Is it 2 per bedroom plus? How many does it actually add up to, the possibilities?
Through the mayor to the councillor, I don't know if you want me to jump into that right now or wait for the actual discussion around the report, but we have had a discussion, so.
Let's wait for the report, okay? Any other questions on the either Manager Sloan or Councillor McDonald's verbal report? Okay, seeing none, can I get a motion to receive the verbal reports from Manager Sloan and from Councillor McDonald? Deputy Mayor Richardson, Councillor Ashmore. Before we do that, Councillor Yeo, did you have a question?
No, my question can wait for the report. Thank you.
Thank you. All in favor? And that's passed. So we'll now move on to item 4.4, which is the report ML 2023-003. Did you want to speak to that, Manager?
Certainly. Thank you for the opportunity to return to council with this report. This report basically comes on the heels of the earlier report this year. It highlights some of the decisions that were made from the short-term rental task force and additional consultation with the industry. What we've tried to do with this report is address the safety, find the balance within the industry for these businesses, provide a kind of a right fit to the municipality, if I can use that term, which supports the complaint process and also supports the tourism short-term rental owner side of the conversation. So embedded in the report, we've added a renter's code of conduct, owner's license acknowledgement, discussions of fees, of occupancy limits, MLE licensing services, 24/7 vendor support and complaint response process, and a soft rollout and draft version of the short-term rental bylaw. So I'll touch briefly on just each sort of piece of that. The task force provided guidance to staff to develop a renter's code of conduct and a license acknowledgement. Originally, when the draft bylaw was presented, that was those were two schedules attached to the bylaw. We've pulled that out of the bylaw now. They're both considered to be educational components to be used in conjunction with the bylaw, but we pulled it out to offer some flexibility basically around the wording of the form. So as we go forward with the soft rollout, the form may be adjusted as part of the application process. We had extensive discussion around the fees. And so we've developed and proposed a business licensing fee. Within the report, it's actually Table 2 and Example 2 is what's being recommended by the Short-Term Rental Task Force and supported in terms of, it's staff supported in terms of part-time short-term rental business operations internally, and it offers basically seasonable flexibility to owners. So essentially, if you meet certain class criteria within that chart, it has the potential to lower licensing fees for the short-term rental owners. And I'm just take a break there just to see if there's any questions. I plan on taking a couple breaks throughout this discussion.
Thank you. Councillor Warren.
Through you, Mr. Mayor, I'll ask my previous question. Is this the proper time to ask that, Aaron? Thank you. About capacity and the number of people in a short-term rental.
Through the mayor to the councillor, I'm getting there. I'm not quite ready yet. If you just be a little more patient.
Councillor Smeaton. No problem. I have nothing else right now, so continue, please.
Okay, I'll carry on. So within the task force and within the report, there is discussion around municipal law enforcement licensing services. We considered what our current capacity is regarding staff and the service levels that we're predicting, the growth that we're predicting, and how we're going to support a new service when it comes online. So based on the current level of service and the reactive models that we have, options to support the short-term rental program will include improved information sharing across the agencies that we interact with, support from the police services, and internally with city departments. So there's a number of divisions that we interact with and we circulate applications out to for review. So also further discussed was expanding the municipal law enforcement officers' hours of service, use of overtime, leveraging the 24/7 vendor support, additional police engagement. While the municipal law enforcement division holds the primary role to ensure the business licensing compliance, we recognize the combined use of the police service, with increased information sharing and service resources. So 24/7 vendor support is a big piece of this. The vendor support is compliance management and address location. So they're already working with us. That piece of this discussion is occurring concurrently with this report and review process. So the vision around the vendor support includes direct owner contact, direct report to municipal law enforcement, which includes data for the application of the bylaw, for enforcement of the bylaw, and they provide a complaint response at the time the issue is being reported. So they'll become a one point of contact, and they'll package up the information and relay it out to all the resources for further action if and when needed. Also at the time they are able to reach out to the police services or any other emergency service that might be needed as a result of the phone call. And they follow up with the complainant in real time. So if the issue is coming forward at 2 a.m., they're on the phone and they're able to take some action. Maybe this is a good time to take a bit of a break to talk about the vendor or take some questions about the vendor management.
Great. Any questions about vendor management? Councillor Ashmore.
Thank you. Through you to Aaron. As far as the vendor support, do they engage? The resident or residents phone, get in touch with the vendor support, and then they notify your department, and then how does the whole thing work? Because the police have told us, and we're on the CPAC committee, that they do not enforce bylaws. How does this work as far as enforcement goes? What's the chain of command, basically, what I'm asking, when something happens?
Yeah, that's a great question. So I am, through the mayor to the councillor, I have to be honest, I'm very excited about the interaction that we're having currently with the vendor and the product that they can provide to us. So the chain of interaction basically is the vendor acts as the complaint intake line. So the person complaining reaches out directly to the vendor. The calls are all recorded, and so they're already gathering data right at the onset. So, and because they have location management services, they have access across 60 platforms to locate the place that's being complained about and all the data behind that. So they're already gathering that information. When they process the complaint, based on the issue that's being complained about, they'll have full knowledge of our bylaw, and they can make a decision. So they can make a decision, for example, if it is somebody calling in about aggressive boat operation, they'll make a decision to say to that person, you need to call the police, or we can call the police for you, because it's not related directly to a bylaw that's enforceable. So they'll have that knowledge, but they will still provide the high level detail back to us for complaint tracking on that short-term rental location. In another scenario where it does apply directly to the bylaw, they'll have the owner's contact details, and they will reach out to that owner who, in accordance to the bylaw, should be on the property or in contact with the property within 30 to 60 minutes to address the problem directly, whether it's the owner or the person responsible for that short-term rental location. Once they do that, if the issue again is related to a police sort of keep the peace type of issue, the vendor may also reach out to the police to report that. They'll also encourage the caller to report that to the police as well. Following that, all of that stuff will come to bylaw services, and if, for example, it's 3 o'clock in the morning or 2 o'clock in the morning and there's staff aren't working, they will see that the very next morning they come in, and we're able to take action right at that moment to address the issue. What happens once they package all this information up and they have attempted resolution, they will contact that caller, that complainant, and follow up with them at 3 o'clock in the morning to ask if the issues has been resolved or if it's better. And again, they provide all that detail back to us so we can apply the bylaw and the demerit point system as a potential impact to the owner's license.
I have a question, Manager. How do people know what phone number to call? Where can they find it? Are we going to work through our communications group and get that out there? What exactly is the process for that to happen?
Yeah, that's a great question, Mr. Mayor. So we are in the process of setting up our relationship with the vendor. So we have entered into the agreement. But yes, once we get the phone number in place, it will be published out through all of our communication channels, and including right on the phone message for by law enforcement. So we want to really publicize that so it's out there for public consumption.
Thank you. Councillor McDonald.
Thank you, through you. I just wanted to comment on a couple things with that, is that it's very important you remember that the failure to respond by a phone call or so on, demerit points will be assessed to the owner, and any involvement with bylaw or police will also be an infraction, which will also be a demerit point. So it's very important that as we talk about this report and everything that Mr. Sloan is talking about, I think we've covered just about everything that what the infractions are, and demerit points will be assessed to the people at that time.
Thank you. Do you want to continue, Manager?
Thank you, I certainly do. So now we're going to get into occupancy limits. So in the report, it does provide some details about occupancy limits. The current version of the report splits occupancy into two categories. Basically, occupancy based on renters and occupancy based on guests. The current version says 2 per bedroom plus 2 additional people. We've tried to really, this has been a big topic of discussion, both with my staff, my municipal partners, and internally, and with the short-term rental task force. So occupancy is considered, it's a number of ways that it's being considered, but basically the routes for the 2-bedroom limit is set with the building code. And for us, when I am considering staff capacity, the application process, things in accordance to the proposed bylaw, it's less onerous on us to set that capacity based on bedrooms, because we can inspect a building and determine what's a bedroom, what's not a bedroom, based on the application. So as part of the inspection process. I have reached out to the CBO, the municipality, to talk about that 2-person guidance from the OBC, and how it compares to septic and sewage systems, where that number should properly sit. And basically as a result of those conversations, what we have in the bylaw is probably the most accurate number based on the building code that we can come up with. Maybe just stop there and see if there's any questions about that.
Yeah, because I think this is going to be a contentious one. Councillor Yeo, you had a question.
Yeah, thank you, and through you, Mr. Mayor. My question revolves around children, and seeing as they're unlimited in the bylaw. And let me first start by saying to the task force, excellent job. You brought back something that is just an awesome starting point. Now to my question. The children under 18, there's no definition or anything in the bylaw. And so my concern is that somebody could rent a property who's 19, and then they could have unlimited friends come in that are under 18. So you could end up with 40 teenagers according to the bylaw, if the beds are there. I understand that. So I'm wondering if a definition is needed that a children is somebody whose adult parents are on site, and the unlimited children, it says no guests at all. So a lot of families have a 8 or 9-year-old who bring a buddy with them, so the kid's not sitting there bored playing on Nintendo all day. And so is there going to be some fallback for that extra little 8 or 9-year-old is a guest, but but they can't go stay at a hotel at night. They got to be able to stay with the family that brought them. So a couple questions around the children thing, and maybe a missing definition or something in there.
Manager?
Yeah, so I think that there's a couple things to consider here. It's through Mr. Mayor to the councillor. This is a difficult discussion. So what we've attempted to do with the draft bylaws is kind of just give us that base starting point so we can function and you know, as we're studying it with the soft rollout, we're prepared to make adjustments. So occupancy is one of those items that has had a lot of discussion. Children, we initially set the age at 18 and younger. I think that children can be separated probably out in possibly a different way depending on the conversation of council today. We've separated out renters and guests in the bylaw, and we've defined that. And so there's two sections. That also impacts capacity. We've tried to be very flexible in the sense that, yes, we are aware that you know, families will rent these short-term rental units and they'll bring their kids. And that's really what we want. We want families renting short-term rentals. And so we're looking also at an upper or age limit for the renter. So, you know, perhaps the age of 21 or over would be the criteria to become a renter of a unit. So those discussions are happening still, and I guess to answer the councillor's question, at the will of council, the bylaw could be changed to reflect that.
Thank you. Anything more, Councillor Yeo?
Yeah, and I guess to those comments, I think there's an opening there. Like, you have to be 25 with a valid credit card to rent a car, and so maybe you're right. Maybe there is an age limit, and maybe there is a responsibility element in there somewhere where you put an age limit and some sort of responsibility on that renter, and I still think there's got to be some way to get around the guests of children somewhere in there, and maybe that can be solved in a definition or something. For me to take one of my friends' kids anywhere when they were growing up, I needed an actual letter from that kid's parents to say that they were allowed to travel with us. Now that's going over a border or something, and I don't want to confuse short-term rentals with going to Buffalo, but it is the one big concern I had in there was a number of children close to that teenage years sneaking in there for a party weekend and guests of children. So we'll see where the conversation goes, and thank you for that.
Thank you. Councillor McDonald.
Thank you, through you, Mr. Mayor. Thank you, Councillor Yeo, for those comments. We do have a couple amendments coming up later in the report, and one was addressing children as 12 years and younger. And the other amendment where I'm going to propose was 21 or 25 years, but that'll be up for council here to decide whether they want to go 21 or 25. But one other comment I want to make about bedrooms, okay? It's two people per bedrooms. This isn't a sewing room, this isn't a couch, and it's 2 people per bedroom. And also, you got to keep in mind with the bylaws, we need to have the septic capacity will help us dictating the number of people in a short-term rental. So keep that in mind, that we have bylaws in place to be able to address the number of people per short-term rental. So those couple of little things will be addressed as we go forward.
Thank you. Councillor Perry, I'll get to you in a minute. Councillor Warren.
Through you, just on that, so a question to Aaron. So what would the upper limit be? Let's say a 3-bedroom house with children. When would maybe a reinspection of a septic tank or system happen? Is there a number? Just on what Councillor McDonald was saying.
Through the mayor to the councillor, so, and that's a good question. So the initial application process will determine the number of bedrooms that will be permitted. So the short-term rental owner would present the application, answer the questions, provide the site map, provide the details about the building and the septic system capacity, and then that all gets circulated out. So it'll get circulated to the CBO and to the manager of septic services for comment, and the inspection from that could occur based on what is in the application. So if there's some missing criteria, then a site visit might be needed. But essentially, we're setting that limit. So 3-bedroom plus 2 would be, you make me do my math here, but you know, probably about 8 people, and then there's the daytime guest limit as well, right? So we are looking at it in that way because it gives us those facts. And if they want to expand, so let's say they want to build an extra bedroom, then you go through that whole analysis again. And so if we do get complaints and we do respond and we do investigate, we apply the bylaw, which also includes the demerit point system. So, you know, ultimately, if they're over capacity, their license could be suspended or revoked.
Through you, so how many daytime guests are allowed? I guess that's an open kind of number, and so, you know, that could impact, I guess, capacity for wastewater.
Yes, through the mayor to the councillor. So the answer is yes. So the daytime capacity for guests, those are people that cannot spend the night, could be exactly double the bedroom capacity. So in your scenario, 8 could turn to 16. These are residential properties, and this is a residential business. And yes, you know, we can argue and we can kind of split hairs on the sense that it could happen day in and day out. You know, so the capacity of a holding tank, for example, would certainly be challenged, right? So, and might require the owner to increase their pumping out of that holding tank. So those are all more or less embedded in the structure of the bylaw. And if, you know, a member of the public was to call us up and say, yeah, there's a very strong odor, then we would investigate and respond accordingly.
Councillor Smeaton, and then Perry.
Thanks, Mr. Mayor. Through you, just on page 49, one thing that mentioned was the task force was of the opinion that occupancy limits would require additional conversation in council. So my conversation, like, this is all expected, so I just want to say right off the bat, I agree with Councillor Yeo. This is a really great template to start with. And my question was about the amendment of 12 and under. I had a thought about age, which for me, 15 and under was an age that I just like to have for the conversation that was known to be here. And I'll tell you why. For me, when I think of what the most probable case of these Airbnb situations, these short-term rentals, are mostly going to be people who are families and enjoying themselves. And we'll go with the assumption, in many cases, of being respectful. If it's 12 and under, I just find that 15 and under, from my experience as a child and the experiences I know from families, generally speaking, when the teenager starts working, is generally associated with when they start driving. So that adultness, not going with the family anymore for something like this, I see as being a 16 years of age and older. At 15 and under, I think we're still kids. And I worry that the 12 and under is going to penalize families that are still considering their 14 and 15-year-old part of that package. So those were my thoughts on it. Definitely agree with the 18 and under. Councillor Yeo stole from my mind exactly my concerns, but those were also concerns. Deputy Mayor Richardson was great. She was somebody who updated me on all the progress. Councillor McDonald's updated me every time I've called. I don't think that's a surprise conversation for anybody anyway, so we all knew that was coming. So those are my thoughts on the particular age in the amendment of 12. I'd like some thought to be given to perhaps 15 and under. Thanks.
Thank you. Councillor Perry.
Thank you, Mayor. And I want to especially thank Councillor McDonald for doing such an excellent job at chairing the task force. It's clear that this is a very complex issue that can be sliced, and decided a number of different ways. The law is a blunt instrument, Mayor. And as you said in your opening remarks, all bylaws are subject to amendment, given the details of their application. And I think Councillor Yeo was spot on about the age issue. We at the task force wanted to put this forward because it was one that we thought needed more input and discussion at council. I just have a question for Mr. Sloan, in that another thing that we had a lot of discussion on and weren't able to come to a determination, we wanted more input from people in council, was this idea of a limit of number of people, overnight guests, overnight renters, shall we say. And, we've heard numbers today in deputations, the number 12, so many renters per bedroom, up to a maximum of 12. I've heard just this week from a constituent who's said they've had 94 to 120 people through the short-term rental on their street the past week. I'm just wondering, though, and again, this is just an option I want to float and consider. Is there a way, Mr. Sloan, that rather than kind of fix a number of maximum renters, if it wouldn't be linked to septic and other licensing requirements anyhow, and that would be determinative of the number of residents, rather than us putting a kind of an arbitrary cap on renters? I'm willing to do that too, don't get me wrong, but I just wonder if that might be a way for some flexibility and also to match the realities on the ground in terms of rentals. Thank you.
Through the mayor to the councillor. So in a way we have. So we've based occupancy limits on bedrooms. So the cottage or the house should be designed and approved with a certain number of bedrooms. We'll just kind of use that as a fluid sort of comment for now. But so we are setting upper occupancy limits in that model. Having a hard number, based on not on bedrooms, is well, for starters, it's an arbitrary number. Where do we land with that number? Is hard to quantify, simply because we're looking at 12 people for, let's say, a 3-bedroom house, just as an example. The septic system in that situation may have the capacity, the building may have the capacity, but what about that 1-bedroom cottage? We're going to say 12 is okay at that one as well. So that's why we went with establishing capacity based on bedrooms. When the original design of the building or cottage was set, the capacity system was also set with that in mind. So the septic, well capacity, all that stuff was set based on 2, 3, 4 bedrooms, whatever's quantifiable within that dwelling design.
Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Sloan. If I could just follow up very briefly, Mayor.
Go ahead.
Thank you. And here is where we see, it's a classic example of how, as a bylaw being a blunt instrument, we're trying to regulate two very extreme poles and everything in between, from, say, the widowed senior who's renting out a bedroom to help pay the rent in their own home, through to a corporation not registered in Kawartha Lakes having an unhosted large home rental. And thank you for that answer, Manager Sloan. Can you just confirm that therefore when an application comes forward, say it's a 4 or 5 plus bedroom premises, that the maximum number will be attached to the septic evaluation within the licensing process?
Yes, through the mayor to the councillor. Yes, once we receive the application and we start that review process, the end result when the license is approved will set an occupancy limit for that dwelling.
Thank you very much.
Thank you. Councillor Joyce.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Through you, I wanted to clarify the whole septic thing and the bedroom thing, which is just done, so that's great. Thank you. And I'll just add on, I agree with Councillor Smeaton on the 15-year-old and Councillor Yeo on the 25-year-old limits on defining children and adults who can sign a form to rent. And I think that just shows the task force and council how we are nimble in listening to constituents' concerns. We finished our last meeting and we're already making some changes to it. Thank you. Or probably making changes to it.
Thank you. Deputy Mayor Richards.
Thank you, and through you, and absolutely echoing some sentiments around this table, and that's why we flagged it, because we wanted to have that fulsome discussion. And at this time, I'm in support of that 15-year bracket for a definition, just because you're right. It's a family-orientated, destination, and that's the age group when they still are hanging out with their families. And when it comes down to us, talking about the septics and bedrooms, even if an owner decides to put in a larger capacity of a sewage, your septic, if they have 3 bedrooms, it's 3 bedrooms, even if the septic is, for a 5-bedroom house. So, we have to have this starting point, and this capacity of bedrooms is going to be able to give us that evidence base if we need to make certain changes. So we're there right now. We have to have that starting document, and I really believe when we move through the process, that evidence will, gauge us to make changes as we go along. So that's my comments right now. And the 25 is a reasonable number, because you have to be that age to rent a car. It shows responsibility and maturity, and I think it's a good benchmark for this document.
Thank you. Councillor Ashmore.
Thank you. Through you to Manager Sloan, just on that same topic about the septic systems, you mentioned that when you go about licensing a premises, you're going to have to get a comment. Sometimes, like when we do pre-consultations, it may take a month or 2 months, depending on staff. We've got a skeleton staff as it is on, we're going to have more. Would we not have to have more for these septic inspections? Because they can't just turn on a dime and go out and inspect 600 potential locations. How are we going to do this logistically, like with just having the septic systems inspected at the first?
Through the mayor to the councillor. So that's a great question. Certainly staff capacity is a big part of this this conversation. The application is circulated to septic service, like through the building division. So, I'm hopeful in a sense that not every system will require an inspection, and it's all going to be based on the criteria. So there may be existing records already in place that can be referenced and used. The owner in the application process is providing details of what their system capacity is. So that'll all be considered, and if a full inspection is required, then yes, certainly there will be a time delay in that application process as staff absorb that inspection within their existing work.
Councillor McDonald.
Through you, thank you. I just wanted to point out to everybody, with a great discussion everybody's having, but keep in mind, with this number of people you're thinking about having in there, there's other things that that will also be included. Not only just your bedrooms, it'll be your septic, it could be your parking, it could be whatever. So if you don't have the septic, you won't get in. If you don't have the parking, you won't get it. If you don't have the bedrooms, you won't get it. So there's more than that meets the eye. If as we go through this report, that you will see is that you have to have all these variables to have the number of people there. And to answer Mr. Ashmore is that about the inspection, my point of view is that you don't get a license until we know. That's how simple it should be. Is that if we need to do an inspection, then the person doesn't get a license until we do the inspection. So, but just a couple comments. Thanks.
Thank you. Want to continue?
Certainly, thank you. So jumping ahead to the soft rollout. So soft roll is basically, the intention is we'll get up and running with the program and leverage the vendor support and implement the bylaw, hire the staff, and get people trained. Basically, the soft approach to all the processes that is going to run the program in the background. There is the education component that will come online over the remainder of this year. There's some intermingling with tourism resources, because once we locate and start to license short-term rentals, then I think it's a good business choice for the municipality to also promote those. So we're looking at that as part of that. We're going to continue to liaise with the police services, share information, and also share information across the subordinate divisions and agencies that we work with. The soft rollout also allows for most of these items to proceed concurrently. So, you know, it's a bit of a race to see what item gets to the finish line first, but between now and towards the end of July, the processes should be online. Staffing and training is a little bit of that moving target. Then we'll run the program for the remainder of the year, gather some great data, and we plan to provide that information back to council early in 2024. In 2024, so if you want to put a date, January 1, we basically, the soft rollout will end. So there's less flexibility in the program. And, you know, for the unknown locations or the locations that are being reported, we'll start to apply more of that demerit system or the bylaw for being unlicensed when we encounter those. So in the staff report, it also suggests staff growth, which is further discussed in the financials and in the first report, along with the options presented. And also provided was a fees chart setting basically two classes of fees. Maybe I should pause there just around the fees if there is any discussion that we need to have.
Did you want to say what the fees were before that?
Well, I can certainly pull that out. So basically, when we look at the fees around short-term rental licensing, we split it into two, and then we split it further season by season. So we look at hosted and unhosted, and then we split the season from May to October, November to April. If it's a hosted property, it's $150 a year is what we're looking at. If it's going to be hosted year-round, we're putting that at $300. When we look at unhosted, from May to October or November to April, it's $750. That same thinking around unhosted, if it is year-round, it's $1,500 for the license.
would you put a clause in there that it could be amended at any time? So that you don't have to come back to council to get an approval to increase the fees?
So I would, the fees are associated with the fees bylaw, so they are hard set. And I think that it would be, if we are looking at this program as a business case, it would be pertinent on me to bring that report back to council to ask for an increase or a change.
Yep, you're right. Councillor Warren.
Through you, Mr. Mayor. I don't know if this is a time to bring this up or not, but I have an issue around my ward. I have a case that a short-term rental is next door to a property. So they're on the property. They have, right next door, they have a short-term rental. So it's like right there. So I'm just bringing this forward as information because I do have a resolution later. And then I have another one where they're only a couple doors down in Bobcaygeon where they can actually see their short-term rentals. So hosted versus unhosted. I'm just putting that out there right now, and we'll deal with that later. But I just wanted people to know that that was put forward through a couple different ways to let the task force know that that was an issue in my area. And I don't know how many other short-term rental owners that may affect. So, but I've been asked, so I'm putting this forward. Thank you.
Deputy Mayor Richardson.
No, just in response, and we did have a conversation around that table, and that's where the waters get muddier, like when you have to start looking at exemptions. That's why we defined hosted and non-hosted, and that prescribed set of fees for licensing is because when you start providing different exemptions, like it said, it's harder, it's more onerous to probably manage, and that's one of those things that we can keep an eye on during this soft start. And if it's something that we need to make an amendment, then we have that data evidence to move. So that's kind of where I'm feeling right now, just that we did have that dialogue, and it's hard to start looking at exemptions because you're gonna have, exemptions everywhere. Like, we're the second largest municipality, so, and everybody has a different perspective on how this would roll out. So that's my only concern, and I do struggle with it.
Thank you. Councillor Joyce.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor, and through you. On the fees as a whole, I couldn't agree more with the deputation from Ms. Heaslip, charging more. I initially wanted to charge more, but got my wrist slapped a bit that we can't show to be making a profit on this program. It has to be a cost recovery, and that's why the fees are proposed fees set in the bylaw as they are. It is meeting the expected cost to produce this program so that short-term rental owners are paying for the program. If we find we're running a bit short and it's costing us more money, we'll raise the fees. So you may show that we have excess monies and we may have to lower them. We don't know till we get there. But we feel that this is a pretty fair approach between hosted and unhosted. Just wanted to just kind of clarify that for the audience watching and listening on why the fees are where they're at.
Thank you. Councillor Smeaton.
Thanks, Mr. Mayor. Through you, one thought that went through my head in this conversation with Councillor Warren's situation is, to Deputy Mayor Richardson's point, I know we all understand, where do you draw your line? Is it possible to have something where the motion's made by Councillor Warren and there's some sort of a friendly amendment to her motion that suggests, should we upon review a year from now, realize that those unhosted, they've been considered unhosted now, and it seems very unfair to them, right? My next door neighbor, I can see the place. I own it. There's no issue here. However, where's the line in the sand? So they are technically unhosted. Is there a way that they can be refunded should the amendment time, when we come back to the table later and we say, hey, you know what? Councillor Warren was right. We only have 5 of those, and we'd like to, give them their fees back for the unhosted. They are now, should we end up considering a certain parameter hosted 8 months from now, that they could have their a refund of some sort. That was a thought that just went through my head. So that they understand, yeah, we're hosted for now. You're unhosted, Mrs. Jones, and that's brutal. But there's a very good chance that your point will be seen by the council upon reflection, and you will get your money back if that's the case. Just a thought.
Thank you. Councillor Warren.
Through you, yeah, the next door neighbor one is specifically an interesting scenario because, in the bylaw, it says on the property. So it's not in the property. So that's a bit, some semantics there. But you'll find that somebody who can actually view their short-term rental, they're not going to be an issue. I'm sure that they're not going to be an issue because they can react fairly quickly. So anyway, I'm just thank you for understanding that. It's a bit of an issue for sure. Thank you.
Thank you. Wish to continue, Manager?
Sure, thank you, Mr. Mayor. I will just touch on that comment about next door neighbors and hosted versus unhosted. So please keep in mind, Councillor Smeaton is absolutely correct as we go forward. The bylaw is a basic starting point. We don't know every scenario that may come across our desk in this period of soft rollout. And then we are following up with council in the new year. So, in the current process, we're still locating short-term rental locations. So, just connecting the dots here. Yeah, there maybe only is a few in the municipality that are neighboring property or within visual sight. So it's a discussion that can probably, in my mind, be tabled for now and come back as part of a future review. So just carrying on with jumping into the bylaw, the task force has made a number of recommendations that have been incorporated into the draft bylaw being presented to council. Staff has also considered all the consultation that we've had very broadly, and that has also served to inform the draft bylaw. So the bylaw is in a standard format, as you can see. It provides recitals and definitions. The definitions have been extensively discussed at the task force, as well as the other sections of the bylaw. Section 2 of the bylaw provides the direct prohibitions to the owners and renters based on the issue being reported. Section 3 provides the licensing regulations. So this is the table of applicable rental classes and how we split that up and how we apply the fees there. This section also provides guidance to owners about the other municipal bylaws for their awareness and compliance. It also provides the avenue for declarations around certain types of inspections and criteria to qualify for the license. We've switched over to declarations as a result of all the consultation and the public input into this. We want to satisfy safety. We also want to put a process in place that is less onerous on the short-term rental owner, the applicant, and the inspectors and the officers out there on the front line. So that's a way of building up that application. Also in this section is a requirement for the owners to be in contact or on site within 30 to 60 minutes of an issue reported. Moving on to section 4, it specifies site requirements, which will be used to guide the renters. So items such as the owner's contact, the capacity limits for the property, the short-term rental bylaw, other bylaw resources, they'll all be, they should be in a package or displayed in some way at that short-term rental location for the renters to view. Section 5 lays out the inspection requirements. So it basically allows for inspection as part of the application review process or in response to any complaints made. Section 6 is the appeals section. And maybe before I jump into the appeals section, I'll just skip ahead to the demerit point system because there is a connection there. So the demerit point system is a schedule to the bylaw. It establishes consequences for general bylaw violations, and it lists them by bylaw and also by violation type. And in column 4 of that chart, it does give the demerit point score. And the demerit points in this system that we're proposing, they reset back to 0 every 2 years. So if there's nothing extenuating or additional complaints or some other legal action that's occurring, the demerit points will reset back to 0. So it's an opportunity for the owner to improve their business. When demerit points accumulate to 7, their license is suspended for 6 months. When they hit 15, their license is revoked. Any questions about that?
Councillor Joyce.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Through you, just an observation, Manager Sloan, on the demerit point Schedule A. The second from the bottom, owner or property manager failed to place or label the yard sign. I think that was supposed to be taken out. Yeah.
Absolutely. Thank you for pointing that out.
Thank you.
Oops.
Do you have anything more, Manager Sloan? Or is that pretty well your presentation?
Just a couple more sections here. Thank you. Just in speaking to suspensions, revocations, and refusal, so we're connecting back to section 6 of the bylaw. Currently, we have a municipal bylaws appeals committee that's already in place. So if there is an appeal, based on a suspension, revocation, or a refusal of an application, the property owner has 14 days to file a letter with the municipality asking for that appeal. So the committee does have the authority to overturn. They can modify, rescind, etc. So section 7 allows for orders. So if we are responding to complaints and it's just a normal investigation for an issue that may require an order, we have the ability to issue an order and offer the property owner a compliance time period. The remaining sections are entry and inspection and the offense and penalty section, which are fairly straightforward. So yes, I'm at the summary stage now. I'm happy to stop talking, but I just would like to relay that a great amount of work has gone into this project, 5 years. There's been some great study, great discussion in our municipality, through council, through the task force members, with staff and with the public. So I just want to acknowledge that, and say thank you, because I'm not the lone wolf on top of this issue. I've had plenty of support across that. So I'm happy to take questions, but that's basically my presentation.
Thank you, and I do want to thank you for your work on this as well, and the public meetings you held, and all of the work you did, because I really think you got on top of this, you recognized its importance, and you put it in the forefront. So, thank you. CAO, I believe you wanted to say something.
Again, through you, Mr. Mayor, was sort of to answer some of the questions, but in terms of the report that's then in front of you, maybe just a reiteration. So council previously approved this option to proceed with the licensing program. So that was a decision that was already made. This is now setting out the implementation phases to it. The staff report that was brought forward brought recommendations. Some were presented to you in April, and they're now being brought forward again. But essentially what staff are asking are to move forward with a bylaw that we would then bring forward. And I would recommend, Chair, that you walk through sort of any amendments that you would like to see in that base bylaw, and we would then bring that forward. The other recommendations are to establish the fees, as you talked about, in our general fees schedule, and that we would be looking for program budget to start to implement immediately after your decision later in June. The other, just make sure, and it was mentioned by the chair that we also wanted to formalize at the end of the soft launch, there would be a reporting back in Q1 next year on all of the issues, and if there's any recommendations to update the bylaw further for the following season, would be to bring those forward as well. And I just will take the opportunity again, just commend the group and particularly the task force. I think it was a good exercise for the public to sort of view and see as well. And I don't know if I've ever seen an issue this complex getting sorted out, presented 5 weeks ago, I think it was suggested, and then coming forward with the amount of consensus that's there and the amount of issues. So just commend the group and the task force for the work. I think we've got, as staff, our implementation direction. It'll be fine-tuned in this conversation, but appreciate it. Thank you.
Thank you. I see you, Councillor Warren. I'm wondering, I think the chair has a motion, so I'm wondering about bringing the motion forward and then it can be debated and changes can be made to that motion. Councillor Warren.
Through you, I just have a question before we do that, if you don't mind, to the manager on, and I don't know, maybe I missed it, but you're going to speak on the distance between short-term rentals. Which I think is, it's fairly important. We talked earlier. If you could speak to that, and then I have a comment. Thank you.
Sure. Through the mayor to the councillor, the current version of the bylaw does lay out a saturation section, or basically we've considered the setback between two short-term rental locations to be 150 meters. I believe there's going to be some discussion around that following my comments here probably, but the current conversation that would be, we've received some correspondence that we've provided some review of, and having a saturation separation distance may be beyond the scope of what we can provide under the Municipal Act. So the suggestion is that the current version of the bylaw allows for short-term rental businesses to be established, and we lay out specific criteria for those businesses, and so the suggestion will be to remove that setback provision based on the current analysis of the draft bylaw.
Thank you. You had a comment after?
Through you, Mr. Mayor, I do. So through this process, I have reached out to the task force, and I was under the understanding it would be grandfathered because there are cases where there are people fairly close to one another. So this is different today. So just to make that comment. So if it's totally opened up with no distance issues, so anybody could, like there's no criteria for distance then, that's what you're talking about? So you could have multiple short-term rentals in a neighborhood then?
Through the mayor to the councillor, yes, that's essentially correct. We are moving away from the thinking about grandfathering, and we're just recognizing that the businesses that are currently established, and we'll gather that information over the soft rollout of the program.
For you, Mr. Mayor. So I guess this is the time that I bring this up, being the chair of the JAC committee, and this was we talked about this, about how short-term rentals could impact the number of homes for families going forward, because many people are investing this way because it makes more sense. They can make more money. So I just wanted that to be out there so people are cognizant of how this rollout could actually diminish the amount of homes going forward. So that was just the comment. Thank you.
Thank you. So, Councillor McDonald, did you want to put the motion forward, and then council can weigh in on it?
Do we have any more questions? You want to take the questions first, and so I can then make the motion, or just make the motion now?
Councillor Perry, you had your hand up. Did you have something to say before the motion, or can you speak to it after the motion is made?
I think just before, if I could, for clarity, I think, Mr. Sloan, we talked about this setback provision to kind of avoid saturation within residential areas moving forward. And I was just, for clarity, I think we had talked about kind of a saw off to make it less broad was to be having it, that setback for for unhosted premises, so that when it comes in, people on an existing street would still be able to offer rooms. The issue was the line drawing was going to be for unhosted. I just want to make sure that the parameters of what was offered are clear. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Ashmore, could your question wait for discussion during the motion, or you have something ahead of time?
Yeah, just a quick question. It's to do with taxes in this report for Manager Sloan. It's to do with the municipal accommodation tax, which was on page 57, and the municipal accommodation tax. I was asked about this. The ability for municipalities to add and collect a tax through accommodation rental bookings in the municipalities. The tax is charged to visitors and remitted by rental operators. The MAT tax, as it's referred to, is collected in Kawartha Lakes. If collected in Kawartha Lakes, it may be applicable to STRs as well as bed and breakfasts, hotels, motels, and any other rental accommodation. So my question is, are we looking at potentially even taxing these short-term rentals, or just want to get clarification on what the taxes are, because people have asked me about this accommodation tax. When you see it in the report, it kind of raises a red flag that we're going to be charging this tax on top of that, of the rental fees.
Through the mayor to the councillor. So MAT tax is a municipal accommodation tax, is a separate discussion that is occurring outside of this program as being presented to council currently. So I don't have an answer for that. I can't say yes or no. We will be entering into that program, but if there is a decision of council, the information of MAT tax will come to council as a future discussion for consideration.
Okay, thanks. And I'm not going to belabor everything, but I mean, we talked, I was going to bring up about zoning and all that, but I don't have to now. But it's just kind of confusing when you have bed and breakfasts and short-term rentals and how they interrelate. But that's a topic for another day. But we don't have time for that now. But it's just wanted to check about that tax, whether that's applicable to this. I'm not advocating for it, but people are kind of concerned about that. Had a few inquiries about that.
Thank you. Deputy Mayor Richardson, did you want to say something?
Yeah, thank you, through you, Mayor. Sorry, not to delay. I just want clarification on the 150 meters hosted or non-hosted. What's the legal ramifications on that under the Municipal Act? Just for fulsome discussion. Like, I just want to make sure that moving forward, we're making the proper recommendation. So if anybody can answer that, I'm just a little concerned.
Is Ms. Carlson on the line? There she is. Did you hear the question?
Yes, I did. And I did have an opportunity to review the correspondence that's on the agenda today. And while the correspondence itself, it's a McCarthy Tetro letter from May the 30th, looks like it's commenting on a previous version of the bylaw. So there are concerns that are raised in that letter that are no longer pertinent. There does remain an area of exposure of concern to me in reading the current bylaw and raised in that letter. And it's with respect to section 2.02, paragraphs D and paragraphs E that are related to each other. So that's the 150 meter setback for new short-term rentals within 150 meters of an existing short-term rental. And E is your transition period that provides for that a recognition of existing uses. My recommendation would be to remove those paragraphs of the bylaw before adopting it.
Thank you.
Thank you. That actually provides the clarification we need moving forward. So thanks.
Councillor Smeaton, did you have a question? Or?
Yeah, it's just for Robin, for Director Carlson, real quick. My only question was, so that the contravening that was suggested of 152.1 of the Municipal Act, that's not an issue now. That's from a previous revision of the Municipal Act 2001.
The concern with the prohibition on location alone at section 152, subsection 1, is live if section 2.02D of the bylaw is in force. E itself is a transitory provision, so it has no use without D, which is why I'm recommending both be removed from the bylaw. That would satisfy the concern with section 152, subsection 1 of the Municipal Act.
Thanks.
Councillor Warren.
Through you, Mr. Mayor, to Ms. Carlson. So that will you've been probably listening, so that would open up the ability for more short-term rentals in a neighborhood then. So is there anything that the municipality can do that is legal to maybe not open it up so much that we lose housing stock for families, which is a huge issue these days?
Yes, and I think that further review for purposes of zoning might be an appropriate continued review of the issue. In the context of a zoning bylaw, we would be looking at if we're changing the character such that a residential area becomes a commercial area and has too many impacts, unplanned for impacts on infrastructure. One of the important things to remember with planning is that you plan the use or the impact on infrastructure, not the people. So it doesn't, long-term rentals would operate in the same way as an owner and wouldn't be caught or considered. But short-term rentals, especially where you have a larger occupancy cap allowed than what was contemplated by the building code, the fire code, and what is normally part of our sewer and water calculations when we're looking at a certain, when we're planning out our water and sewer capacity. When you have those exceedances, that does bear further scrutiny into how to appropriately ensure that the infrastructure isn't being overtopped in certain areas.
Thank you. Councillor Joyce.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Councillor Warren asked the same question I was going to ask. Is the task force, our intention was to prevent saturation. We run up against the Municipal Act, so we'll have to attack it in a different direction. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor McDonald.
Thank you, through you, Mr. Mayor. At this point, I'd like to make a motion. And I would like to make a motion to move this report forward with the following amendments. If I have a seconder, I'd like to speak to it.
Deputy Mayor Richards.
Thank you. Okay, for what I've heard from the group today, and thanks everybody for the discussion. It's really helped us make a couple decisions today. One was the 12 years, so my recommendation is we're going to change it to 15 years and younger. And the second amendment was, I heard 21 and 25 years. I think we should go with 25 years old to rent would be the second one. And the third one, based on we just heard from our legal advice, is that remove the 150 meters, 2.05, 2.06, due to the setback, due to the legal issues. So, and the comments I want to make here is that there's just three amendments. I think with the discussion we had today, we can move forward with that. We cannot wait any longer. The public wants to make a decision and do it now. That's where I really want to be, and that's where we should be going. So with that, with the motion I've just said that, we can go for discussion for those three amendments, and we'll go from there if there's any questions for that.
I assume you're moving the rest of the motion as printed from the report?
That's correct.
Including that this recommendation be brought forward to council for consideration at the next regular council meeting?
That's correct.
Okay, great. So that's the motion, and we have a mover and a seconder. Questions and comments? Councillor Warren.
Through you, that's great. So when in this process can I make amendment after those amendments have been voted on? What would be the proper time to bring an amendment forward? Well, no, it's here, and then it goes to council. Yeah.
Is it an amendment to the main motion, or is it a follow-up?
It's a follow-up.
Okay, so we'll do this, and then we'll do a follow-up. Councillor Joyce.
Just a reminder that we also need, within this amendment, because it's part of the bylaw, Schedule A, that premises owner or responsible person allowed or permit off-site parking or, oh, I'm reading the wrong one, sorry. Scroll down. Sorry. Owner or property manager failed to place or label the yard sign to also come out of the bylaw. Right. We might as well do it now, because it has to happen, right?
Charlie, you're going to add that as part of your... Okay.
We can add that to the original motion, yes.
Okay. Councillor Smeaton.
Thanks, Mr. Mayor. Is there a way that we can be, to Councillor Warren's housing situation, is there a way that as licenses are given, new licenses are given, is there somewhere that's convenient for us to be sort of watching that? Would that be through bylaw, just to find out when they are, and just to track it for my own interest as we move from now to the follow-up time?
I think probably Manager Sloan heard it loud and clear, and he is going to take that into consideration. Is that correct?
Yes, that's correct. We're gathering location data, and we can share some of that information out to council.
Now, are you fine with that? So, did Councillor Perry or Yo, did you have anything? Councillor Yo.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor, and through you, just for clarification. Councillor McDonald finished his motion by saying 2.05 and 06. I want to make sure he meant 2.02 part D and E.
Yeah, that's correct, Mr. Mayor. I just wanted to have a clarification as well. That was, he did say 2.05. So we need to have that separated and clarified.
So 2.02, Councillor McDonald?
I was just trying to repeat what the legal advice was, and I thought that I heard that. So whatever those 2 points are, we need to add that. So
I think it was 2.02 P and E.
Yeah, that's what I heard.
okay, all right.
Yeah,
Please correct that then.
we shall. Okay, we have no more comments or questions. All those in favor? Oh, sorry.
Just one sec. No, just 1 sec. Sorry, Mayor. We're speaking to the merits of the resolution, correct?
Yes.
Okay. I just want to offer 1 point as a point of debate or discussion in that the age limit from 21 or 25, again, this exercise in line drawing, from the discussion I took away, it seemed to be related or aimed at unhosted rentals where you would have potentially, large number of young people being able to rent and be on site as renters. Again, we're on this spectrum though, and would that 25-year age limit have a deleterious effect on, say, people who are hosted, who have rooms in their own home and are therefore on-site responsible hosts that would miss out from 18, 19, 20-year-old backpackers, young couples touring around, those kinds of things. That could be a serious market miss, and just put that forward for consideration. Maybe there is a unhosted, hosted discrepancy to be had here, or demarcation. My second question would just be to Director Carlson. Could you just put a very brief reminder on the record, just verbally here, as to the actual contravening or hesitancy of the setback provision, and has there been litigation in other jurisdictions municipally? Thank you.
Go ahead, Ms. Carlson.
Thank you. So the Planning Act provisions specifically allow for setbacks for adult entertainment parlors. The legislative read, when you have a specific type of setback, is that you're prohibited absent legislation elsewhere to create setbacks for anything other than that. So just based on the interpretation of the Planning Act alone, this would be in what would be proposed with the 150-meter setback would be in excess of what is allowed in the Planning Act. Section 152, subsection 1 of the Municipal Act does make it specifically clear that you can't prohibit based on location alone through licensing. That is the jurisdiction of the Planning Act. And the planning case law, and I can't cite specific cases, but in my review of historical Planning Act case law, it really gets to not the user. Are you having people who party versus people who don't party, but are you having a different type of use than was expected in an area. So what the case law would say is appropriate under the Planning Act regime is were your buildings, your septics, your fire code ratings set up for a certain type of occupancy, and those are being used in excess. Is your neighborhood serviced for a certain type of occupancy and it's being used in excess? If that is the case and the nature of the neighborhood becomes one of a commercial nature, then it is very reasonable to consider limiting uses to prohibit that type of supersaturation of the residential systems. So those are the types of information that is required before you say that a short-term rental cannot operate in a location. It's really looking at not the user, but the impact on the services in the area.
And so just, again, in good faith, to cover all the bases, those bylaws we've seen from other municipalities with a 300-meter radius setback, in your opinion, those are inviting legal liability?
I believe there's actually an ongoing application and injunction against Tiny. So yes,
so thank you. Great, thanks. And if there's any other comment, I'd be interested to hear from my fellow councillors about this 21-25 distinction. But perhaps there are no comments. If there are, I'd love to hear them briefly, or hear what others think. Thank you, so I can inform my opinion.
Councillor Smeaton.
Thanks, Mr. Mayor. Through you, my comment to that would just be that I see that item as one of the things that will be part of the soft rollout. Go with the 25. This is this is an example of a very strong starting point that we all expect revisions for. That would be something in my mind to keep an eye to. If we have those backpacker scenarios, that sounds like a very clever piece of input. Actually, that could very well happen. As to how many of those, how dramatic that ends up impacting, I think that's worth just finding out. We start with the 25, and if sure enough we have a lot of 20-year-olds that are coming through and we're missing out on something, it's only a few months away from our time to sit back. But for now, I think we have some good starting numbers to work with.
Councillor Ashmore.
Thank you. Just maybe through you to the chair, I'm just not really agreeable to this 25-year thing. There's a lot of mature 18 to 25-year-olds, and I've met them, and they own homes, and they're responsible homeowners, so we can't really paint them as all bad. And I think that what this does is say that anybody under 25 is really non-desirable. I don't really agree with that, because you're targeting your younger population who are having families at that time, starting out, and you'd be surprised how many people in that age group do own properties and do want to either rent or they rent out to their short-term rental. But I'm just putting that out there. I just not really hung up about that 25 number. I don't know how to change it or if it can be changed, but
I'm sure going forward it can be changed. I think it has to do with the rest of society. For instance, you can't rent a car unless you're 25. You can't, I don't think you can get a credit card unless you're 25. So there are reasons for us picking that number, but it could be modified down the road. Councillor Yeo, I think you had something.
Yeah, and thank you, and through you, Mr. Mayor. I think Councillor Perry makes an excellent point. And my talking of 25 and age limits and stuff is strictly tied to unhosted. And where a short-term rental is hosted and the people are actually living there, I think it'd be up to them who they rent to, including the 20-year-olds, the backpackers and stuff. And that's an excellent point. And I would certainly like to see the unhosted ones be tied to the 25-year and the hosted ones be tied to the age of consent to be an adult, which is 18. Thank you.
Councillor McDonald, are you good with that?
Thank you. Through you, Mr. Mayor. Yeah, great conversations for sure. I have no problem with changing that one to unhosted 25. The only thing I didn't understand is what age. Nobody said an age. We said 21 before, and I just heard.
Yeah, well, I think they're saying 25.
Yeah. 25 for unhosted.
Unhosted.
I'm perfectly fine with that.
Okay. Deputy Mayor Richardson, you're okay with that? Okay. Councillor Warren, and then Councillor McDonald for wrap up.
Yeah, through you. I actually have two amendments. So one would be for what we're, the bylaw right now that I brought up earlier. I'd like to make a resolution just for, so it's on the floor. So I'm not sure if I do a follow-up. I have a follow-up that's totally different, but it's on the hosted part of the bylaw.
What's the other one?
The other is a follow-up on possible zoning. So that
On which?
possible zoning afterwards. But the first resolution would have to speak to the motion that's on the floor.
So what is it?
So that make a recommendation that the term hosted be modified in the short-term rental bylaw to include property owners that are within viewing distance of their short-term rental. So I said I'd put it on the floor, and so that's what I'm doing.
Is there a seconder to that? Councillor Ashmore. Do you want to speak to it?
Through you, I think I've spoken to it before. It's, maybe going forward, it can be looked at, but I think it needs to be considered. And I don't know, it just so happens I have two in my area, but there may be others. And these people, because they can see their short-term rental, that they're able to react to issues quite quickly. So, thank you.
Councillor Ashmore, do you want to?
Yeah, the examples are that the people are there and they can react just on a dime, and they don't have to wait for 60 minutes or 90 minutes or 2 hours to get there. So they're there all the time, and they have their eye on their property. So this is sort of, I think this makes sense.
Councillor Joyce.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor, through you. To follow on Deputy Mayor Richardson's comment about making exceptions, it gets messy. What's next is, well, okay, I can't see the property, but I'm just around the corner. I'm like 1 minute away by walking. We got to draw a line somewhere. You either live on the property or you don't. And all it is a fee change. And to put that in perspective, if it's part-time or 180 days, it's a $600 difference if you live on the property versus you don't. And if you don't live on the property, that's an extra bedroom you're actually renting out in terms of revenue. Your average 3-bedroom short-term rental will charge about $180 a night. It'll take 3 nights to make up that $600 of extra fee. And at 50% capacity over your 180 days, that short-term rental is making anywhere between $15,000 to $20,000 per year. We're only asking for $600. So just putting it in perspective. Thank you.
Thank you. Want to sum up, Councillor Warren?
Through you, I think I've said it all. It's something that's come up in the area, and I'm sure there are other people, and they can see issues arise quickly. So I hope you vote for it. Thank you.
So the motion is that you heard, all in favor? And that fails. Councillor McDonald, did you want to sum up?
Yeah, thank you to Mr. Mayor. Thanks again for everybody again. This was not easy. I might think twice of volunteering for a group next time when we have a meeting. But anyway, thanks everybody for all the hard work you put into it. I really appreciate it. And thanks to Mr. Sloan for the direction. And I just want to make a comment that we have to do something. And I think we have. and we can make changes as we go, but we took it very seriously, and I really do hope that these things we put in place helps our problems as we go forward. So thank you very much.
Thank you. All in favor? That's passed. Thank you. You have your follow-up, Councillor Warren?
Mr. Mayor, so, I'd like to make a recommendation that staff bring back a report on possible zoning to limit the number of short-term rentals in a neighborhood. And I mean, that could be all the issues that we've talked about today. I think, you know, to have it just totally open, it could inundate whole neighborhoods. And the housing stock, as we all know, is a huge issue these days on residences. So it's all over the news. It was on CBC actually yesterday. I think Quebec actually is bringing forward laws about short-term rentals. Because it's such a big issue. So Robin Carlson said this would be a avenue to look at. So I think we need to at least get a report back from staff on this. Thank you.
Do you have a seconder? Councillor Smeaton. So, did you want to speak to it, or you have spoken? Yeah. Councillor Smeaton?
Through you, I would just say that I don't see any harm in a staff report that's articulating a possible concern. It's part and parcel of the update we'll be looking forward to in a few months, so that's why I would certainly see no harm in that whatsoever.
Deputy Mayor Richardson.
Thank you, and through you, maybe I'm just going to put a friendly. Can it be included in the report coming back at the end of Q1 2024? Because I feel like a lot of what we're speaking about when it comes to zoning, with the data that we're collecting, we're going to be able to get that evidence-based recommendations from it. So I'm thinking that should be just included in that report if that's an opportunity for a friendly.
I accept the friendly.
Councillor Smeaton, you fine with that?
That's great.
Any other comments or questions? Councillor Yeo.
Actually, I think Councillor Perry had his imaginary hand up first.
It's quite all right. Very briefly, I think it's important that we, in light of the Municipal Act and the restrictions legally on setback provisions, given the number of residents we heard from who are very concerned about more business activities through this in their residential area, it's important that we investigate all alternatives, and this seems very apt, and I thank the councillor for bringing this option forward for us to consider.
Thank you. Councillor Yeo, did you have?
Yeah, I'm just wondering, I support this motion, and I'm wondering if it could be copied to our MPP as well, just to put it in her ear, because there might in fact be something coming down with the province's push for residential housing that maybe they've got something in their pocket right now that's going to deal to limiting short-term rentals and might even help this planning application go speedier if we have all the information. So just a thought.
Yep.
Through you, I'll accept that.
Councillor Smeaton.
That's great.
Councillor Joyce.
Just a comment. Solicitor Carlson mentioned that we can do setbacks if it's identified as a commercial establishment. We might find, versus zoning, legal means, if unhosted properties year-round are identified as a commercial establishment, we can then put in a setback rule and meeting the Municipal Act. That can be in the report. Yeah, just throwing that out there. Another way of looking at this.
Thank you. Councillor Ashmore.
Wondering the mover and seconder would allow it to be sent to AMO, Association of Municipalities of Ontario, because they are supposed to work for us and get the word around. All right, thanks.
AMO is already looking at it, so, okay. All right, you want to sum up?
Well, we're going to get a report, and, you know, as I said, housing's an issue, and a couple of the councilors said, yeah, there may be something coming through the province. I know there is in Quebec, so it's a huge issue, so thank you.
Thank you. All in favor? And that's passed. Okay, we're going to recess now for lunch. We have a timed appointment at 1 o'clock, so please be back here by 1 o'clock. Good afternoon, everyone. I'll call the meeting back to order. I'll reiterate that this is a Committee of the Whole meeting, Tuesday, June 6, 2023. And just a reminder that at Committee of the Whole, no decisions will be made here today. There will only be recommendations that will go to our next regular council meeting on Tuesday, June 20th, 2023 for consideration. We have a timed appointment for 1 o'clock, and that is Victoria Manor Capital Plan Interim Project Update, Cheryl Faber and Surya Pulakal, Director of Infrastructure Advisory for Colliers Project Leaders. So whenever you're ready, Director.
Great. Thank you, Mayor, and through you to Council. I'm pleased to bring forward to you an update today on the master plan currently underway at Victoria Manor Long-Term Care Home within the Human Services Department. Briefly, I'll share with you context on this initiative as this process commenced prior to my arrival here at the city. So in the fall of 2021, the city received confirmation from the Ministry of Health and Long-Term Care that there was no requirement for municipal long-term care homes to meet the 2015 redevelopment standards, which would have had us redevelop our long-term care home by 2025. So with that news, it was prudent for the city to take the time to assess the current state of the facility and complete a life cycle assessment of the building. By doing this, a master capital plan will provide us with a better understanding of how to extend the life of the current facility while building into our long-term financial planning the inevitable outcome to replace the facility. Knowing when the city started this, projected capital costs for replacements were upwards of 20 million at that time. The recommendations from this plan will advise Council on the next steps in the short and near term to the longer term. This will then advise us on the long-term financial planning for inevitable replacement, given the escalated construction costs and inflation, as well as the knowledge from municipal long-term care home redevelopment costs currently underway. So let me introduce Surya Pulakal, Principal and Director of Colliers for this project. He has brought team members with him as questions may arise after the presentation. And currently our project is midterm, and this is a preliminary update to Council to inform you on the current assessment status of Victoria Manor's life cycle and the next steps forward. So Surya, I'll hand it to you.
Thank you, Cheryl. So, good afternoon, everyone. I'm Surya Pulakal from Colliers Project Leaders. I'm joined here by some of my colleagues as well. They are Laura Berazadi, Brian Tingay, and Mark Orch. They're available to step in and answer any specific questions you may have towards the end of the presentation. So, yeah, I'm just looking for the presentation deck here. Okay, next slide, please. So in the agenda, we have a 5-part agenda, starting with the project overview, followed by the methodology and expected outcomes, progress to date, and the timeline of remaining tasks. Next slide, please. So as a short background on the facility, Victoria Manor is a 166-bed facility located in Quincy at the address 220 Angeline Street South within the boundaries of the city of Kawartha Lakes. The facility was opened in 1989. The Ministry of Long-Term Care currently identifies it as a Class B facility. It was built to the standards of the former 1972 nursing homes Act, and the construction exceeded the standards at that time. The purpose of the master plan for Victoria Manor is to guide its maintenance, operations, and capital investment for the balance of the facility's useful life. And the plan is intended to provide an evidence-based roadmap for future investment and end-of-life facility decisions. Next slide, please. So, sorry, you can go to the next slide. This slide shows a schematic overview of the process or methodology of the study with inputs to the master plan on one side and the expected outcomes on the other. The inputs are from a variety of sources. This includes anecdotal evidence gathered from the staff and public through consultations, assessment of facility condition, analysis of current operational performance and current service levels, projected growth in service needs, and related projected capital needs. All these will inform the facility master plan, and the intent of the master plan is to guide maintenance, operations, and capital investment for the balance of the facility's useful life. Next slide, please. In addition to that, the plan will also include a capital forecast with preventative and predictive maintenance schedules and major long-term capital investment required at the end of the facility's useful life. It'll outline potential scenarios at the end of the facility's useful life. It would potentially include relocation or selling of existing facility, renovation or expansion, or even redevelopment of the existing facility. Next slide, please. So this shows the progress to date on the master planning exercise. We had envisioned 10 steps or 10 components to this task, of which 5 have been completed and 2 are ongoing and 3 have been initiated. In the following slides, I will briefly go through the work completed to date. Next slide, please. The first, I believe, one of the biggest tasks that we completed to date is the facility condition assessment. The result of the study was that we found that the facility itself is considered in good condition at the time of the review. Short-term maintenance requirements are estimated to be to total $276,000. This will primarily cover minor repairs to interiors and exterior site components such as parking, driveways, and loading docks. It also projects a long-term requirement of $1.6 million over 10 years. This will include allowances for interior finishes, exterior envelope, and exterior site system repairs, and end-of-life replacement for rooftop units, HVAC units. Next slide, please. Asset inventory was also done alongside the facility condition assessment. The idea of the asset inventory was to have a central repository of information on all assets and its sub-elements. It was prepared by examining all recent and available documentation and physical inspection of building components. The inventory was prepared in accordance with industry standards and best practices and municipal asset management requirements. And during this exercise, a total of 176 assets were marked with asset ID tags. The idea of the centralized repository of assets is that it would facilitate effective asset management by enabling managers to effectively monitor, track, and analyze asset performance and ensure timely intervention and management. Next slide, please. So in addition to the examination of the physical condition of the asset, the study also investigated its commercial value by engaging an appraiser. The appraised value of Victoria Manor property as on 31st March 2023 is estimated to be 10.8 million, which translates to a per bed value of $65,000. Next slide, please. This study also includes 2 rounds of consultation. One in the beginning as part of the discovery exercise to understand the current state. The second is to validate the recommendations, which is yet to happen. Consultations are a key input to the master plan and were conducted for the purpose of exploring the effectiveness of the existing home in serving its mandate now and into the future, both short and long term. The consultations were conducted using a variety of engagement formats, from focus groups to individual and small group interviews, and also a public survey. Rollius consulted with a variety of stakeholders. It included residents, frontline staff, family council, management staff at Victoria Manor, and the management company that is currently running the operations, the medical director, experts in healthcare, including local hospital, home and community care, system planners, emergency services, and so on. The consultations revealed many positives as well as challenges faced by the respondents. The 3 key positives that we heard were, first one was related to the common areas or public spaces within Victoria Manor. These spaces were considered well designed and spacious. Second is that Victoria Manor has a strong reputation in the community for having successfully delivered quality care for the last 35 years and throughout the pandemic. And the third was that about its location, that it's a great, well-connected, visible and accessible location. So those were the 3 positives that we heard, or high-level positives. The challenges were those pertaining to the building's performance from a building system, care delivery, and resident experience points of view. With regards to building performance, plumbing and HVAC systems were reported as underperforming. Especially heating and cooling was reported as being inadequate. This goes against our initial assessment, our technical assessment that the building is in good condition. The systems are performing well, but the end users seem to have a different opinion on the performance of the mechanical and electrical units systems. And coming back to the challenges of gaps identified by the respondents, the second item with regards to care delivery, three points were identified. The first being that the existing building's design does not accommodate current infection prevention and control requirements. The second was about lighting, that the existing lighting systems in all spaces is considered inadequate to support good clinical practices. And third is with regards to access, that all door openings or corridor widths are narrower than the recommended minimums, and it is causing difficulties in moving and maneuvering more on care-related equipment toward the facility. And with regards to resident experience, it was noted that Victoria Manor has been experiencing an increase in dementia-related care needs over the years, and its current design, especially around personal living spaces, which are considered small, as limiting residents' independence and have been a limitation also to serving the residents and administering care. And in addition to that, access to outdoors is also considered limited, which all contributes to managing, administering, or delivering the right type of care under these circumstances. Next slide, please. So examination of current service levels revealed that a significant number of current Ministry of Long-Term Care recommended design minimums are not met. And it was observed to have an impact on daily operations and resident and staff experience as well. For example, the direct living areas or resident home areas, abbreviated as RHAs, are not designed to match the service level requirements in the current LTC environment. A recommended minimum number of beds in an RHA is 32, whereas currently in Victoria Manor, the number is 40 to 42 beds per RHA. And when it comes to door openings and corridor widths, we see a similar trend. Most of the doors are sized sub 1 meter at 0.85 meters, whereas the recommended minimum is 1.12 meters. Similarly, other requirements such as turning radii for inside washrooms to access tower, shower, etc. Social spaces outside of bedroom, corridors, dining spaces, work areas for staff, etc., were found to be inadequately sized in comparison to the current recommended standard. It was also observed that it would be challenging to incorporate these requirements in the current building, as it may require removing walls and walls and all building components attached to or surrounding these walls if those changes need to be incorporated, which will cause significant disruption to the existing spaces and ongoing operations. And moreover, it may not provide the desired results after doing all that work. So it's our intention that through this facility master plan and the inputs received from the various sources of this study, including the key stakeholders, that a suitable solution can be put forward that can address all these shortcomings in a manner that is lasting and cost-effective. Next slide, please. So timeline of remaining tasks, as mentioned earlier, 5 of the 10 tasks have been completed. Of the remaining 5, 2 are ongoing and and 3 have been initiated. So we are currently on track to complete the draft master plan on time. We're looking towards submitting the draft to the city for review by August 2023. And the final master plan will be submitted to the city by September 2023. Next slide, please. Yeah, so that brings us to the end of the presentation, and we are ready to answer any questions you may have.
Thank you. Let's see if we have any questions. Councillor Warren.
Through you, Mr. Mayor, thank you for the presentation. Just giving you some historical context, we debated this many years ago, and we actually had a grant to replace Victoria Manor, and unfortunately it was turned down at that point. But so my question going forward is that going to be part of a possible recommendation, and do you have any idea if there are any grants going forward? And I guess you'll come up with costs for replacement.
Yes, we will be developing a cost estimate for the various scenarios that we are required to look at as part of the analysis. So one of them would be to develop a cost estimate for a complete replacement. And also we'll be looking at potential funding also for those capital costs.
Councillor McDonald.
Yeah, through you, Mr. Mayor. Thank you for your report. While you're doing this report, if it says replace, do you look at areas in the city where they can be built, or you just say that it needs to be replaced?
We could take that into consideration if some sites have been identified, but at this point, it'll be high level to determine the overall cost of replacement. At this point, any site-specific considerations will not be taken into consideration.
Any other questions or comments? Councillor Yeo.
Thank you, and through you, Mr. Mayor. And as Councillor Warren stated, there is some history here, and I was in the same room she was, and I have the opposite view. Thank goodness we didn't replace it all those years ago. It seems that the way our population is aging, we might be better off to keep this home up for the next few years at probably a bargain price of $10 million and look to expanding or building a second home. Just given the fact that there's such a shortage of housing and there's going to be a shortage of beds. And as much as we love to have age at home initiatives going on, not everybody's going to be able to age at home, and it's got to take the pressure off the hospitals. So if we're looking at other sites, we got to look at it in two scopes, one being replacement and one being expansion. Is there any thoughts on that? Thank you.
Sorry, one of the scenarios that we would model could be that keeping the existing facility as is and looking at potential expansion elsewhere. And as part of the examination of service levels, we are looking at what would be the need in the future as well. So based on those numbers, we will be able to determine if that is a possibility, that is keeping the existing as well as building something new to accommodate the new needs.
Yeah, and I thank you for that. And I don't know if it's in your scope right now, but it is something that the city, I think, definitely has to look at coming down the pipeline. And you being in the industry, you might have your hand on the pulse and see what's going on in the industry across the province or something. So we rely a little bit on your expertise in that sense. Thank you.
Councillor Joyce.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Through you, Councillor Yeo basically encapsulated what I was going to say about repurposing the existing building. As we age, we have different levels of care required, and a new building could be built, purpose-built for a very high level standard of care. Our existing Victoria Manor can be repurposed for a lower level of care. And then as people age, they move from one building to the next. It's just something I'd like to look at.
Thank you. Deputy Mayor Richardson.
Thank you, and through you, Mayor. That was kind of the same lines that I was looking at, just wondering if the 1.6 million is a realistic number considering the escalated costs when it comes to building and those interest rates. And I'd also be very interested in seeing this scenario as, if you're rating that it's a good building, so how do we extend that building? So that's definitely something I think we should explore.
CAO.
Sorry.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor, and through you.
Sorry,
And maybe just for some further context, it was asked a couple of times, the core deliverable of this current study is to look at the existing facility and extending its life. And it was mentioned sort of early on, we did an update to the past council and essentially said that you're facing, at the time, a replacement to the existing home. We were targeting 2025. And it was mentioned in very past cost estimates, we were looking at anywhere from 20 even up to $40 million. And those reconstruction costs were escalating by tens of millions almost every 6 months. Some of our neighbors, some others have developed recently, and the costs are in the $80 to $100 million tag. So this strategy, once we confirmed we didn't need to replace it at the moment, was to look at a 10 to 20 year life cycle extension of the existing home and what that would entail. So the numbers that you are seeing on a preliminary basis would be that 10-year investment solely to extend the current life. Concurrent with that work, though, we want to bring back a financial strategy to look at the ultimate replacement or expansion that was mentioned by Councillor Yeo as well. So to look at all of those options and then look at it through our longer term financial plan. So what you'll see in a core sort of master plan coming back in the fall is specific to this building and trying to extend the life and capitalize on its good condition and extend it to continue that good condition for a couple of decades.
Thank you. Councillor Smeaton.
Thanks, through you, Mr. Mayor. Is there any, when it comes to grants and funding for this, is there any, it's probably a question for the CAO just in response to what he just said, but whoever, is there a difference between operational access and capital access? Like some of the things, if we're talking extension as opposed to a new building, HVAC, wider walls, outdoor access, those are things that would be capital needs. And then there was the dementia piece, you know, staffing for, the staffing needs seem to be increasing demand for dementia. So there's an operational piece. So when we're talking about funding a project of extension versus an $80 million new building, are there different avenues like there are with our hospital for this, where we're accessing capital and operational, or is it all just $1 figure that we're looking at?
Director Faber.
Yeah, I can add to that. Councillor Smeaton, through you, and please, CAO Taylor, jump in if there's anything. But yes, there are different avenues and sources for funding, both from an operational perspective and a programmatic functional basis. For example, dementia care. There would be expansion for program dollars for that. There also, through the ministry, is minor capital replacement. So HVAC, plumbing, things like that, that we need to extend the life over the course of the 10 years. We have access to those types of avenues. And there's then, of course, the major capital redevelopment for expansion, a new build, a new facility. Those would be all part and parcel. And various processes are coinciding with each stream.
CAO, do you want to add?
So during these current negotiations that they're in currently with Director Faber, with something like the dementia piece and staffing for something, is that already being brought to the table in terms of this current negotiating process?
Yes, and through you, Mayor, to Councillor Smeaton, yes. So on an annual basis too, through an annual operating plan and working with Sienna as our contracted provider with Pam Koulis, who's our executive director here, we do forecast those things. But given the results of what this survey will deliver to council, we'll be much further ahead in order to start capital planning for the long term. So.
Thank you. Any other questions or comments? Seeing none, can I have a motion to receive the deputation? Councillor McDonald, second. Councillor Warren. All in favor? And that's passed. Thank you very much for coming today.
Thank you.
Moving on with our deputations, we now have our friends from the Eastern Ontario Wardens Caucus, and I'm pleased to welcome Bonnie Clark, who is Vice Chair of the Eastern Ontario Wardens Caucus, and along with her is our Manager of Government Relations, Meredith Stavely Watson. Welcome, Ms. Clark, who is also the Warden of Peterborough County. So.
Okay, there we go. All right. Thank you, Mary Elmsley and Council, for allowing us to speak here today to the Eastern Ontario Wardens Caucus 7 and 7 in Regional Housing Plan. So as Vice Chair of the EOWC, I am pleased to be joined by Meredith Stavely Watson, and she, as Doug has mentioned, is Manager of Government Relations and Policy. So I believe I can safely assume that housing, and particularly the lack of affordable housing, is one of everyone's top concerns sitting around this table. We do have a plan for your long-term care facility if you go in a different direction, by the way. I know there is 13 members of our municipalities that make up the EOWC, and certainly your mayor is one of them, and I want to speak highly of him. He brings a voice to that table and gives this county, the city, I should say, I'm from the county, so I speak county-wide, but the city, a very good voice at that table. In fact, tackling the housing and related homeless issues is a priority as our group. There's a chronic and serious supply problem of not only regular housing, but community or social housing right across our region. And we stretch, as you likely are aware, the EOWC, as I said, 13 municipalities from this border here right down to Quebec. We represent 800,000 people. So we do have a voice at the table, and the province does listen. Certainly is my case in Peterborough County. We're in desperate need of access to community housing, but also all different areas, and it will take everyone at the table. People in our housing community wait lists, whether here or in Peterborough, are left on the wait list an average of 4 to 4.5 years, and sometimes, in fact, up to 10 years to access safe, affordable community housing, and we do believe that is everyone's right. Each of us in our jurisdiction has been doing our best over the years to try and accomplish the supply challenge. While we have made some progress, we certainly have not solved the problem. And that's why the EOWC has come together to put our collective resources and experience into a bold new regional solution. I'm going to ask Meredith to do the presentation. It's certainly bold and it is big, but we have taken on these challenges at the EOWC before. I believe you're having the, excuse me, EORN presentation, and that was a $500 million project initiated by the EOWC, and there, the EORN is certainly, I'll call it a tributary of that. They brought the feds together, the province together, and all the regions were in on it, and I think we're benefiting from that, and we see this project as a way to do that only for housing. So Meredith, would you come forward and walk us through the presentation? I'll just stay here.
Get all my accessories settled here. Perfect. Thank you, Vice Chair Clark, and good afternoon, everyone. It's an absolute pleasure to be here with you all today. So I'm just doing 2 presentations today, and then there'll be a short video on the EOWC 7 and 7 project. So the first one up is just an overview about the EOWC, who we are, what we do, and how we all do it together as a region. So perfect, I'll just flip through here. Great, so we really do believe in success through partnership. The EOWC's secret sauce is really doing big projects together, such as the 7 and 7 plan, such as the EORN broadband and cell gap projects. We were established in 2002 and incorporated in 2008. And so who we are, it's the 13 upper and single tier municipalities, including the city across rural Eastern Ontario. So you can see that faint map there. There's a better one on the next slide. And that covers 103 rural municipalities. So when you come together as a collective from that standpoint, it's hard to be ignored, especially from the upper orders of government, from the public. And so we work with our provincial and federal allies, or partners, I should say, stakeholders, businesses, the media, the public, etc. We do really come to the table to bring that rural perspective and rural voice that is so needed and so important in policy and decision making. It can't just be about the larger urban centers. And again, we really have found that people pay attention when you do come together with this regional voice. So here's just a map of the region that EOWC covers. We do also work with our city partners at the City of Cornwall, City of Kingston, and City of Peterborough in terms of their service managers for some of our areas as well. And so they're just listed. So what we do as a caucus, so we really focus on political advocacy on behalf of that region. So our policies and advocacy really have to touch each one of our 13 members to be considered as a priority and move forward. So we really focus on trying to do our homework, gathering data, and backing up our recommendations with that expertise. We've had a number of partnerships and actually just partnered this morning with the Rural Ontario Institute in terms of one of their conferences. We were at the recent FCM conference in Toronto. I don't know if any of you were there, and we look forward to attending AMO, of course, every August. We do also have a number of overlapping priorities with our Western Ontario Wardens Caucus, so sometimes we'll come to the table if it's a province-wide issue. As you've probably noticed, we do have a number of communications. You'll see in your package today, there's just a quick handout that kind of covers who we are as well as our strategic priorities for this year. So it might be of interest to you. And we also do have Twitter, LinkedIn, a website, and you can reach out to me at any point if you have any questions at all. We also monitor and submit comments into federal, provincial legislation as well to make sure that our views are heard from that perspective. And so this is just a quick chart on kind of who we are, the governance structure. I guess it's a small but mighty team. So our chair for 2023 is Warden of Renfrew County, Peter Eamon. And then, of course, Vice Chair Bonnie Clark from Peterborough County. And so we have the 13 elected who meet every other month and direct the CAO's group who go off and work on the different strategic priorities as well. And then we also have created staffing working groups around our different priorities and also have tapped into the expertise of departmental staffing working groups, just depending on the issues that we're working on. So just listed here, and I'm not going to run through them in too much detail, but just some of our current and past successes. This year, we've really focused on getting out and doing delegations and presentations, such as this one today, but also kind of bringing our voice and our ideas to the national and provincial stage as well. We've also done a number of different reports, which you can find on our website. Some of them are still quite applicable, even though they were done, say, 10, 15 years ago. Financial Outlook, a number on healthcare services, obviously a number on broadband cell, etc. So these are just some examples of some of the things we get up to on a day-to-day basis in terms of our current and past successes here, and that should be included in your agenda. So I'll invite you to flip through that on your own time. Perfect. So for this year, what happens is the process is that the EOWC caucus gets together every March to decide our strategic priorities for the year ahead, just depending on the pulse of the political environment. And we really do try to keep it straightforward, rural and regional focus. So our main one for this year is affordable and attainable housing. I'm sure it is again for your council as well. So in June of 2022, the EOWC hosted a regional housing summit. So this included staff from across different departments and different tiers as well to come together to really share ideas, share issues, and also think of different solutions and advocacy. And the EOWC always says if there's a challenge, like we need to find data to support what we're saying as well as find those solutions. And so out of that was where the 7 and 7 came from, which I'll speak on a little bit more in a few minutes. But I wanted to share a little bit about this exciting tool, the RHIS, Rural Housing Information System. So in March of 2021, the EOWC ended up getting a total of $1.4 million from the CMHC, from their Housing Supply Challenge, to build out and develop this rural housing information system. So this is an online central data tool where you can go and look up different information on how to plan for and develop housing. So this is open to obviously elected officials and staff, but it's also open to private members of the public. So this could be for real estate agents, for developers, for housing corporations, for housing services, etc. So it's something that we're really excited. It's going to be launched actually, I believe, in about the next 6 weeks. So the EOWC was the founder of this. We've partnered with the Rural Ontario Institute, ROI, who will be taking it over. And we also advocated that our 103 member municipalities have free access to the RHIS for the next 2 years. So definitely invite you to take a look. I know ROI is happy to do presentations to council if you are so inclined. Perfect. And the 7-7, again, I'll speak about it in a few minutes. So the other, under our housing advocacy as well, we have 2 other sub-pieces in addition to the 7 and 7. And so the UWC is asking provincial and federal governments to develop a strong financial framework to support municipalities in order to better plan, prepare, and really provide those wraparound supports that are so important for housing. And our third sub-piece is standardizing the housing definitions. You know, we've heard a lot about affordable housing, attainable housing as definitions, and the provincial government has come out and stated it, but there is actually no clear definition to measure against it. So it's a pretty clear ask, and we're hoping we get some movement on that definitely within 2023. The EUWC's second priority for 2023 is paramedic services. And so the EOWC really calls on the government and advocates for municipalities, saying that we need safer pay. We deliver a lot of these services, we invest in these services, so it's really important that we have a say at the table, especially considering we operate them, of course, right? And have a lot of that infrastructure that supports the proper delivery of them. So we have been advocating along with AMO for that dedicated municipal representation, and just encouraging that municipal operating model include sufficient support for those capital and operational investments. So what recently was shared, and it might be in your council package today, is that UWC in the last couple of weeks just launched a paramedic services refresh report. So in 2019, right before the pandemic, the UWC had done a situational overview scan of paramedic services from across the entire region. So data-based with some strong recommendations and just support. So what we decided to do in the past 6 months is do a refresh of that report to show the data from the pandemic, how things have increased, how things have changed, etc. So very exciting. And then there were these four recommendations that came out of that report that are on the screen here. So permanent, sustainable, and predictable funding to support both paramedic services and community paramedicine efforts. Secondly, dispatch system modernization, and this will improve prioritization of calls. What was found is a lot of the calls were really heightened or code 4, and maybe that could be changed to be more, I guess, properly displayed of what's going on and better mitigate those ambulance services. Thirdly, reducing offload delays at hospitals. And so this would allow paramedics to spend more hours actually serving their communities versus in kind of a deadlock at the hospital waiting to release patients. So we really need to work with our hospital partners on that recommendation. And fourthly, increasing enrollment in community colleges for paramedic programs to increase the labor supply. I know the trend in the last few years has that's been a bit of a challenge. So again, it's linked on our website. Please feel free to go and review that. It has some really great information. Our third priority for 2023 is long-term care, and again, advocating for that safer pay piece and making sure that EOWC is at the decision-making table as well as our municipal partners. So we advocated for, under this is making sure that the province properly implements their human resources strategy. So they did come out and develop a human resources strategy, but it needs to be tweaked and updated and making sure that it works for our rural homes, because there still is a staffing crisis out there for long-term care service workers across. And I should have also mentioned at the beginning that the EOWC has a number of reports on long-term care, those regional data-based reports. And so those are available on our website. And we were successful in advocating, and we were one of the early organizations to really say, hey, 4 hours of care really needs to be a priority for our residents and our patients. And so the province has said, yes, that's going to be a target, but there just needs to be some more support in actually implementing to make sure that we can reach that target in the next number of years. The second kind of sub-piece to that priority is eliminating staffing agencies. So just they're posing unnecessary risk, and it's just an unsustainable model right now where our staffing are going to these agencies, and then municipalities are having to buy that staff back at an increased profit. So it's just completely unsustainable, and there's no legislation or regulations in place to address that. And so that's something that we're really, really strongly calling on the government for. I've written a number of letters. Advantage is also doing work on this too. So we're going to be bringing this forward as one of our AMO delegations for sure. Thirdly, the province needs to review and modernize the long-term care funding framework that is equitable for rural homes. So again, I'm not going to get too much into the weeds on that, but just seeing some differences and equitability problems in terms of funding going to larger scale homes and not going to support the capital and operating models for our long-term care homes across the region. Another thing I wanted to bring to your attention today is that EOWC also, we work on continued advocacy items. So these are issues of ongoing importance that are region-wide. So if you feel that there's any specific issue that should have a regional voice and have some extra oomph and extra support, then please feel free to send correspondence or bring it to the EOWC table. As an example, I was at Hastings County the other week doing this presentation, and the Mayor of Tweed came forward and had asked us to look at regional disaster relief, disaster ways to mitigate or better support or fund disaster relief across the region, because their municipality got quite hurt hit. So that's a perfect example of something that is region-wide that could be brought to the caucus's attention. And again, I won't go through this in too much detail, but this page here just represents some of the advocacy. And I say some, I couldn't fit it all on the page here, but just of what we've worked on in the past year, and happy to talk to you more one-on-one or answer any questions you may have about that. And that's just our information there. So our website, email, and then you can follow us on Twitter and LinkedIn as well if you'd like to. So happy to answer any questions now just on the EOWC in general, or I can wait until following the second presentation on the 7 and 7.
Let's do questions on this portion first, if you don't mind.
Absolutely, Mr. Mayor.
So I have Councillor Warren.
Thank you, through you, Mr. Mayor. Thank you for the presentation. That was really interesting. So I have a question for Vice Chair Clark. You kind of intimated something about, our conversation about long-term care and capital investment. So you tweaked my interest. You kind of left us hanging. So I wondered if you had any more information that maybe we could look at.
I was being a little bit facetious and thinking if you built a brand new model, then you could look at social housing for Victoria Manor. So I was just putting that out there.
Anything else from council? I wondered if staff, whether the chief, if you had any questions about the paramedic piece, or Director Faber, if you had anything on the long-term care that you wish to ask or weigh in on.
Through you, Mr. Mayor, no, not particularly. We've been familiar with the paramedic service report for the EOWC throughout several iterations, but happy to see the final report and that it nicely aligns with our master plan already that was done here locally. So we're looking at those new and revised 5-year predictive forecasts that were done through this report, as well as some of those priorities and how we're going to incorporate those here locally in terms of those priorities. So offload delay and permanent funding for CP programs. So lots more to come on that, but great work from the EOWC to really provide that report, the information, and then the comparators with the other 13 municipalities across Eastern Ontario to really see how we're measuring up against our counterparts and how we can collaborate and partner together to move some of those initiatives forward and really have that power in numbers. So thank you.
If I could just respond to that as well. I think the strength in the EOWC is the fact that it is data-driven. And so the paramedic report, and we did share Randy Mello for a while between our two municipalities, and he's brought a great wealth of knowledge to the table. And then we've looked at all sectors. As Meredith said, it's a regional approach. So what is common to us all, and this is, and one is that you know, when the dispatch, the program and assessment that's being used for dispatch is actually over a decade old. So it needs revised because we're finding that a lot of people that are taken to hospital maybe could have been taken better care of in a clinic and not use that high level of emergency response, and would save dollars because as we see an aging population, we see there will be a 25% increase on calls as we age. So we're going to see that reflection in the years ahead. So trying to get ahead of that ball that we can get a hold of it and keep it contained a bit. Thank you.
Thank you. Director Faber?
Yes, if I could, just to make that short, basically your work is our work. And on the long-term care side, obviously that is exactly the 3 burning platforms for us as well, especially the funding model as we come out of a pandemic and move forward with what is the future sustainable funding model to carry us forward, given the complexities and acuity of those we are serving in long-term care. And just one thing, if I can add, through the mayors and the Eastern Ontario Wardens Caucus, as well as the CAO leads, just remember your directors in your CMSMs, your Consolidated Municipal Service Managers, are key resources for you. So please reach out to us. We meet regularly as well, and we're always a step away with feet close to the ground, so please don't hesitate.
And just thank you for that, and thank you for partnering and being there. We'll certainly be utilizing that. The other thing is that certainly those 3 priorities, I want to tell you that your mayor was very firm about those as well. So he brought your concerns forward. The other thing, though, is the EOWC with the 4 hours that are in long-term care. I know we can't right now meet that because of staffing, but that was an EOWC deliverable, because we knew that that care was needed, and especially with the acuity, as you state, that is only getting more acute. I am a retired RN, so I get it.
Thank you. Seeing nothing more, can I have a motion to receive the presentation? Deputy Mayor Richardson, Councillor Warren, all in favor? Thank you. So we'll move on to the 7 and 7.
Perfect. I know everyone wants to listen to me talk more, but I promise I'll be quick on this one. And there's a very exciting video at the end that will catch your attention, I promise. So I'll do my best here. So I'm going to just talk for the next few minutes about the EOWC's regional housing plan, which is called the 7 in 7. And so again, as I said earlier, the UWC is all about doing big regional projects that we cannot do alone. And so we came together at that regional housing summit that I was speaking about earlier. And this was one of the kind of challenges, but also solutions that was born out of that project. And we've really found that it's been hard to ignore us and the UWC when we decide to champion as a collaborative, right? So what we found was that there was a consistent, almost basic data problem in terms of we have these community housing units that we operate across the region in our municipalities, and the wait list is growing. So as Vice Chair Clark mentioned, it's about 12 to 14,000 units total. And the average wait time is about 5 years and up to 10 years in some cases. And that's not going away anytime soon, even though that there's a tremendous amount of effort from municipalities individually. So we were looking at what can we do as a collective, and how can we also stay in our municipal lane in order to address this challenge. So as we were kind of toying with what project we should take on, what is our role in housing? Because it's a really big ask, right? There's so many different pieces, it's complex, that's why it hasn't been solved yet. So at the same time that we were discussing this at our housing summit, the province came out with their goal to build 1.5 million homes by 2031. And so we saw that as an opportunity to join them in that call, and also ensure that there was housing for those who needed it most, the folks on our wait list. So we felt that we needed to advocate that affordable community rental housing must be included, and housing must be considered and supported for rural communities across Eastern Ontario. And so from that challenge, the 7 and 7 was born. And the goal of it is to reduce the wait list by 7,000 community rental units across 7 years. Hence the catchy phrase, or I like to think it's catchy, maybe it's not, 7 and 7. And this plan also would incentivize an additional 21,000 attainable market rate units. So that's 28,000 units total. And you've got that market rate, attainable, maybe more private incentivized piece, as well as also serving the folks on our wait list who need it most. So really that mixed model approach. So again, just to make it crystal clear in terms of the units, we're saying that this would be an estimate of approximately how much we could build, and it might even be more. Right now, we're currently developing a business case with KWN Consulting, and we're looking to see what those numbers can be across the region in a feasible timeline. So our partners at Scotiabank are recommending to double the social housing stock. We know this kind of jumped out of us as, you know, a bank recommendation, maybe something you don't typically see, a change of pace, and they're seeing that government must increase those grants, and by increasing the social housing or community housing stock is the first best solution to supporting the economy and supporting our communities. And what they're also saying in their global economics report that came out in January is that it's more cost efficient for governments to invest now versus in the long run. And so how would we do this 7 and 7? We propose that it would be a P3 approach, so private-public partnership, with a mixed model, as I mentioned, the attainable and affordable. And so it'd be the EOWC, of course, with the support and guidance from our member municipalities, like you all hear, as well as with the federal, provincial governments needing that investment and support, as well as with our nonprofit housing corporations and service providers, Indigenous and First Nations community partners, and the private sector. In fact, we've already got a lot of interest coming forward from developers who have heard of the 7 and 7 so far. So it's exciting to hear that there's interest on multiple sides. Perfect. So we did some quick math in terms of how would this help support our economy? And of course, another big challenge we've worked on with the Eastern Ontario Leadership Council is the labor force and how to get that labor force increased in Eastern Ontario. And so just seeing a $3.1 billion investment for these 7,000 units, which is an estimate that we've run for a little over $400,000 per unit, generates 3 times the multiplier. So it would be approximately $9 billion in economic activity pumped into the region's economic landscape. And so here we've just got a bit of an estimate map, and this is just to give you an idea of how we would procure this project from a zone model. And so this is just an example, but we just wanted to give you a visual to see what this project could look like across the region. And this is broken down in terms of dollars. So as I said, we were just doing a quick high-level estimate in terms of units being over 400,000 per each. And then this is also broken down by the percentile of the wait list. So it's not just randomized. It was just based on that housing wait list that I spoke on earlier, and how many units were where depending on member municipalities. And so you've got Kawartha Lakes partnering with Haliburton there. And this also shows the unit numbers, so the housing unit numbers here. So you can see for Kawartha, Haliburton zone would be about 1,225 units approximately from that waitlist piece. And again, that's the percentage share of that regional waitlist, pardon me. And so just specifically for your zone there, I kind of was broken down a little bit more too. So for the Kawartha Lakes, City Kawartha Lakes, it would be approximately 735 as the goal at minimum for the wait list to get people off. And you can see the different zones across the region. Perfect. And again, this is broken down by cost as well. In terms of that percentage share, again, an estimation. Perfect. So as I just mentioned, the 7 and 7 has the potential to make some real change and really have a dent in the housing waitlist. And the EOWC does believe that this is something, again, we can't do alone, and there has to be that regional approach to drive the economy forward for years to come. And again, as I said, it does involve that private-public partnership, so we are looking to make sure to include them in this, and it really is necessary in order to get that development going and also have those wraparound supports and build our communities. So the EOWC approach, as you already heard me talk to, we like to do our homework, and we like to deliver on time and on budget as we've continued to do with our other projects, such as those with EORN. We would draw on that experience with the EORN staff and their procurement model and expertise in terms of developing services, supports, capital infrastructure across the region. And we'd also work with our partners at the Eastern Ontario Leadership Council in terms of their markets, labor knowledge, and some of the data and tools that they've developed that would really help support this project. We also have been going around in terms of we've met with the Eastern Ontario Mayor's Caucus. We've met with a number of provincial federal staff already, including Minister Hussen, the Federal Minister of Housing, Minister Clark, Associate Minister, former Associate Minister Parsa, etc. So we've really been working on socializing this, getting feedback, and making sure that there's good awareness and support in order to bring that investment. And the UWC too, we also have to be prepared to invest, especially when you bring that solution to the table, and really make sure there is some skin in the game. But obviously the goal is to leverage and work to capitalize on federal and provincial dollars. As mentioned, we are developing a business case right now, and so we're about 2/3 of the way done. That's hoping to come out for this summer, and it's something we're going to be bringing forward, of course, to our members and then also to our partners as well. And another note I should mention on the slide as well is it does require regional communal servicing investments to ensure this can be done in rural communities and supported in terms of our water, wastewater infrastructure. And so our next steps. So right now, again, as I mentioned, just working on aligning our goals with governments, working on socializing it, getting feedback, getting supports, resolutions passed, and making sure people are aware of and feel that they can come forward if they have input that they want to share with the EOWC. We've been working on this business case for the past few months, working with some of our staff expert groups as well on that to leverage some of that internal local knowledge. We're also looking, as I mentioned, to do consultations with our Indigenous partners and as well as discuss different opportunities, technology, and just innovative models with our private and nonprofit sector. And we're getting lots of interest there, which is very exciting. In the fall, we're hoping to maybe launch some sort of pilot to demonstrate that this could be feasible and make sure that it could be duplicated across the region as well. And then, of course, as mentioned, it could be the zone RFPs would be released in the winter of 2024. So I guess the question too, just to finish it off, we really feel if not us, then who? And really invite you all to join us in this call to support the 7 and 7. Thank you very much. And now we'll play the video.
The Eastern Ontario Wardens Caucus has a track record of bringing to solve problems that are too big for any one government or industry. For more than a decade, the EOWC has collaborated with governments and the private sector on regional scale solutions. Now it's coming together along with partner service managers to address the housing crisis. On average, people in Eastern Ontario can wait 5 to 10 years for affordable community housing. We all know something must be done. The province aims to build 1.5 million homes by 2031. This goal must meet the needs of all Ontarians, rural and urban. The EOWC has a bold regional solution to tackle the waitlist. Over 7 years, the EOWC wants to help build 7,000 new rental units. Taking a more public-private approach, the plan would build a mix of community and market housing. The investment could spur thousands of more housing units across the region, helping to meet the needs of people across different incomes, ages, and stages of life. The EOWC plan takes a collaborative and innovative approach to building new supply, from funding to servicing. Greater economies of scale would reduce costs to build more, faster. We are ready to work with the provincial and federal governments, as well as for-profit and nonprofit partners. Join us to create strong communities where everyone can afford a place to call home.
Thank you. See if we have some questions for you. Deputy Mayor Richardson.
Thank you, and through you, Mayor. Thank you for coming today, ladies. It's a very fulsome opportunity for us. And I see that you have provided a resolution in our folder to see if we would support, and I definitely will move it at that time. I just want to ask a couple quick questions. You've provided those 3 buckets in the strategic priorities, and I was wondering, how's your crystal ball today? There's a couple questions that keep coming up for us when we're dealing with issues, and I mean, Bill 97 closed last night for commenting, and one of the big scopes is that definition of attainable and affordable housing. Do you have any ideas of how that might swing? That's because we're all just trying to figure this out. And number 2 is a few years ago, we had that pilot program through paramedicine. It was incredible, and it was so awesome for us to be able to extend that. And I think it just needs to be a mandated, criteria for all the municipalities moving forward, because that actually does close the gap, and it's a well-received program. So, like I said, I definitely will support this resolution that you've brought forward, but I just was wondering if you wanted to
quick comment? Thank you. Thank you to the Deputy Mayor Richardson. I appreciate the support for that. No, we don't have a crystal ball. We have been asking for a definition from the provincial government. Right now, we're going with AMO's definition. But I think affordability also depends very much where you're living. What is affordable in the GTA is different than what's affordable here. So I think there has to be some flexibility around that. Meredith did speak to the program where you can zoom in on communities, and developers are picking up on this that we're releasing, where you can see where the zoning is, where you can see what the average rent is, that slide. And so it kind of gives a heads up to what each community can cash flow, and that's what's attractive about that program that we've put through, and hopefully will help feed this 7 and 7. So I think coming back to the paramedic, your second question, are you speaking of the community paramedic program? Yes, and we have that in my county as well. Now, that's why we are asking for it to be put, it's, you know, they keep giving us lumps, a few more years. It is working, it's saving money, so certainly we are trying to advocate for permanent. So no one can plan if it isn't permanent. And when you go to the government, if you can substantiate that, then I feel that's a fair ask. The same as, you know, they want 1.5 million houses. If we can bring a solution to them, they'll come to the table. So when you're going for an ask, if you have a solution in your, I'll say handbag, because that's what I carry, then, you know, they will listen to you. Can't go just with the ask. You have to go with the data to support it. And so that's what we're trying to do with both those.
Yes. And just to add, through you, Mr. Mayor, but just one thing I would recommend too, in an advocacy position we've taken in the past, is that community paramedicine should be 100% provincial funded, because it's under the legislative umbrella of primary care. That's a really strong AMO statement. It's really clear. So we've said that continuously in the past. We've also referenced on a regular basis, AMO does have a community paramedicine report on their website. So I'd invite everyone just to read that as well. And those are a lot of advocacy pieces are still very relevant. I think it's 2 or 3 years old, but still very much relevant. We are grateful, out of the most recent provincial budget, the Ministry of Long-Term Care did actually put some significant investment into community paramedicine. I believe it's for a 5-year period, don't quote me on that, but so that investment is something worthy of a thanks, and in my opinion, to the province, but always important to show those solutions and just you know, showing those dollars being saved by having the CP in our communities as well.
Thank you for that. And I honestly, I mean, we all have to work together because we have so many changes that we have to migrate through. So I think strength in numbers is definitely the course that we should be taking. So thanks again, ladies.
Thank you. Councillor Warren.
Through you, Mr. Mayor, and I'll second that motion for sure. After hearing the presentation, I really like your idea, Vice Chair Clark, about Victoria Manor, and maybe with the back end we can get some of the billions to do a rebuild. So you never know. Thank you.
I always say I don't think there's a door closed till I hear the slam.
There you go. I like that.
Councillor Perry.
Thanks very much, Mayor, and thank you for the presentation and all this great work. I just had a couple of comments. I know the introduction that, you know, there are some problems that are too big for government to fix. I just want to call that as more of a tagline than an undisputed premise. All right, there's a lot in there that we could talk about back and forth. I just wondered, when you mentioned public-private partnerships, if you could just speak very briefly as to the level of anticipated private sector involvement, and wouldn't that bring back to the problem we just heard about in public care nursing homes, where there are additional excess costs from the private sector, again, funded from public budgets as a possible deterrent or a challenge to this model. And I'll probably get in trouble from Director Faber here, but I was just wondering about, we have a Kawartha Halliburton Housing Corporation, which I'm sure would be pleased, which does do buildings of housing, and I'm sure would be pleased to be a recipient of this funding as a deliverer and as a proponent as well moving forward. Thank you.
Certainly, those are partnerships we have to look at, and when I see the not-for-profits, they are in social housing. And we know that when we build social housing units, it's for eternity. They stay within that portfolio. So the not-for-profits, certainly, I'm thinking at the co-investment fund. And so when not-for-profits apply to the co-investment fund, the grant capability is much larger than it is with a private sector person or with the municipality if they're a standalone. Now, I'm not sure what the model is here, but we're looking at everything because it's not one cookie cutter that's going to solve this. It's going to have to be many of them and what works for our community, your community. So we will certainly be able to share plans, so there's architectural drawings, can be shared throughout so we don't have a duplication of costs there and all those others as well. And Meredith talked about our staff from EORN. I keep referring to them, sorry guys, putting you on the spot. But they have a procurement model and certainly will help us through that as well, because when you do have that model and you're speaking to a wide section, people listen and you get better deals that way. So that's the model, and once we get the pro forma out and the business plan, then we'll be able to get some hard dollars and go to the government, both federally and provincially, to say, come on to the table.
Thanks very much. Just wanted to make sure, put that marker down and bring it to your attention, so thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you. So we have a motion to bring forward to the next regular council meeting. And as an addition to that, it's that the Council of the Corporation of the City of Kawartha Lakes is committed to fulfilling the goals of Eastern Ontario Wardens Caucus 7 and 7 Regional Housing Plan. That Council urges all orders of government, private and non-private partners to fill the housing gap by collaborating, innovating, and investing in filling the rural housing gap, and that this recommendation be forwarded to the Right Honourable Prime Minister of Canada, the Honourable Premier of Ontario, the Honourable Provincial Minister of Municipal Affairs and Housing, the Honourable Provincial Associate Minister of Housing, the Federation of Canadian Municipalities, the Association of Municipalities of Ontario, the Rural Ontario Municipal Association, and the Eastern Ontario Wardens Caucus. Will you move that? Deputy Mayor Richardson and Councillor Warren, you'll second it. Any questions or comments? All in favor? And that's passed. Thank you both for coming today and for your presentations.
Okay. And thank you, Mayor Elmsley and Council, for your time today.
Yeah.
Thank you for having us.
And we need to receive all the presentations as well.
A second one.
The second one, sorry. Councillor Ashmore, Deputy Mayor Richardson. All in favor? And that's passed. Next up, we have Jason St. Pierre, who is the CEO of Eastern Ontario Regional Network, commonly called EORN, and Lisa Severson, who's also with EORN, and they're going to talk to us about their progress to date on expanding broadband in Eastern Ontario. Thank you, Jason. Please go ahead.
Thank you very much. Sorry, I picked up your agenda. I think it was my presentation at one point. I think your agenda today is a little heavier than my presentation, so we'll try to get through this in a timely fashion. But we haven't had the opportunity to come to council in quite a while, so we thought we'd take this opportunity to spend some time and just give an update on where we are with our projects. So if I can figure out how to work this, that'll be... There we go. So for a quick agenda, we're just going to quickly go through who we are, some of the past and present projects, our initiatives, and then any questions that may be. So the Eastern Ontario Regional Network, we are a non-for-profit organization dedicated to improving the rural connectivity, supporting economic growth, and enhancing the quality of life. We're created by the Eastern Ontario Wardens Caucus in 2010 to help create innovative public-private partnerships to address the digital divide and support a stronger future for rural Eastern Ontario communities. We're a small team, 13 people make up the Eastern Ontario Regional Network, and we drive by the core values that govern everything we do. We pursue innovation, innovative solutions to regional matters by leveraging partnerships with a focus on regional orientation. I'll just quickly go through this slide and appreciate it's been a long day for you, but short history on our projects here. We were created in 2010 at the direction of the EOWC. In 2015, our first phase of our broadband project rolled out, and that was completed in 2015 with contracts extended for service level agreements until 2024. So we continue to monitor that project for another year. In 2020, the government, in 2020, we went to the government for support on the cell gap, and we were able to secure that for our cell gap project. In 2021, we were able to issue an RFP to the markets where Rogers was successful in securing that, and we kicked off our cell gap project. In 2022, our first tower had been constructed, and we continue to go from there. So quickly, just we often get asked, and perhaps you do as well, the difference between the wireless and the mobile technologies. So what we're building is a mobile network, not a wireless, fixed wireless solution. So for us, in the network we're building, it's cell or mobile services with the ability to access voice and internet through your handsets. Users can move or be mobile and maintain a call and service for as long as they have coverage in their provider, which is part of the challenge that we live with today, is those gaps in the cellular networks. And the technologies will continue to evolve in wireless. So currently we are rolling out 5G, but some areas you'll see 5+G or 5G plus on your cell. So we've already started to see the next evolution of cellular technologies coming through Eastern Ontario. As we're fixed wireless, this is what your internet service providers would typically use. So it's a fixed wireless connection or internet connection delivered via a radio service to a fixed location like your house. An antenna is actually mounted on the side of a building to connect to a modem, and this can only be used in a single location. So it's not as mobile, or it's not mobile at all. Phase 2, I think we spoke to this already around the timelines, but essentially 2014, the MPs and the MPPs came to the Eastern Ontario Wardens Caucus with some concerns about the ability to continue calls or make calls throughout their travels throughout the area, and asked EOWC to see if they could come up with a solution. Business case was submitted, and again in 2020, 2021, it was successful in being granted. So why we're adding sites? This is perhaps the number one question we get asked when we come to these types of meetings, and as elected officials and staff, you may be hearing the same sort of questions. We already have a pile of towers in Eastern Ontario. Why do we need to add new ones? The technology as it's being rolled out today is there are a number of gaps in our service, so new infrastructure has to be built to try to close those gaps. But the other challenge we're seeing is that as the technology changes and the amount of data that's being used intensifies, the distances that the services can travel gets much, much tighter. So for an example, the old days of a cell call, and I say old days, probably 20 years ago, used to be able to be 20, 25 kilometers from a tower. You still be able to receive service depending on topography and types of vegetation, et cetera, around you. But with today's services, especially with high definition, the amount of data that's required and the intensity that's required to transmit that is much more intense than it used to be, and those footprints are quite a bit smaller. So for us to deliver on our project, not only fill in the gaps that exist today, but also future-proof that network for tomorrow with high definition and standard definition services, additional towers are required. So our project goals, Our project goals for the cell gap is to achieve 99% coverage in Eastern Ontario, where people work, live, and travel on major roadways so that they're able to make and receive phone calls. 95% coverage in Eastern Ontario, where those same people work, live, and travel, with standard definition service levels which can support email, web browsing, and some minor social media activities. And we have an 85% target in Eastern Ontario, where we can support high definition services, which can support video conferencing, movie streaming, and other more data intensive applications. One we often use in this space is around the paramedic services. If you have that type of high definition services, you're now able to start doing full discussions, triage with from the back of the ambulance into the hospital en route. So it'll help with when the ambulances or the paramedics come to the hospital to be able to help with that services. To date, so approximately 312 existing sites are being upgraded from current services to 5G. About 297 of these have been completed to date, so we're making very, very good progress on the upgrades of existing services. We have approximately 261 new sites that are being built. 13 of those have been completed to date. And we have 73 sites that will be located on existing towers of other providers. We have 27, we actually have 28 of those that are now in service. So we're making progress. We are a little bit behind where we'd hoped to be at this time. As part of our contract with the province, the duty to consult with the Indigenous communities was given to the Eastern Ontario Regional Network to help manage and facilitate. There was no defined process per se around what that consultation process would look like. So it took us about 13 months to work through a proper consultation and mitigation process with the Indigenous communities. We do have 18 communities that we work with, 6 who are actually within the Eastern Ontario Regional Network footprint. The project work, we are expected to be done by 2025, and we will meet or exceed our goals. We also have a 5-year service level agreement and plan in place to ensure that we are able to keep the levels at a certain level and the capacity is maintained. Benefits of the project, we're looking to close the coverage gaps and help people stay connected throughout Eastern Ontario. The days where I used to like driving from Halliburton through Bancroft and up into Renfrew are probably gone, because we're going to close that gap, so that 35 minutes of quiet time is going to be gone. We are looking to increase capacity, especially in our rural areas where we have a number of people come up here for the weekends. We see the impacts on the networks. By building this project out, we will be in a position that we will be able to service those peaks and valleys more successful than we are today. Improve public safety, 911 calls, probably the largest, one of the largest triggers for the reason for our projects, to ensure that we have proper coverage in our rural areas so people can make those 911 calls and they know help will be on the way. Improve municipal services, whether it's the paramedics or public works, looking at IoT applications and future-proofing opportunities where we can find efficiencies through technology that can help us in our rural markets and drive some of those efficiencies. Improved economic development opportunities in tourism. We're already seeing it today just through previous broadband projects where people are able to come to the cottage or up to, to a resort on a Thursday now and stay till Tuesday, where they used to have to come up Friday night after work and go home Sunday night so they could get to work. So we're already seeing some of those benefits today of not just the cellular, but also the broadband projects in the past and the economic benefits in our rural economies. And the new towers will allow for future deployment of fixed wireless and new technologies. So when a tower is built, we're looking at a 50-year life cycle on these towers at minimum. They're built to not just be built for today's technologies, but also for the next generation of what's coming out. And we are also working, with some municipalities on public radio safety networks where we can try to support that, and new technologies that are being deployed or reviewed at the municipal levels. Financial. So the project itself, we show over $300 million of investment in Eastern Ontario. It'll be closer to about 350 when we're finished, so we continue to see the benefits. From a cost share, and when we talk about P3, this is part of the P3 model that we have. So the Ontario government has contributed $71 million to this project. The federal government has pretty much the same at $71 million if we round up. The EOWC and the Eastern Ontario Mayor's Caucus have contributed $10 million, and Rogers is contributing about $250 million to this project. So overall, we're looking about $300 to $350 million of investment in Eastern Ontario. The City of Kawartha Lakes itself contributed $715,711, so we appreciate your contribution towards this project. And when we do the ROI, so the return on investment estimate for the Kawartha Lakes area, we're about a 20 to 1 to 50 to 1 upon project completion. And it's a very basic calculation that we used for this. It was just the investment made by the number of towers provided, by the cost of those towers. So we will be looking at doing a more in-depth review later on when the project's closer to completion. But just to give an idea of the type of investment being made within the City of Kawartha Lakes, thought we'd share this. So the region itself and the City of Kawartha Lakes, so upgrades, 312 as spoken to, 297 have been finished. 14 of those 312 are in the City of Kawartha Lakes, and all 14 of those have been completed. The tower builds, 261, 13 have been completed regionally. Within Kawartha Lakes itself, we have 18 that are planned. To date, we do not have any of those completed yet. I think we have some on the books here for this year we're looking at. Co-locations, 74 across the region, 28 have been completed. Within the City of Kawartha Lakes, we have 6 that are planned to be done. 4 of those have been completed to date. And the Land Use Authority, and this is 261 of these, 168 have been completed. 18 for the City of Kawartha Lakes, where 6 have been completed. But we do, it's my understanding we have a number that are close to being signed off on now. And we do appreciate the amount of effort that staff has put into ensuring that we are getting a product out of the other end on the LUAs. It's a lot of work, and there's a lot of banter back and forth to make sure that we get the right product out. So we appreciate the diligence of the staff, the questions that are being asked, and the effort that's being put in to ensure that those towers are being placed in the right location, and we know what challenges may be coming up. So steps to construction. From the time we start this to the time it's completed, this can be anywhere from an 18 to 24 month cycle. So if we start from finding a property that meets the propagation requirements of the network that we're trying to build with Rogers, we find that property within a 2-kilometer radius of sort of where the dot is on the map. We then send out, or Rogers would send out staff to try to find a willing property owner who would be willing to work with us to site a tower. That within itself can lead to a number of challenges I'm sure you're aware of. When we are successful in finding someone who is agreeable, we quickly try to negotiate a lease. I know we would negotiate the lease with them to ensure that we were able to secure that space. As part of the delegation on the duty to consult from the Crown, we are then we are requested to conduct archaeological assessments. Stage 1 and Stage 2. So, if I look at the project scope for Eastern Ontario, that's 260 archaeological assessments that we are required to do to ensure that we are not disturbing any grounds. We also are required to do a natural heritage assessment on those proposed sites as well. So a fair amount of effort required in coordination to be able to get through step 3. Once we've received positive feedback on that, we follow the Land Use Authority process within the municipalities. Once we're successful there, we notify the province the site is ready to proceed. To date, we have 129 new towers that have been released to Rogers for construction. And then the site preparation starts with ordering materials, supplies, construction, clearing the site, etc. Throughout this entire process, though, we do work very closely with we consult with the Indigenous communities and organizations to ensure that we are all above board. On the duty to consult, we had been delegated the duty to consult with the 18 Indigenous communities and organizations by the Crown. We're dedicated to working closely with those communities to ensure that we address any concerns that might impact their concerns around territorial treaty rights. EOR and EOWC strongly believe in the benefit of the project must extend to all, municipal and Indigenous in Eastern Ontario. We've completed the archaeological and natural heritage assessments on 129 of those towers. We've been in approximately 120 meetings and phone calls with the Indigenous communities and organizations to date, and we developed a training document to assist the field staff, which is available if there's an interest or a requirement on our website. We are open to share that with all. How the municipalities, and I touched on this quickly, so I'll go through this slide quickly. The municipalities are responsible for the land use authority. So Rogers Communication has completed the LUA process on half the planned tower sites, pretty much now. We know since the slide was built, there are more now that are going through the process, and when they continue to work on the remaining sites. After LUA is approved, the municipalities are key to moving the projects forward by working with Rogers on processing building applications in a timely fashion. And again, we appreciate that Rogers has built a comfortable relationship with the City of Kawartha Lakes, and we appreciate staff for working through those processes. And the ORN has created resource documents for the use by municipalities that are always available to assist where possible, including a tower siting resource guide, and my favorite, the 5G resource guide, which are available on our website. So if you are being asked questions in regards to 5G or tower siting, we do have some information available. The towers we're building are typically 60 to 90 meter towers. They will support the 4 and 5G services and now 5G plus slowly. And they will have capacity allow for incremental capacity on site as they are built to be future-proof. The equipment itself, so this, when you look at it on the doors, or sorry, on the ground, just for reference, the antennas that are being put on are about the height of a door and weigh about as much as a refrigerator. So it's not a light piece of equipment that's being put on. And in the case of Rogers, at the top of their towers, there'd be 6 of those put on each of those towers. So fairly heavy, and so those towers are engineered to withstand not just that, but wind shearing and ice weighting and other potential disasters that may occur. Generally, they're attached on the structure on the ground before, and they're used by a crane to crank it up. And the upgrades are very similar, except that they basically they winch those things up to the top of the towers and attach them. So the initiatives for the Eastern Ontario Regional Networks for 2023, we are looking to complete 80 to 85 new towers as planned. We're looking to complete almost all of the upgrades to the 5G on the upgraded sites. We did install pretty much a new board of directors in April of this year, so that's come with different challenges and educational opportunities across the piece. So we collaborate well with the Eastern Ontario Leadership Council, as well as the EOWC on the affordable housing, which you heard about. We are currently working with the Eastern Ontario Leadership Council on a permitting system, which is being rolled out to a number of member municipalities to help with streamlining and automating permitting, not just for municipal consents and in the broadband space, but also for oversized loads, trucking concerns, etc. We are looking at public safety radios to see where we can support municipalities in that case, as we've heard from a number of municipalities the challenges and the cost to maintain those systems. And we are supporting Infrastructure Ontario on the ASIP broadband program, which is, for those who are unaware, is the accelerated high-speed fiber to the home programs that are being rolled out through the province of Ontario. And we're working on a regional municipal approach to address cybersecurity gaps that we see. And that's it. Longer than I'd planned. My apologies. Questions?
Thank you, Jason. Excellent presentation. Any questions from Council? Councillor Ashmore.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor, through you too, Jason. Thanks for coming in the presentation. Just a couple of questions. The first one is, when we sort of started this whole thing, the last council, we had a major announcement in, I believe it was April of 2019 at the Little Britain Community Centre, and that time Bell Canada was given hundreds of millions of dollars to start doing a tower build. I'm just wondering, is Bell still involved with this, and where did that money go in this whole infrastructure? Because I'd never really heard much after that, but it seems like Rogers seems to be picking up most of the slack as far as tower builds. Who are the companies that are the major participants in this now?
So when we put out our request for proposal, 2 companies came back to us with bids. After an evaluation of that, Rogers was awarded our project. So the Eastern Ontario Regional Network project was awarded to the Rogers Communications. So hence why the 260 new tower sites, the 312 upgrades, and the co-locations would all be on Rogers. I am not sure what Bell Canada has been doing or what their plans are for expansion in the mobile networks in this area, but we can take that away.
Great, thanks. And the 5G, I know that in Canada, 4G seems to be the norm, but I'll give an example. If you're driving in Fort Erie and then you're on 4G and then you go into Buffalo or into New York, northern New York State or Pennsylvania, everything's 5G, and basically your phone is obsolete. You have to pull over and you have to talk to in my case, the Rogers person, and try and figure out how to get onto 5G. It just seems quite odd that, you know, we're still stuck on 4G and everything in the States is 5G. And in fact, they're switching to 6G in some countries. But how long do you think we'll be in 4G in Canada?
So the project we're rolling out now is 5G. So that is the goal, is to have all of those towers covered in 5G. And we are slowly starting to see 5G plus, which I don't think is quite 6G, but it is a different bandwidth that's being used for some of the communications. I think part of the challenge you're talking to there, though, is that because we didn't have 5G, the handsets were unable to support a lot of that. The SIM cards wouldn't have been able to support that. In Canada, though, both Bell, well, almost all the carriers now have put a real focus on upgrading those networks to 5G because of the requirements of the data. And I believe now most of the handsets that are being purchased, now, again, my 2010 Apple probably wouldn't support 5G, but anything new in the last couple of years with the proper SIM card would be able to support those. Some of the challenge, though, when you go across the border isn't just the technology, but also the fact that you're with a different carrier as well, which can lead to other challenges at times, depending on who the carrier is.
Okay, that's thanks, because at one time there was automatic roaming, and if you cross the border, you're automatically on their network, but you can't even make an emergency call if you have a Canadian cell phone and you're into the US and you have 4G. It's not a very good feeling. So you have to pull over, and it takes you like a half an hour to an hour to get this all figured out. So you have at least emergency calling ability to go into the US. And it's kind of a step back to me, because you used to be able to go to, for example, if I went to a farm show in Syracuse, New York a few years ago, you would automatically, after you go past the Gananoque, you're automatically in 5G, AT&T or T-Mobile, whatever. But now it's different. You have to stop and you have to phone somebody and get any sort of reception. So it's too bad that, you know, we didn't keep up with the US as far as technology went, but it's good news that we're catching up.
Thank you. Jason, thank you for coming. Meredith, Bonnie, Lisa, for coming and presenting today. Good information, and we're happy to have it. And
thank you for having us.
Thank you. Safe travels. I need a motion to receive the presentation. Councillor Joyce, Councillor McDonald, all in favor? And that's passed. We're going to move item 9.1.13, which is our sorry, yeah. Mm-hmm.
Yeah, 9.13. 9.13.
Sorry, 9.1.3.
13.
Where is it?
On page 12, it's number 9.
Sorry.
9.13.
Yeah, 9.13, which is the life cycle extension, local asphalt road. Director Rojas has to go to another meeting, so we're moving that up in the schedule. So, having looked at it, do we get a motion as printed? Councillor Smeaton, Deputy Mayor Richardson, Questions or comments? Let's let's have staff just give a quick overview.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Through you, I'm going to try to be quick, but I want to step back a little bit and go through some of the history of the roads program and then life cycle extension. So I'm going to do a little preamble, a couple minutes, and then I'll turn over to Manager Farquhar to go over life cycle extension itself. So on Monday, Council would have received an email from Manager Farquhar that had two very important links. It all happened last year under a different council, but they're very important documents. So the second link in that email was the roads needs study. So a roads needs study looks, and we do every 4 to 5 years, it's cyclical, and the roads needs study is an unbiased report. In 2021, it was done by DM Wills, that looks at our conditions of our roads, our structural adequacy, our drainage, our width, everything to do with roads, our rideability, and it's a short 281-page document, and it's great reading, but it goes into various details of what our adequacy rating is. So for 2021, our adequacy rating was 77%. And that tells you, it's a benchmark against other municipalities. I think the industry average is around 70, so we're better than the industry average. Not saying that all our roads are perfect, because they're not, but it gives you a sense of the health of our road network. And based on the roads needs study, we then develop a now and a 5-year plan. Again, recognizing that we don't have unlimited resources. So that's number one, a roads need study to rate our road assets where they should be. Then we have to prioritize it. And again, in that 281-page report, there's different methodologies of how you prioritize it. So really, it's a factor of structural adequacy and traffic demand. So those two combinations then spits out a priority matrix, which essentially says, you know, if two roads are in the exact same structural condition, then the road that has a higher traffic should have priority for capital needs, right? It's a little bit more complicated than that, but it's all in the report. And then the first link in yesterday's email was the actual 5-year plan that council endorsed. And the 5-year plan is broken up into several different programs in any given budget. So there's the urban-rural reconstruction, which is basically we're tearing up the entire road, the granular base, everything, and we're replacing not only the road, but any infrastructure within that road right away, such as sewer and water, storm sewers, catch basins, street lights, sidewalks, basically from right away to right away. So the ownership of the road is fully getting reconstructed and bring it up to our current standard. The next category is rural resurfacing. Actually, both of them, rural resurfacing and urban arterial resurfacing, two separate programs, but they're essentially a shave and pave. So we remove the wearing course of the traveled surface and we replace it. So replace the tar and chip, replace the hot mix, and so forth. So those are our three major categories to improve the betterment of our assets. Then we have this other category, life cycle management. So the report, the 5-year roads needs report, had two strategies. So one is keeping our good roads good. So there's a graph in there that says if you hit the road before it becomes substandard or has issues, so at that 7 to 8 year mark, then for every dollar you spend, you're going to drastically extend the life of that road before it falls into disrepair. So that's strategy number one, keeping our good roads good, but knowing that we have challenges on some of our existing roads, the life cycle management program recognizes that and it allocates funds to help better maintain the roads. So there's no sense in operations going in there and fixing pothole after pothole on localized area and just throwing money away. So that's where the life cycle management comes in. We collaborate with Public Works, identify what the challenges are, and then prioritize those challenges based on monetary funds available. So that's sort of an overview of the roads program. And also in operations, again, in the operation budget, we have brushing, ditching, removing the water from the surface, which does extend the life of the road with regular proper maintenance. But now for life cycle management itself, I'll turn over to Manager Farquhar to go through the table on how we prioritize the roads for the 2023 budget.
Go ahead. Through you, Mr. Mayor, to Council. Thank you, Director Rojas. This is an annual program that we bring this report back to Council for members who haven't seen this type of report before. Every year, engineering brings forward this report with types of programs that we do, and this comes through a resolution that was passed back in 2019 through Council's Roads 101 program that went throughout the community and gathered input. Now those minutes and that program is also on the website. So within the Life Cycle Extension Program, we have several different items that we use to help preserve and maintain road segments. So we do short asphalt sections where we overlay, we do microsurfacing, we do single surface treatment, slurry seal, and crack sealing. In this year's program, the main focus, what we're doing is slurry seal. So the roads that we're going to be slurry sealed are on St. Mary's Road, sections of Balsam Lake Road, Lifford Road, and Hillhead Road. So within those segments, they're within 2 to an 8-year kind of age on those segments. So what we'll do, we'll come in any areas that are distressed, we'll do a short little asphalt overlay or fill the potholes, and then we then slurry seal. So a slurry seal is a combination of crushed stone, asphalt, and water that resembles, once applied, it kind of looks like a souped up asphalt sealer. So what this does is help seal any cracks and crevices within those existing hardtop roads and gives you an extra probably 5 to 6 years on that surface. We also in this program do crack sealing. So at the time of writing this report, we'd already kind of finished CKL 46 and CKL 6, just north of Glenarm Road. So our crack sealing program goes in, routes out, blows out any cracks within the arterial road system, within the asphalt, and then seals it with a kind of a solidified asphalt polymer that fills in that crack, doesn't let any water or any other debris into the asphalt or into the road base. That would help further propagate the cracks or wreck the road base. This program follows in conjunction with Public Works' shouldering program. So Public Works has a shouldering program on arterial roads where they go in and add additional gravel along the shoulders of the arterial roads, which gives it a bit of a structural back to the edge of the asphalt. And then once that's done, a year later, we come in and then crack seal the road. So it's been kind of going on coordinated the last 2-3 years. It seems to be working well. So the other process we have that we're doing this year are smaller sections of asphalt overlays. So we identify segments that are outside kind of the 5-year plan, and that list comes through majority as a prioritized list from Public Works, usually during the spring breakup period. Now, sometimes we have carryover roads from the previous years or from the previous year's list provided by Public Works. That prioritized list then comes forward. We review it, identify it, section it out for maintenance or for quantities and costs to develop a prioritized list to be based on what we have for spending within this current budget. So currently, we have an identified list as shown in Table 2, which is approximately just over 6.5 kilometers worth of road. I will point out, Public Works' list was approximately just over 14 kilometers, so there's no lack of candidates. So what we do then, we then utilize an existing contract that we have with our resurfacing company, and it's a 3-year contract that we're currently in our 3rd year with, and we use existing items within that contract because they're very standardized items within the areas, the operational areas within the city of Kawartha Lakes. We go out, we prep the areas, and then we overlay those areas with approximately 40 mils of HL4 asphalt. Through this program, we also look at identified resolutions for consideration. So we did have a council resolution with regards to Anderson Drive, Killarney Bay Road, and just excuse me for a second, as well as Lagoon. So Anderson Drive and Killarney Bay Road are considered currently within the 5-year plan, which Director Rollhouse had mentioned prior. So we look at those conditions, and in that situation where it's already being considered in the 5-year plan, we do not consider it within this program. However, we review the capital program each year for priority changes, and each year we review that existing 5-year road program list against what we're proposing for the current capital budget. And if priorities change due to conditions, sometimes we then reprioritize those road segments. Now, Lagoon Road was also, or Lagoon Drive was also in that resolution that was asked for staff to consider. It was on Public Works' priority list, so it has been included in Table 2, as you'll see. So currently, we're working through our current contract with the current resurfacing contractor, and we'll be scheduling this general maintenance work for the asphalt overlays. Normally, it takes place between August and September of the given year, normally just after our normal capital program is complete. So our overall budget that we had for the asphalt overlays was approximately $865,000. That's left out of the overall life cycle program. $800,000 will roughly go towards the identified candidates in Table 2, and we do hold a nominal amount, approximately $65,000, just for AC adjustment increases. So asphalt cement, when I refer to AC, is asphalt cement. So in our contracts, we have index adjustments in case the prices of asphalt cement increases during the given year.
Questions? Councillor Smeaton.
When I was looking through this, I realized, as a Lindsay representative, that there was very little from boards 5 and 7 on this. And so I went back to the budget though and looked. And so just to make it clear for the public and for me, this is a resurfacing program, separate from a lot of the road items. So things are being done on top of this. This is something additional. So just, because when you look at this, it could be kind of scary if you're just looking at this as the only resurfacing. So just to clarify, that's not the case. And also the 7.5 kilometers, though, that was also part of the operation, Public Works, that's missing, of the 14 that were recommended. Can we see that list of what those other roads were? Can council see those at some point? What the roads that didn't make the cut? Because I'm curious, would they automatically then be next year's roads? If they recommended 14 kilometers now, and are they just automatically the next ones? Would make sense, but I don't know if that's how it works.
Through you, Mr. Mayor, to the councillor. So the councillor is correct. This is a supplemental program to deal with kind of maintenance concerns or localized intensive maintenance concerns where Public Works is patching quite a bit. However, the road segments are not within the current 5-year. So you're correct. If you look at the overall capital budget with the rest of the programs, you're going to see urbanized areas. You'll see where most of the reconstruction happens. In regards to the balance of the priorities that were submitted, I'd have to just firstly consult with Public Works about just kind of releasing that to council. But in the past, we've always carried those priorities forward. For example, Chambers Road is a road that we're going to be doing. It's in Table 2. A section of it from Cameron Road to CCL 30, Cameron Road to Highway 35. In previous years, we sectioned off and did the other sections of Chambers over to Killarney Bay Road.
Director Rojas.
Thank you. Through you, Mr. Mayor, just to answer Councillor Smeaton's question as well. The budget book has, as I mentioned, 3 different categories, or 3 different programs: urban-rural reconstruction, rural resurfacing, urban arterial resurfacing. You can see this year, we're spending a lot of money on non-downtowns, let's call it. Because if you look at 2021, 2020, 2019, we had a lot of downtowns. We had Bob Cajun got a lot, Fenland Falls downtown, Lindsay downtown, and Omimi downtown are all within those last 4 years. We're all done. So that's why in 2023 we sort of shifted some of the money that historically would have gone to the downtowns or the urban areas, let's call it, to more the arterial rural roads. That's why you see a spike in 2023, just to offset that. So I think it's equally and fairly distributed.
Makes sense.
Councillor Perry.
Thanks very much, Mayor, and thanks, Mr. Farquhar, for the report and the helpful information. I apologize for having to speak with my back to you. Yeah, lots of good, handy information here. Good to see what roads have been delegated. Of course, I have to, as Councillor for Ward 3, speak to Anderson Road and Killarney Bay Road. I know that my fellow councillors had put forward this for consideration back at budget time, and I see that you have a kind of a Plan B here for it not being included in this current cycle for perhaps being it designated as staff during budget time, or perhaps brought it by, I don't know, a particular councillor for a budget item coming up in February. I'm just wondering, those roads are horrible, to use the colloquial term. I know that's not an expert engineering term, and I know we all have them in our wards, and I welcome my fellow councillors to bring those up. But I'm just wondering, how do we reassure our residents that the expertise in road repair is matching their everyday lived experience on their cars, on their enjoyment of their roads every day? Because we're hearing about it literally every day. Thank you.
Thank you. Through you, Mr. Mayor. So I guess as I mentioned before, our adequacy rating is pretty good. 77% through the benchmark is pretty good, recognizing that we do have some bad roads, right? So the struggle is resources, right? Funding, number one. And where that falls in, so right now we have a long-term financial plan or a roads needs plan, but then we approve budget on a yearly basis. So we're changing that this year. So this budget cycle, we will bring forth the 2024 asks, but also then give you the on deck, so the 2025 and 2026 as part of the budget deliberations. So then we can track it formally. So that's new for this year, so that should help. If it's a matter of Anderson Road or Killarney Bay Road, whether they should get advanced or not, again, it's more of a council discussion, because I'm sure other councillors have roads in similar or like condition. So then it's a matter of how council prioritizes it. So you have what staff has recommended through our engineering department, collaborating with our public works department. Right off the bat, the money doesn't match the needs, right? You could see that we have 6.6 kilometers, but there's 12 kilometers of needs. So then how do we fill that gap, right? Again, two strategies. A, by keeping the good roads good, so that gap gets shortened with time. And then B, maybe accelerating some of the roads or improving or operating or maintaining the roads in a more aggressive fashion. That's a discussion to be had.
Thank you, Director Ross. I'm certainly looking forward to that discussion. I mean, to me, the issue isn't that we don't all have roads that we could bring forward. We all know that. And there's no point of naivete by bringing up particular roads in our ward for discussion or for consideration. In fact, I think that's our duty as council, as you noted just now, in order to have those planned. I'm wondering, outside of the 5-year plan, or as roads become, not as amenable, shall we say, to live by a 5-year plan. I just put this out for consideration, that we as councillors begin to think about how we can bring more of the lived experience, our constituents' experiences to bear on the excellent engineering work where there may be discrepancies or gaps in that on behalf of our constituents. Again, there are some roads that are being done from other programs that could possibly have been shifted to more pressing roads in constituents' plan. To me, it isn't business as usual. I know our roads have been in a state for a long time, but I hope everyone will agree we're having a roads crisis here in Kawartha Lakes. And how do we get on board and address that? And I thank Director Rojas for bringing forward a few more options, and we'll certainly be in touch. Thank you.
Deputy Mayor Richardson.
Thank you, and through you. First of all, I want to say thank you for the rural shift. I've been waiting 4 years. Trying to be funny here, okay? I do want to make one comment. I think the slurry seal is a new component that we are adding to the program. Is this not a first-time process?
Through you, Mr. Mayor, to the Deputy Mayor Richardson. In the past, we've done trial pilots with slurry seal. Probably dating back to 2006, we did maybe 4 or 5 kilometers worth. We're trying to move it into a more consistent yearly program where we're catching up with previously resurfaced roads within a kind of an 8 to 5 year period that we've already done. Other municipalities have transitioned into ideally in the current year they resurface with a hardtop road, or a year after they come and then slurry seal and seals the top. And neighboring municipalities like Scugog and Clarington kind of undertake this practice, and they've had good success where that type holds up a little bit longer than your 10-year, 12-year period just on a normal hardtop road.
Thank you. And so where I'm going with this is absolutely, I see that down where I am, Scugog and Clarington and the slurry seal. And if you're getting 5 to 6 years more out of these roads, maybe we should look at putting it in its own silo in future budgets. But I also want to mention that when it comes to roads, we're also paying 35% more than we were 2 years. So it's costing us more to do less. So catching up on roads is based on how much money we're going to spend. So I thank you for the report.
Thank you. Councillor Ashmore.
Mr. Mayor, just a question to Manager Farquhar. First of all, this program is an amazing program. It was brought in a few years ago, and that's what Deputy Mayor Richardson said. It extends the life of these roads. If you didn't do this to these roads, if you didn't apply this life cycle extension, give them that extra life, they would be dead, basically. It gives them life support to when they are resurfaced. The criteria for the roads, for example, in 2019, I'll just give an example, we did a road called McGregor Drive, and McGregor Drive is south of Bobcaygeon. And if you know where it is, it's off Walmack. If you look at the new Kawartha area, it's way in behind, but you have to get there through Walmack. Anyway, so we did that, but that was done in 2019, and they were wondering like why we didn't finish that. I know we're not going to do it this year, but roads like that, and you know, we're out there, like as councillors, we know what the roads are like. The people know what the roads are like, but we don't. What's the word? We don't collaborate with staff. We don't get out there. We should get out there, like what we do with Public Works every month. We have a meeting. I know we have a meeting with Ward 6, Ward Ward 2 and Ward 8. And we're the east side, the East Enders, and we talk about the roads every month. I think we should get engineering, we should get together. We should actually get out there and do a roads tour. I would personally pay for the fuel in that van just to get out, to go with staff and see these roads. Like, we need to get out. No, I'm serious. I think we need to get out and collaborate with staff. We need to work with staff and be physically with staff looking at these roads in each ward, so we know and we have more input. Right now, I don't think the councillors have much input into, we represent the people. We don't have the input as much as we should, as Councillor Perry has pointed out in a fashion that he just said, that, you know, we bring these roads up and they are atrocious, to say the least. And we know that they need work, but we need to hear, like, we need to get this on the map. We need to get it on the radar sooner than later. I know it costs money, but we need to get it on. But we need to finish roads that we did 3-4 years ago, which we haven't done yet. But just wondering, in that case, like, when we did life cycle extension for as an example, McGregor Drive, what would be the plan for that road in the future, in the near future, hopefully?
Through you, Mr. Mayor, to the councillor. So in situations like that, we do have where we've gone in the past, gone in, done segment work on an entire road section. McGregor is an example where short pieces were done that had been damaged or blown out or were beyond an operational standpoint for repair. However, the rest of the road was in adequate condition. So what sometimes happens then, as we do those repairs and then we move on to additional years' budgets, or we redo a road's needs, sometimes the priority of rating of those road segments do go down based on the overall repair. And that's what's kind of happened in the past. I gave an example of Chambers Road. As in the last few years we moved forward, we actually carry on and complete those segments as they keep being identified by Public Works as a need.
Okay, thanks. And would it be possible, I'm just looking for some help here, that council can be more involved, like like they used to do with townships, like they would have roads tours, whether it's even twice a year. I mean, that would be fine, even once a year, just to get out there and
we can look into a roads tour. But I would point out to you that at budget time, you'll have the opportunity to take roads out and put roads in. And, you know, that happens once a year. And I know this life cycle extension was brought forward to take care of roads that maybe didn't do well over the winter and were in such bad repair. We needed a program where we could get at them. And this was such a program. And I agree with you, it's a very good program. But I think that, you know, we need to council needs to do more homework at budget time on the roads they want to see included in the budget. But we're always afraid to take a road out because of who we're going to annoy who live on that road. Or we look at one road and we say, well, that's as bad as the other one, and we leave it in. So, you know, we maybe need to do something ourselves, but yeah, we can look into a roads tour.
Okay,
Okay.
I mean, we don't have to have everybody in, it's just like the 3 sections, it's divided into 3, which makes sense. There's 2 or 3 councillors that work with staff. Would it be appropriate to make a follow-up motion on this?
Well, if you trust me to look into it, I'll do it, and you don't need to make a motion.
Yeah, it was just to add 2 roads for 2024 for consideration, that's all. Because
Well, if you're going to want to add a road, then I would say, you know, next committee of the whole, bring forward a memo that you want them included in the 2024 budget, and they'll go in as decision units. Okay?
Thank you.
Councillor McDonald.
Thank you, through you, Mr. Mayor. Roads. I just have, thanks for everybody for the hard work they do with roads, but Councillor Perry and I had a conversation with roads, and I forget who was all at the meeting, but we talked about Clarny Bay Road. And there was a gravel road that everybody in the room talked about, that the gravel road only had 3 people who lived on it, whereas Clarny Bay Road had many people, and it was in a lot worse shape because so it was kind of decided, I think, when we all met, that road was going to be switched. And this meeting happened a while ago, but now I see that it didn't happen. But I thought that was a good conversation we had because, and it's not my ward, it's Mr. Perry's, but what happened to that decision that was made that day to switch those 2 roads, and then today we're talking about not switching it, which made sense at the time because it came from you people, and now we aren't doing it.
Well, I think there are 2 different programs. One is the gravel resurfacing program for orphan roads, and I know that Public Works would like to see us revisit that. And having been involved with the Orphan Gravel Road program right from the start, the idea behind it was to take small gravel roads, resurface them so they didn't need to be graded. So then you didn't have to put a grader on a float and bring it down there 3 or 4 times a year and grade the road. The one road you're talking about is Whitetail, which is considerably longer than the normal gravel road that we talk about. And yes, the idea was that we were going to take the money, we wanted to take the money out of the gravel resurfacing program and put it into the rural resurfacing. That didn't happen, and the tender went out and was awarded. So now we're looking at how we can maybe get that included, or part of it included this year, by some other means. So I've been talking with Councillor Perry, and I've been talking with Director Rojas, and I've been talking with the CAO to see what we can do and how we can do it. So hopefully we can get some relief for at least part of Clarny Bay Road.
Okay, thank you.
Councillor Joyce.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Through you, I just want to thank staff for a great report and finding a way to fix these delinquent roads. I want to remind council we have that 1.5% tax surcharge going towards roads. We're trying to catch up. We're doing our best. And I'd like to officially invite Councillor Perry to my Cresswell Road, because I'll put my Cresswell Road up against any road you have. You approach Cresswell Road at the posted speed at 60 kilometers an hour, and after your coffee's bounced out of its coffee cup and you've had to do a realignment on your car, then we'll talk about your Clarny Bay Road.
Thank you. Councillor Warren.
For you, just quickly, that roads tours are really good to do, and actually they're quite fun. I did quite a few back in Verlem days, and actually staff brought the roads forward to show us, and so we got buy-in and got to know our wards better and whatever, and it worked well. And previously, just before capital budget, at Kawartha Lakes, we would get together. You probably did that too, Mr. Mayor, where you talk with staff and there's input back and forth. So that can work also just before capital.
Councillor Perry, you got your button.
Thank you. And just briefly, I mean, I think that's Councillor Joyce makes a good point in that we're kind of being forced into a false choice here, where it's Ward 3 roads against Ward 7 roads against Ward 5 worst roads. What's the name of your road again that you just mentioned?
Cresswell Road and Cresswell.
Right, so let's work towards a roads future where Cresswell Road gets fixed and Killarney Bay and what other roads. And I know we're trying to do that. The debate around the table is certainly passionate and on point, in my humble opinion. I don't want us to fall into this kind of elbows up competition. That's not really what I'm getting at. I'm wondering if we can look towards implementing some out of the box thinking or some revisioning where including us as councillors, as Councillor Ashmore mentioned, as Director Rojas brought to our attention as well, put together some kind of worst roads agenda. Something like that. I probably will come back to regret that title later, but I meant it in spirit only, and that would be what I would want to guard against. How do we work together to get our roads done rather than have a false competition?
I get a motion as printed for Deputy Mayor Richardson, Councillor Joyce, all in favor? And that's passed, and let's take 10 minutes. Come back for 3:30. So next up, we have item 8.3, which is source-separated organics. Brian Robinson, Director of Public Works, and David Kerr, Manager of Environmental Services. You kicking it off, Director? Okay.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Through you to Council. I'll be going through presentation today talking about source-separated organics and the work that's been happening behind the scenes, seeking some guidance and some direction from Council on the program. So moving to the first slide, just wanted to, I guess, take this opportunity to thank a couple of staff here today, David Kerr, Leanna Jones. They've been doing a massive amount of work on this program in the background with some supporting staff as well. So they've put together this presentation, and I've been assigned to deliver it for everybody today. So we'll walk through the presentation. Next slide. What is SSO? SSO is source separated organics. Essentially, it's food and organic waste produced by residential properties. It's just some estimate numbers here. So roughly 30% or more of household garbage is SSO, and this is just by general survey and measurements that we have. So if we extrapolate that across the city, about 4,500 tons of year is generated from household citywide. If you take that 4,500 tons, it equates to about 2,800 cubic meters of landfill space every year, which is a significant volume in our landfills. Next slide.
I think that's 28,000.
It's 28,000. Is that what I say? 2,800? 28,000. My apologies. So the next slide here we have is why do we want to divert SSO from our landfills? So there is a provincial policy statement about food and organic waste. That policy statement does mandate that we take a look at how to divert and what programs we can put in place to help support that diversion. So the province statement, the way staff interpret it, looks at 50% of SSO from single-family residents in urban areas. So it's not necessarily the entire city of Kawartha Lakes, but it looks at those primary areas, and we'll get into a little bit more about that in a second here. The other reason our own waste management strategy has an internal target of achieving 70% diversion from landfill by 2048. It's a tall order. We're currently at 35% from that original targeted timeline. So there's a lot of work to do if we want to meet our own internal targets. And then as far as sustainability, we're going to, by those diversions, we're going to be prolonging the life of our existing landfills and, potentially making waste into a resource as opposed to landfilling it. So next slide. Again, so the policy statement requires that we divert 50% of the SSO material from the urban areas. So through our official plan, we had conversations with our Development Services Division, identified as Lindsay, Bobcaygeon, Fenelon, Omemee, are those areas. So if we go purely by the policy statement, the target is to achieve 50% diversion within those 4 communities within the city. So we're looking to implement a program that we can achieve that diversion target. Again, we need to provide clear guidance to the public to make sure they know how, when, where, and why to participate in the program. And then ultimately, we want to monitor and audit the diversion rates as we move forward in these types of programs, and eventually, continually improve that program and make sure we're making those targets known. Next slide. So what have we done so far? Again, the city has implemented an integrated waste management strategy. Back in 2015, it was revised and updated in 2024. There's a number of targets and measures put in place through there. Again, those diversions, not just SSO, it's looking at the construction and demolition, it's looking at a number of other different waste streams that we're trying to divert from the landfill. We did promote backyard composting, specifically the SSO. We did composter giveaways in 2021. We did a report to council, the prior council in 2021 on the feasibility of SSO. We received some direction from that council at the time to move forward with exploring alternatives and options for SSO implementation. That triggered a release for an RFI, which we received back in April of 2022. And again, then continue to look for appropriate programs to implement that. So what you'll see through the rest of this presentation here is kind of the where we're at now and where we're going to. So next slide. So where we are now, again, we have options that have been reviewed. There's 9 in total, there's pros and cons. That is attached as an appendix to the council report. But I'm going to go through them in a little bit higher detail within this presentation. So those options were presented to the Waste Management Advisory Committee in May, and options are being presented currently right now to Committee of the Whole in June. Council is looking to, we're looking to have council ultimately decide and recommend a long-term preferred solution for SSO. So that I should have noted, I guess, one of the target date for the policy statement is for us to have that diversion program in place by 2025. So the reason we're looking for this today is so that we can get some direction, we can start to put budgeting together for 24 so that we can implement and put measures in place at the beginning of 2025. So moving forward from that, obviously, again, triggering the budget and then triggering those procurement services to implement a program. Next slide, please. So these are the 9 options that staff came up with. There are a lot of discussion around them, again, within the report, within the table in the report. We'll go through a little more detail, but curbside collection in urban areas only, which directly meets the expectations of the provincial policy statement. If council wants to go above and beyond that, look to do curbside collection citywide, and you'll see that same theme rolling through the other options, targeting those urban areas that were a part of the policy statement, and then more of a citywide option. So backyard composting again in urban versus citywide, countertop composting in urban areas versus citywide. And then the option 7 and 8 is establishing a drop-off facility. So that would require residents to drop off their SSO as opposed to any form of collection or local use of them. And then option 9 being a hybrid option, which it would be a combination of any of the above. Option number 1, next slide, please. So option number 1, costs are, I just want to flag really from a high level, these costs are purely estimates based on other services that are being provided. You know, we would ultimately need to confirm these costs through a formal procurement process, so they may vary from what our estimates are being provided, especially with what is going on in the industry today as far as costs for activity and equipment and labor and so on. So again, first one here is the curbside collection in urban areas. So this would be an option that would provide residents to be able to put a bin curbside within those urban areas, those 4 urban areas identified, and we would come curbside collect them on a program. That program is $3.2 million for initial startup year, and a $1.2 million annual ongoing cost is a rough estimate cost. So pretty expensive program. However, it does have the pros of being the most convenient, likely for the public, most accepted by the public. It will, again, meet the target of that 50% diversion. Will come along with some edits and mandatory requirements to change the bylaw to prohibit residents from putting out curbside SSO waste, and also enforcement and other programs alongside that. So again, cons, approval is required for consolidation of the site. Need to find a processor. So once we collect the SSO, we have to do something with it. There's options there that were reviewed as part of those processes before as well. Option number 2, moving to the next slide, is the same as effective program, but looking at a citywide basis. Again, you'll see there the $6.1 million startup, $3 million startup, a $3.2 million annual cost. This would be going far above and beyond what the policy statement is requiring, but would ultimately be a long-term permanent solution for SSO collection for the city of Kawartha Lakes. Again, pros and cons are listed there. Council probably saw them through the report as well. It's definitely the most convenient option. Again, the same kind of benefits there would trigger some updates and requirements to the bylaw and enforcement there as well when residents are not adhering to those requirements, similar to what we did for the Clearbag program. Moving forward to option number 3, backyard composting in urban areas. So in this particular case, we would still do the same amendments to the bylaw, prohibit those 4 urban areas from putting out curbside SSO waste in their regular waste. They would be obligated then to maintain a backyard composter. The cost there, a one-time annual fee of $800,000 would be to supply the residents in those areas with a backyard composter. There'd be no annual costs associated with it other than staff time for administration and management of and potentially enforcement of the bylaw. So again, it's the least expensive option. No approvals are required, but it is going to be likely the least favored from a residential perspective to try to get buy-in for that. It's more work for the residents. So again, there's always the animal vermin concern with backyard composters. And again, need to have some strong enforcement with that program. But that is a viable option. It would meet the targets and requirements of the policy statement, just in a different means. Option number 4, moving forward, is the same program, but on a citywide basis. Again, you see the cost going from $800,000 up to the $1.9 million estimated annual cost to provide backyard composters to all residential properties in the city to proceed with that program. Again, the same pros, same cons, just on a larger scale. Option number 5 is the countertop composting. So this is a relatively new technology. It would entail the city supplying a small countertop compost unit that's electrically powered. Organic waste would go into that unit. They would run the unit and it would convert it into compost on their counter. Then the residents would need to dispose of that material within their property. They could spread it on the gardens or whichever they need to do. So a program such as that would be a $1.5 million initial cost to distribute those countertop composters. But then again, no annual fees beyond that. Comparatively, it's a lower cost, no approvals required. It's more convenient than backyard composting, but still there's some challenges associated with it. It's not truly proven long-term technology. Residents are still going to have to manage their own SSO on their counter. They're going to have to manage the material coming from that composter. Again, amendments to the bylaw would still be able to meet the policy statement requirements, again, through enforcement, through other activities. So it is a viable option to achieve those diversion targets. Next, option 6, same topic, citywide. Again, same pros, same cons. However, we're looking at a $4.2 million initial capital cost to distribute those composters. And again, as far as that being a long-term solution, it's there as well with no annual fees moving forward beyond that, other than the enforcement of the bylaw. Next slide, option 7. This is the drop-off. So the city would look at creating drop-off facilities at various locations to support the drop-off of SSO from those 4 urban centers only. The initial cost for startup would be about $365,000 to get equipment in place, and then to run that facility annually, we're estimating about $300,000. We still then need to find out how and where and why how and where we're going to get rid of the actual materials that are collected through that program. Again, lower initial cost, but it is the most inconvenient for residents to have to actually travel and dispose of, causing long potential lineups at landfills for drop-off. But again, it is a solution that would achieve the policy statement, but it's likely the least supported by residents. Option 8 would be the same thing citywide. Again, same pros, same cons, different costs, about $865,000 startup and an estimated $700,000 annually. Option 9, moving forward to the next slide, would be a hybrid of any one of those. So council could opt to looking at, for instance, doing the countertop composters for those 4 urban areas, you know, backyard composters for the rest of the city, or they could, any blend of those they want related to that. Could do curbside collection for those urban communities and offer up composters to the rest of the city. There's definitely some options and some pros and cons to both. Next slide. It looks at that kind of just overall scale. So it goes through every one of the options and really pulls out the costs. What you'll see there is that additional line, the third line over, annual space savings. So what that does is it takes a look at the estimated annual diversion amounts and the diversion benefits related to the landfill from a cost perspective. So if we look at those tonnages save space in the landfill, and that's that kind of net over net. So when you start to look at the evaluations in the report, you'll see that annual net is the cost of the program, you know, minus the cost savings for a net overall cost. So you'll see the citywide curbside selection actually works out to about a net of minus 400,000. Now it does come with the citywide does have a net of minus 400,000, but it does come with an annual operating cost of 3.2 million. So you'll see those costs are reflected in the report. They're reflected there for interest's sake. So next slide, looking at the just really some important notes. Looking at the backyard composter and the countertop composting. So the residuals from the composters cannot be landfilled. So as I mentioned, the residents are going to have to deal with those materials themselves, spread them in their gardens or whatever they want to do. Increased bylaw enforcement will be needed, but that is across all options to make sure people are adhering to the new requirements of the bylaw. Strict control curbside. So again, Miller would not pick up the bags, similar to what we started doing with the Clear Bag program. If someone's putting out material that contains SSO or waste that contains SSO, we would tag that bag, leave it there, not pick it up, and go through that education program. Strict monitoring is required. If we do start to see some enhanced roadside dumping, plans and precautions and education for the residents looking at animal vermin kind of getting into those SSO products. Again, we need to have 100% participation. Really, the provincial targets are 50% of the SSO within those 4 communities. So you know, ideally we have 100% participation, but we still want to have those programs rolling out effectively across the city. Increase in auditing needs for our diversion program. So again, that's be part of our staff obligations to ensure that we're meeting those audit levels, and then risk of non-compliance and not meeting targets. So there is always a challenge in any one of these alternatives that we need to ensure that we have public participation active in these programs. So that is the very quick run through of the report and presentation. Tried to get through as quick as I could, noting that today is being a day. So if we have any questions, I'd be happy to answer them on this presentation, or if we want to hold off questions, we can get right into the report. Up to you, Mr. Mayor.
Thank you. You'll wait for the report? You want to turn off your button? Go. Okay, the report is next. And the recommendation is that it be received and that the recommendation be brought forward to council for consideration at the next regular council meeting. Before we do that, we'll receive the presentation. I have a motion. Councillor Warren, Councillor Ashmore, all in favor? And that's received. So now we're on to the report. Councillor Richardson.
Thank you, Mayor. Through you, just a couple quick questions. When I'm looking at option 1 as the viable option sitting in front of us, I'm just wondering, you know, Dr. Found gave us a presentation a couple of weeks ago regarding the cell that we need to build to ensure some capacity. And with this $3.2 million investment and this, you know, policy statement that we need to follow, is there any cost savings in that particular project, or would it be pushed out? I'm just kind of curious on timeframes, that's all.
So Through you, Mr. Mayor, to Deputy Mayor, they're tied together, absolutely. So the program that the engineering and the corporate assets division is looking to roll through right now in that EA is looking at long-term permanent solutions for waste disposal. While we're going to, through a diversion program such as SSO, reduce the amount of waste, we're still going to have waste to put in the landfills. So what it'll do is it'll trigger a life extension of the landfills, and then ultimately defer those costs to future years for those expansions. Again, depending which program is selected through this program, or whether we're just going to simply target those 4 communities, whether we're going to target the entire city, it will have a varying impact on that EA and those proposed work. So once we have direction on here, once we start to see the fruits of the work and the labor start to reduce the quantities going to the landfill, then the capital team can start to look at deferral of those expansionary needs.
Thank you, and I think that's one catch that we all have sitting around that table is that long-term financial planning, because it's a policy statement that we need to move towards, but we want to find that balance. Maybe just a couple little simple questions. Are we going to have to change how we do collection? I mean, like right now we do recycle 1 fiber another week. Just because I know Peterborough is moving to that program, and they've built the single source organic composting department, or whatever you want to call it, and they did get some funding through the low carbon economy fund for that. And I'm just wondering, they've changed how they're doing their waste pickup. Like they're now going every other week just because they have to start managing costs differently. I just want to put it out there for discussion purposes, because we need to think that way.
Through you, Mr. Mayor, to the Deputy Mayor, the answer is absolutely. We already know through the producer responsibility aspect of the recycling program, so that's the blue box and recycling programs, those are changing. We know that that's going to transition to the producers. The municipality is going to not be responsible for those programs anymore. We have previously reviewed with council potential options of reducing the number of bags, reducing the cycle of collection of those bags. All those programs are still on the table, viable options to consider moving forward. In order to start this program, we're going to have to go out for a competitive procurement, and those options can be identified within that tendering process for consideration.
Councillor Warren.
Through you, Mr. Mayor, I do have a resolution, if I can put that forward, and then we
Well, this is just to receive
Right.
for the report, so,
that could be part of it.
so when it comes to council, you maybe want to do that?
So this would be a recommendation.
Go ahead. Well,
Yeah.
let's see what it is.
Okay. That curbside collection in the urban areas is recommended as the preferred option, and that dependent on the results of the curbside collection in the urban area, consideration be given to progressively expanding collection to the rural area, and that if curbside selection of SSO is endorsed by council, when the waste bylaw, then the waste bylaw be amended to ban SSO and curbside waste specific to the corresponding area in which SSO is collected. So it's just a recommendation.
Yeah, well, I think we're just premature with that, because what we're getting today is some information. Are you planning to bring a report back with recommendations, or are you looking for recommendations?
That's it.
What would you like?
To you, Mr. Mayor. So the intention of this report is to advise council of the potential alternatives. There is no plan to bring back formal recommendations from staff. These are all viable options, and really the decision is council's as to how they want to try to target the option. So I think it is appropriate if council wishes to target option 1 as the preferred solution, to bring that recommendation forward and direct staff.
Okay, let's see if we get you a seconder. Councillor Joyce. Do you want to speak to it, or
Yes.
Councillor Warren?
Yeah,
or
absolutely. I'll speak to it.
Well,
Oh,
I'll
sorry.
let you as a seconder in a minute. Go ahead.
Yeah, this is, for me, this has been a long go, and this is a step to really reduce waste. If we recycle, we compost, and I think compost is more than 30% if you really got into it. And then the residual going forward in the next so many years we could actually get into incineration with our neighbors. So that's off a bit. But this is a stepping stone to reducing landfills. So I hope you'll support this. I think it's good for the environment. And it's easier for people to adhere to this system because it's easier than having a backyard composter or other ways of composting. It could be, going forward, we could have a hybrid model too. So, but to start off, I think this is a good recommendation to go to council in a couple weeks, and I hope you'll support it. Thank you very much.
Before I get to you, Councillor Joyce, Director, do you want to say something?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. So again, option one that's being presented, just want to make sure everybody's fully aware of what the recommendation is. So that, we went through 9 options there. So the option number one is to look at a curbside collection. So it'd be a program where we hire a contractor to drive curbside only in those 4 communities. So it'd be Lindsay, Bobcaygeon, Fenelon Falls, and Omemee, and do curbside collection in those communities only. So we would rewrite the bylaw to prohibit SSO from being placed curbside within those communities. The remainder of the city would still be able and capable of disposing of their SSO within their curbside program. So just want to make sure everybody's 100% clear on what we're talking about.
Thank you. Councillor Joyce, and then I'll go to Councillor Yeo and Ashmore.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Through you, I think I'm supporting this recommendation. The two things we really have to look at is the provincial mandate of 70% diversion. So how do we get there? And the second thing we have to look at is adoption and compliance by the community. In the ideal world, option number 3 would be the best way to go. But it's back to the adoption and compliance from the community. That's the problem. So research shows that options 1 and 2 are the most readily adopted ways of doing SSO from different communities. What I like about option 1 as well is we start with our 4 larger communities. We can learn from that, fine-tune the approach, and then roll it out to the rest of the city at a later date. And that's why I'm supporting this recommendation.
Thank you. Councillor Yeo.
Thank you, and through you, Mr. Mayor. I guess there's no sense asking if the 4 larger communities will be area rated to pay for it. It's a good idea to get into SSOs. I was hoping for more of a hybrid option, but I know, as Councillor Joyce has said, the buy-in, especially from the rural people, might be hard to get. So are we looking at making any composters available, or would they still be charged for the rural people?
I think it's a good point, and I think that we may want to include an education component in this, and maybe do something about making composters available. Although in the rural areas, we know that they're basically known as raccoon feeders. But, Director, you have any comments?
Absolutely. Through you, Mr. Mayor, to the councillor and to council as a whole. I hear you, Councillor Yeo. That's why we presented option 9. So right now on the table, council's recommending moving forward with option 1, which is again, curbside collection in those 4 communities. If council does want to reach out in the attempt to start diversion Within those rural communities, council could opt to allocate money for a one-time allocation to provide a backyard composter to all of the rest of the communities. But then again, options are you could then ban organics citywide and expect those residents to utilize those backyard composters, or you could leave the bylaw to only prohibit within those 4 communities, and then hope you get the engagement out of the rural communities if you want to. That's why the option 9 is there as a hybrid option to do what council desires within those other areas. If they want to leave it for now and look at future expansion, or if we want to target them now, options are there and as presented.
Yeah, and I theoretically like the hybrid option, but practically I think this is the right way to go. I think having the curbside pickup to see how it affects our landfills and stuff and ease the rural areas into it, because making it mandatory would just, I don't think the buy-in would be there right away. So I think it's something we got to, and I'm not being disrespectful, but something we have to hold people's hands and guide them to it, because there's still a lot of pushback against stuff like this. It's unfortunate, but it's reality. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Ashmore.
Just through you to Director, just 2 quick questions. Just wanted to clarify. So the people in those 4 urban areas, do they still have the option if they don't want to participate in the source separated organics, they could still carry on doing what they're doing, like put it in their clear bag? So that's mandatory, so they have no option?
So through you, Mr. Mayor, to the councillor, the intention would be to rewrite the bylaw within those 4 communities to prohibit source separated organics from being put into their clear bags. So they would be mandated to use this program and divert.
Okay, and as far as contractors, as Miller, could they be approached, or what is there? Are there only certain contractors that do this that you know of?
Sorry, through you, Mr. Mayor, there are many contractors that would do it. Again, we would go through a competitive procurement to explore this. Again, we are under contract with Miller right now. There are things happening with the recycling program that may lead to exploratory opportunities with that group, but we would work with our procurement division and ensure that we have the appropriate contractor on board for 2025.
Councillor Smeet.
Thanks, Mr. Mayor. Through you, I'd just like to support this as well, and for the following reasons. I've had some good chats with Manager Kerr at Landfill and outside of the committee. When you're talking about an ideological cultural shift, it's something people they've asked, why don't we do SSOs like I see in other communities? And I say we're getting there, number 1. Number 2, it's very easy to put something shiny out there and say, look what I did. Look what your council did. A great example, so that we don't get into council issues, would be an MRI machine at a hospital, okay, so that we're not getting specific. And people get very excited. I can see where my money went. So when it's very easy to celebrate. I see what you did for me. I see where my money went. As a council, we need to band together on this issue, I believe, because these are the much more difficult, true council cells, where you get together and say, we are willing to invest in something that you won't see. In fact, it might even frustrate you, but it will be helping divert, which we desperately need. We're in crisis mode now with landfills. So that word gets, we're in crisis mode in a whole host of issues, and this is another one, but it's far harder to sell something not tangible and visual and touchable. And so for that reason, I really think we need to support this as well, so that we're really on board with the fact that this is unnecessary. If it costs money, it costs money, but it's needed. We need to do this. Thanks.
Thank you. Councillor Joyce.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. And through you, just to Councillor Ashmore, to clarify, constituents are not mandated to go through the SSO program per se. They still have the option to do backyard composting. They can buy their own tabletop or countertop composter. The mandate is not putting it in the clear plastic bag for a regular pickup. That's the difference. So they still have lots of options on how they dispose of their SSO. So there's still options there. And just as a quick aside, is before I moved to Kawartha Lakes, I went through this program as a regular resident in another municipality. And people sometimes people don't like to change. You get to your routine, and I got these boxes. I said, "Oh, come on, we have to do this." And it was surprisingly easy. And the other big surprise I had is how much SSO I produced, because my regular garbage that got picked up just went shoo. So, we're talking, I think, diversion of 50% away from landfill. I think it'll be more, just from personal experience. Thank you.
Councillor Warren, you want to sum up?
Sure, through you. I actually had a question first of staff. Would we do an RFP or a procurement? Would we do an RFP? I guess that's the question. And then it can be a bit more creative, kind of like a request for information, but actually, RFP.
So through you, Mr. Mayor, to the councillor, I haven't really decided where we would go with that yet. If we know exactly what we're going to do, how we're going to do it, when we want to do it, then we would likely go for a tender. There is some flexibility here, though, where we may want to go to an RFP and seek some options from providers. Again, what's not really discussed through any of this yet is where is the material going to go after we collect it. So that's a discussion that we have to have at the staff level. Now that we have, assuming that this gets passed by committee of the whole today and approved by council, we'll have some clear direction on where we're going with this program moving forward.
Thank you. And when we did an RFP many years ago, and that's when we got into the blue box, green box, and we put an RFP out, and it was a bit more creative than just a tender. So the industry might have some other ways of dealing with things and more creative approaches. But anyway, this is a really great watershed moment for me personally. It's been one of the reasons I ran for council initially. So I hope you'll support this. I think it's a good day for the municipality and the environment. Thank you very much.
That was sum up. All those in favor? And that's passed. Thank you. We have one more report, and then after that report, we're going to move up the memos from council, because we have some visitors who've been sitting in the visitor gallery all afternoon. So are you. So we're going to do that, and also I think Mr. Kelly will probably appreciate it very much. Joe, do you want to come down here and join us? There's a chair for you. So we'll move right into item 841, which is our procurement policy, and our supervisor, Ms. Lana Macy. Are you doing it, or? Sarah's doing it? Okay, great. Whenever you're ready.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor, and I'm certainly not feeling any pressure for our poor residents that are waiting to get through this part of the agenda. Obviously, with the new council, we've been going through some of the policies of late, and we wanted to highlight this one, the opportunity to walk through both the purchasing policy and the changes that we are recommending. This current policy was last amended in 2020, so it was timely to get it in front of you and capitalize on some of the changes. I'd like to thank all the staff that provided feedback on the policy and the process in the management directive that's resulted in a very collaborative document that we hope will make improvements to how the city does business. The themes for the changes relate to removing duplicity in council reporting and streamline where possible within other divisions, aligning the table of authority with trade agreements, and also aligning with staff that have the responsibility and accountability for the procurement. Finally, to streamline the applicable processes in the MD that would then align with this said policy. So on the goal statement, again, looking to the rationale for wanting to update the policy, there were some legislative compliance matters that had to be tended to, providing council with an awareness of the overview of some of the changes, and provide council opportunity for questions and feedback. On the next slide, I won't go read it word for word, but the definition of procurement is there. And you can see in the middle section a myriad of different acts or legislation that the municipality must comply with. And the city has currently a supervisor sitting to my left. Supervisor Lana Macy is our resident expert, and we have 3 buyers and a junior buyer in this division, with the goal of overseeing the entire city's purchasing processes. And on the next slide, if you will, Deputy Clerk, thank you. The role of council, as stated in the Municipal Act, Section 224, among several other things, is to develop and evaluate the policies and programs of the municipality. So the very first bullet is very important, that the procurement processes must be free from political influence or interference, aka lobbying. So council should not see documents or receive information related to a particular procurement during the ongoing process. And if council is contacted by a vendor, we urge you to if you are contacted by a vendor, that you direct them to the buyer and extricate yourself from the process. Council involvement would be limited in the evaluation process, as there are significant risks that could lead to conflict of interest or cancellation of the process. The biggest one in the early 2000s was the Bellamy report on the computer leasing with the City of Toronto. Huge public scandal, and therefore legislation has gotten a lot stricter than what it used to be. So council involvement should be limited to approving of budgets, giving staff direction, approving this policy, identifying procurement needs, and making final decisions and the award of contracts and the approval when a contract or a project budget has exceeded the budget amount. On to the next slide, Ms. Deputy Chair. We've attempted to gather some of the highlights of the main changes. Also in your report, which is also right up next on the agenda, page 2 of that report, also summarizes some of the major findings, so I won't go through all of them. We wanted to expand definitions for you in relation to buying local, which is part of the Discriminatory Business Practices Act. We wanted to delineate conflict of interest between council and staff. We are adding some language that if a vendor is not utilizing the city's form of agreement, that the department and that vendor have city solicitor review. We are down to the last bullet. Another major change is having operating reports that span control over 5 years. Those would be required to go to council, whereas previously every operating report that encumbered a future year had to come to council. So we're reducing the number of reports that you would see. On the next slide, I'll just quickly go through some of the highlights here. The change to irregular results just has been moved in with financial considerations. As well, we've updated the language as what constitutes an irregular result. Procurement would now also report to council on operating contracts that go over the term of a council. So from the previous council to yours, we will bring you that report versus bringing you what previously was done quarterly, would come to you with a summary report that included all projects within scope or budget, and we have found that to be redundant. Dollar values have been removed from the table of authority, and we now speak to trade agreements within the table of authority within the policy, and the management directive dictates what the levels of appropriate staff supervisory positions would be. Language in the rosters has been updated, as well as increased in value. So directors would have lesser process to undertake in order to secure $121,000 worth from a roster. And we have moved a high-level table of authority to an appendix in the policy, removed it from the body of the policy, as well as the exemption list. And the next slide, Ms. Deputy Clerk, looking for questions from council on either the report, the policy, or the presentation. Next steps would be adoption of this policy on June 20th, and staff would initiate a major training endeavor on this topic.
Thank you. Are there questions, I guess, on the presentation? Or you have one? Go ahead, Deputy Mayor.
Thank you, and through you. I'm just looking for a little bit of clarification on page 5 of the policy change. Can I do that now, or do you want to wait?
It's in the presentation.
Okay, that's what I thought. So it's the single source change means there's more than one source in the open market, but for reasons of function or service, one supplier is being recommended. I just looking for a bit of clarification on that one, just because we're huge geographically. So sometimes you may have a supplier that might cost a little bit more closer, but you're saving time. So in the end game, you're cost neutral. So I'm just looking for just maybe a little bit more explanation on that change.
Thank you. Through you, Mr. Mayor, and sorry, Deputy, could you remind me, are you on page 5 of the presentation or of the actual? Thank you. And you are on the track changes version, page 5. And the change being to 1.36? 135. So in this case, where there may be more than one supplier in the open market, staff may have the rationale for wanting to go with a single source. Those are very strictly adhered to in our processes in the management directive, and a single source must meet the criteria for both the purchasing department and myself as the corporate services director with the applicable department director.
Okay, no, thank you. Like I said, it just kind of flagged for me, just because sometimes I know for when I'm doing, some cost of goods for my business, I sometimes look at different options just because of logistics. Sometimes it may be cheaper farther away, but when it comes to my time to drive there to get it, it works out to be more money when I'm done. That's all. It's just a more of an observation. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Smeaton.
Thanks, Mr. Mayor. Through you, just quickly, under the background, it mentions that each new term of council is responsible for setting policy. So we have council and policy, and then the CAO is responsible for management. And then it says dollar values have been moved from the policy. So dollar values have been moved from council related and placed in the management directive. So I was just wondering what that would have looked like before. Is there an example of what it would have looked like when when it wasn't moved from the policy part? So is that something where the council would have decided normally, and now the CAO does? That's how it read to me, but I wasn't sure. So it's the very first bullet.
Thank you. Through you, Mr. Mayor. To the councillor, yes, previously the policy was a myriad of a policy and a process. So now you'll notice in the clean version of the policy in your yellow folder, at the back we speak to the functionality, the type of procurement, and the level of authority. And then the dollars are pointed over to the process. The one change, or the dollar value, we did not want in the management of authority to put dollar figures in, because when legislation changes or a trade agreement changes, then we have to come back and update the policy continually. So in this case, the trade agreement has given a higher dollar value, and this negates the need for us to have to come back and seek approval.
Makes sense. Thanks.
Councillor Ashmore.
Through you to Director Bukaboom. The first one is local. When we advertise locally, we try to encourage local contractors to submit bids. Do we try and make an effort to get these local contractors to participate and then hopefully get a contract through the city? Not, advantage, giving them an advantage, but just at least getting them on our list. Like, I know there's a list of contractors that you have when we have a contractor, we have a tender that goes out, but are we encouraging local businesses to sign up?
Thank you for the question through you, Mr. Mayor, to the councillor. When a company is perhaps not successful or doesn't meet the criteria of the corporation, we do encourage them to sign up as a qualified vendor and go through that exercise. If somebody were to walk in, there is a process that they could sign up as a qualified bidder. So yes, I would encourage any of your local companies that you might be speaking with or dealing with, that you encourage them to go through that process.
Okay, thanks. And the second thing, I noticed there that there will not be any quarterly reports. That's what right now there are quarterly reports to council, but you're proposing to do away with that?
Thank you through you, Mr. Mayor, to the councillor. Currently, the quarterly reports are somewhat redundant with the capital status reports. They're simply telling you the amount that a tender was, a summation of the tender, the amount, something about the capital project, and all of that is currently already in the capital close status reports that you would see from another branch within this division, the Treasury Department. So if there is no requirement from council, i.e. if there's no, if it's within budget, if it follows the scope of work that was in the original intent of the budget, we feel that there's been duplicity in the reporting to council, which slows down a lot of the work.
Okay, and finally, at one time, councillors were allowed to participate in the bid openings, and that was stopped in 2020. What was the reason for that when, I know they went electronic, but they used to be able to, councillors were allowed to, or the mayor would allow certain councillors, or, well, we all took a chance, took a turn to open bids and be present. Why was that discontinued? I know it was before your time, but do you think that would ever be something that would be brought back again to bring more transparency and oversight to the whole process?
Thank you. Through you, Mr. Mayor. COVID in 2020 changed that practice, so we don't actually open bids in person anymore. It's all done electronically. But we also, to the reasons I spoke of during the presentation, are trying to detract council from being involved in the evaluation. It could put you in a conflict of interest scenario.
Thank you.
Councillor Joyce.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor, through you, and thank you, Director. Section 1.38, the Sustainable Procurement Policy, zeroed in on that. So we don't actually see the Sustainable Procurement Policy here. So in a scenario, say we're bidding on lighting for a building, but the supplier is the high cost for lighting versus low cost, but the high cost, initial cost, will show that over a 10-15 year period, we're actually saving a lot more money. How does that work in your procurement policy?
Thank you to the councillor. Through you, Mr. Mayor. That is exactly the business case and the analysis that we would undertake. There is a separate sustainable policy, sustainable procurement policy, to help address the strategic priorities of the previous council, the one you're still adhering to for the remainder of this year. And yes, those are some of the considerations that we would make in a determination whether it's a better buy for the municipality, if it's more environmentally friendly, and we're trying to balance those decisions as we bring forward procurement.
So in the balance, we would buy the higher cost, knowing that we're saving more money in the long run.
Potentially, yes. On a case-by-case situation, sorry, through you, Mr. Mayor, on a case-by-case, we would look at a business case. Obviously, we want to look at the longer term and the reduction of money and not just the outlay in a current year.
And just to clear, I'm in favor of buying the higher capital cost first, if it's saving money in the long run. I got to look at the whole picture is really where I'm going with this. Thank you.
CAO.
Through you, Mr. Mayor, and just for further clarification, it more guides how procurement will then occur. So it essentially says, if you're looking for lighting, look for environmentally friendly product in your tender documents and so on. So it's informing the documents that then get bid on. So yes, there is still a screening sort of going through, but that policy is freestanding for that reason. It's really intended to inform other city processes overall.
Councillor Perry.
Just very briefly, 2 quick questions. One was, I think in your remarks, Director, you'd mentioned that the council reporting had been duplicitous. Did you mean there was duplication, not duplicity? Just because those are really loaded other words, and perhaps there's something we all should know.
Thank you, Councillor. Mr. Mayor, yes, sorry, redundancy, removing duplicity, because we were reporting on several different fronts with the same intent and outcome.
Right, I just want to give you the opportunity to clarify for the record.
Thank you.
And second, with regard to Councillor Ashmore's point, when council was previously involved at the front end several years ago in terms of maybe some accountability or some transparency, was there more of a risk of a conflict of interest then that we're being guarded against now, ostensibly?
The Bellamy Report of 2005, resulting from the City of Toronto inquiry on the leasing, dictated some parameters that all municipalities are to adhere to. So this might be one lagging one that we are addressing now. And in order to protect you as council, to remove you to any extent possible from a conflict of interest. So in 2020, the opportunity COVID presented, and we're doing them all online, remove the need for any in-person evaluations on your behalf.
Thank you for that.
So we need a motion to receive the presentation. Councillor McDonald, seconder. Councillor Smeaton, all in favor? And that's done. And we need a motion that the procurement policy attached as Appendix A to Report Corp 2023-016 be adopted and numbered for inclusion in the city's policy manual, replacing all predecessor versions, and that this recommendation be brought forward to council for consideration at the June 20th, 2023 regular council meeting. And obviously that it be received. Deputy Mayor Richardson, seconder. Councillor McDonald, all in favor? Have we lost Councillor Yule?
Yep.
Oh, okay. All right, moving on. Let's do 912 first, so Mr. Kelly can leave us. And that is a request for pedestrian crosswalk in Downeyville. Supervisor Kelly, would you like to give us Cole's Notes version on this?
Thank you. Through you, Mr. Mayor, to the council and the mayor. So by way of a council resolution, through the memo, staff was tasked to consider a pedestrian crossing within the village of Downeyville. So that involves a traffic study, which we gather information such as gaps in traffic, what is a safe gap in traffic to allow a student to cross, the volumes themselves, and observing driver behavior and pedestrian behavior at the crossing. So, sorry? Good? So through, to make it quick, I'll be happy to answer any specific questions. I did find that the driver behavior was suspect. There was speeding. There was not much regard to the few pedestrians that were using the road to cross to get to the public school, not the public school, the Catholic school, St. Luke's. There could be a number of contributing factors, such as the crest. The crossing is at the height of a crest, but also it's just overall driver behavior. So I would recommend a series of traffic calming measures, such as line painting, that would help psychologically change driver behavior. It would give the illusion of narrowing laneways. Accompanied with that, I would also recommend a actual crossing with pedestrian actuated flashing beacons. This would, under the Highway Traffic Act, grant the right-of-way to pedestrians that have pushed the button. It is warranted based on the fact that it's a pedestrian desire line. Right now, there's not a lot of pedestrians that use it, but the ones that do, there's a high potential for conflict. Yeah, that's the recommendations. Option 3 listed in the report, sorry.
Thank you. Questions, comments? Councillor Ashmore?
Thank you. Thank you to Mr. Kelly there for all his work involved with this, and people were really wanting to have this, some sort of traffic calming or method and safety for this village of Downeyville. And as people know, Sturgeon Road sails right through there, and there's no protection for anybody trying to cross the highway. Just a quick question: would the pedestrian crossing light, would it be an overhead light, or would it be it would just be like a push-on-demand light?
Thank you, through you, Mr. Mayor, to Councillor Ashmore. So the minimum required type of crossing, based on the traffic volumes and the lane configuration, is just a pedestrian sign with the flashing lights on top of it. However, it would be appropriate to maybe do something a bit more restrictive, such as an overhead mast showing there's a crossing there, based on it being on the top of a crest. So yeah, that's part of the recommendation would be figured out later through more study, because it's preliminary. It takes some time to design the crossing, but at a minimum, it would be the flashing beacons on top of just a regular pedestrian sign. Thanks.
Can you use your microphone?
You explain the dragon teeth, how they work. They sort of give the illusion, or that's not an optical illusion, but it's an illusion, but it's an eye catcher that it calms traffic, or how do they work, please?
Yes, thank you, through you, Mr. Mayor, to Councillor Ashmore. So dragon's teeth are one of many options in the general toolbox that we can consider for traffic calming. What it is line markings. It's considered painting. It's a series of solid, large triangles along each edge of the laneway, pointed inwards. So studies show that the drivers, as you know, they drive what they're comfortable driving. Telling them to go slower won't always work. So the least constrictive application for traffic calming we could start with is making them think that the laneways are more narrow than they actually are, and just slowing them down that way. Thank you.
Councillor, do you want to move the recommendation as printed?
Yes, I would, please.
Okay, let's see if we can get you a seconder. Councillor Perry, did you want to speak to it?
I think it was well explained there by engineering, by Mr. Kelly, and I would appreciate your support, and certainly the folks in Downeyville would appreciate that. They've been asking for this for many, many years. Thanks.
Okay. Councillor Perry, do you want to speak to it? No? Councillor Joyce?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor, through you, and I really respect staff recommendations. What I don't understand is at the very bottom here, your estimated cost range of $10,000 to $50,000. That is a really wide range. Can you elaborate there?
Thank you, Councillor Joyce, through you, Mr. Mayor. I knew that was coming. So the reason for the large discrepancy there is that we're such at a preliminary stage. I'm only recommending what we need based on best practices and Ontario Traffic Manual requirements. For the cost estimate, we're just not there yet, depending on if we need more infrastructure like underground conduit, how we're going to power the beacons, if there's solar options. So we probably would have to construct some kind of platform, not a full sidewalk, but somewhere for there to stand at the crossing. So these things, I don't have a handle of what we completely need at the moment, so it's a range at this time.
Okay, thank you.
Do you want to sum up, or have you done so?
I'm fine, thanks.
Okay. All in favor, as printed? And that's passed. Okay, we'll move to memos now. Item 10.1, memorandum regarding Community Safety Zone, Provincial Highway 7A. Deputy Mayor Richardson.
Thank you, and through you. This memo is pretty self-explanatory, so if I can just get a seconder, I'll jump right into it.
Councillor Perry.
Thank you. Okay, so quickly, I just want to go through this. I'm looking to establish a community safety zone in the vicinity of, on the provincial highway, which is an MTO highway, 35. Actually, it should be, yeah, 7A. So it's the Rolling Hills School, it is the Granby Public School, it's the Mambers Community Center, and of course our Mambers Depot there. MTO won't support a reduction in speed, but they will support a community safety zone. With the help of Supervisor Kelly, he's helped me with the background work on this one. And I've also already garnered a letter of support from Laurie Scott's office. So I just feel that at this time we need to move. It's been a huge bone of contention with the community because we also have a very busy daycare there. So I'm just looking for support to move this memorandum as written.
Thank you. Councillor Perry.
Just briefly, Mayor, this is clearly a well put together memorandum, no doubt, from the Deputy Mayor. I just want to make sure that we all are reminded that community safety zones are very specific zones and very more rare. They aren't simply, areas residentially where people would like the speed to be less. So as the Deputy Mayor has noticed, there's a childcare there is a public school, they meet the specific criteria in the Transportation Act, and I know that Deputy Mayor has also consulted the MTO, so I'm pleased to second this motion.
Councillor Smeaton.
Through you, Mr. Mayor, I was just going to go one step further. Exactly why I had my button pressed was just the fear of the community safety zone becoming a hot thing, a fun thing to do because you've got 5 buildings in the neighborhood all together. I taught at Rolling Hills for a year, and when I saw this, I thought to myself, this is really great because that is a very, very dangerous spot, as we all know, anybody who frequents it, even just the driving alone. And there's been casualties, 2 that I know of in the last 10 years that were. So this one, when I saw it, was just, again, it was very similar to Councillor Perry, that this is a very, very specific, rare thing that would have been extremely well thought through and looks great. So,
thank you. Did you want to sum up, or you have?
I'm happy. Let's go.
Okay. All in favor, as printed, and that passes. Next one is memorandum regarding requirement for the Orange Corner Stressel Bridge area, parking requirement. Deputy Mayor.
This is me again. I have a lot to say on this one, so I'm just looking for a seconder so I can move forward.
Councillor McDonald.
All right, thank you. I'm bringing this one to council. This area has surged since the pandemic. It's not our trail, but we do see economic benefits from it. but we need to start managing it better. So I'm looking to have staff, reach out, make those connections with the federal government, with our local trail advisors in this area. We can't just leave it the way it is any longer. It has exasperated to some of our local residents. They can't get into the farmlands. We have coach buses coming in from the city that park and are creating some obstructions out there. So I really feel like we need to build the partnership. We can't leave this any longer. We need to move forward with staff to try to find some solutions, because we have parking signs out there, but people are ignoring them. So we need to do more. And in a nutshell, we can't undo the popularity of this location. But we need to take advantage and provide better parking, better signage, and it's just a partnership that we need to actually move forward. So I'm looking for support on this one.
Thank you. Councillor McDonald.
Yes, through you, yes. Obviously, this is a very popular area. It's causing a lot of parking issues, and we need to get the vehicles off the road. That's how simple it is, so I support that.
Thank you. CAO, did you have anything you wanted to say on this? Okay. Councillor Ashmore.
Thank you. Yeah, it's almost like the Dorset Tower, where you had so many people, tour buses coming there, and you can't even park. They had to do something. But the Trans-Canada Trails, they should pony up as well and kind of help us out, because they seem to have a knack of getting funds, so maybe we should ask them as well to help, because I'm sure they will. It's their trail. But I mean, it's everybody's trail. Everybody uses it. But it's a great facility, but I think we need some help also from the federal government, or from the Trans-Canada Trail.
Thank you. Anybody else? Nope. Okay. You want to sum up?
Yeah, just quickly, I have noted that in my memo here is that we need to build that relationship with the stewards of the Kawartha Trans-Canadian Trail and the Trans-Canadian Trail, because we need to start working together to find some solutions. It's not going away. We just need to manage it properly. So I'm looking for support.
Thank you. So motion is moved as printed. All in favor? And that's passed. Next one is a memorandum regarding a limited service agreement for Gillis Street, Fenelon Falls. Councillor Perry.
Thank you very much, Mayor. And just in the interest of time, I know leading residents of Gillis Street have been here for a while, Jean and Jerry Munson, and there's a history to Gillis Street, shall we say, but in the interest of time, we are probably able to close the book today, in that Gillis Street exists as about maybe 250 meters, 300 meters of a right-of-way, off of which residents have access to their property. They've received limited services for about 60 years now. When the policy came that limited service agreements should come into place back in 2021, Council then granted that an LSA be put in place for Gillis Street, provided that the residents could find, of course, the owners, because you have to have owners to enter into an agreement with for limited services. There are 3 owners on this strip of right-of-way that is Gillis Street. 2 have been found and are fine. The 3rd one, unfortunately, has passed away, is deceased. And so getting that person's consent, obviously, of their estate cannot be found either by the local residents or by the city solicitor. I had a conversation with the city solicitor a month or so ago, and she has said under these rare circumstances, she will waive that requirement, provided all of the residents, I think there are 12 or 13 residents along Gillis Street, all of them sign an LSA. So this resolution is moving forward from the previous council's resolution. The previous council also continued to provide limited services during this period for the residents to find the owners on that strip, on their right-of-way. And so I have expression of interest from the residents, and from Mr. Munson as Gillis Street leader, that the residents are interested in signing And so I'd like to pass this so that we can proceed and put this issue to rest and move on. Thank you. I'll entertain any questions, and I believe I have a seconder.
We need a seconder. Councilor. Anybody else? Deputy Mayor?
Just for clarification, I mean, we sat through the last term of council, and this was a very contentious, looking for a resolution. I think at this time, we have something in front of us that will clear it up. So good on Councillor Perry for working on this.
Director, did you wish to say anything? No? Okay. Did you want to sum up, or that's it? Okay. All in favor? Last memo of the day is regarding the Dunsford Nature Trail in the active transportation plan. And who's going to speak to this? Councillor Ashmore or Councillor Warren?
Yeah. So this trail is it's a nice little trail between Heights Road and Dunsford. It's a nature trail. It's quite a great place to for people of all ages that they use, and it's kind of fallen into a bit of a state of disrepair. However, it's at the point where it could be saved, and that we're going to save it. But I think it should be under this active transportation plan. Things like signage and the actual base itself needs some work. If it's done sooner than later, it'll save this trail, but we don't want to see this trail go further into a state of disrepair. But I wanted to thank Councillor Warren for supporting this as well, and she certainly has more information on this and maybe a bit more background.
Thank you. Councillor Warren?
Through you, Mr. Mayor. Yes, many years ago in Verlem Township, Andy Luff's going to laugh because I mentioned Verlem Township.
I'm going to phone him tonight and tell.
Anyway, so it was a trail, and it was managed by the township and Kawartha Conservation, and then I guess after amalgamation, it kind of fell off the radar. It's something. It's the motion is just to send it to the active transportation task force, or to just consider adding that. So it's nothing's in stone. It's a consideration. So I hope that can be supported.
Thank you. CAO, did you want to comment on the proposal?
Sure, through you, Mr. Mayor. Maybe more clarification sort of on the motion itself. The intent, I believe, is to have it considered as an active trail or a trail in our system. The active transportation master plan is not a trail-focused plan. It looks at roadways and how other modes of transportation are going to take place. It is already a recognized trail in our maps and plans, and we do maintain it. So it was more a request for clarity in what's intended, because part of the approach to the maintenance as well is that it's a nature trail by name. And so we are really doing, I'll say, minimal sort of maintenance to balance sort of that objective. So again, I just would be requesting sort of what is the intent. I'm not sure that the best action is a referral to the ATMP process. I just don't know what that would gain.
Through you, if I may, there are trails that are part of the active transportation plan that are not paved or whatever. There are a couple that are being proposed around Bobcaygeon. So maybe you're correct in that's not the right avenue, but it has been brought up at the active transportation task force a couple times. So, I mean, we're having a meeting, I guess, in a couple weeks for the final active transportation master plan. So I'm not sure actually the route either. It would be great if it could get a little bit more extra care, I guess.
Councillor Smeaton.
I was, sorry, okay. Through you, Mr. Mayor, I was just hoping to encourage receiving and take the next few weeks to get out. I haven't had a chance to see this trail myself yet. So I'm certainly happy to support the concept of it being received today and have a conversation at council. I just haven't had an opportunity yet, to be honest, and I'd like to have that opportunity to see. And now with the CAO's thoughts in my head, it'll be an even more obvious trip as to, options and all those different things.
Deputy Mayor.
Thank you, and through you, that's kind of where I was going to. Just when I read it, I was just like, I was under the assumption that the active transportation was intended to review our city roads. And so I was just wondering if it actually should fall under that prescribed direction. And it is naturalized trail. So, I mean, I think the city will only do certain work. So I too would like to have more of a fulsome look at it, just so we can support it in the right way. That's all.
Yeah, I had a conversation with Director Shanks in which he told me that it is prone to flooding, and last year they took out 26 beavers, and it doesn't dry out until August, so it's very difficult for them to do maintenance on it earlier in the year, and it doesn't really become good for walking or other things until later in the year, but people do use it. So, in any event, did you want to sum up, Councillor Ashmore?
Yeah, thank you. The signage is basically almost done. It's faded on both sides. It's basically non-existent, so people don't even know what's there because the signage has never been maintained. It was with Verulam Township, and to a certain degree at the first 10 years of amalgamation, but it's kind of slipped off the radar for looking after the signage and other things too. I mean, just because there's beavers there, they're all over the place, but I mean, it does dry up, and you need to maintain that road base. If it was maintained in the first place, we wouldn't have that problem, but it needs maintenance right now. So that would be a first step, just to maintain the place. I don't think it would cost that much money, and get some better signage if we could. That's the first start, and then we'll talk about it at the meetings. Okay. Hey, Dunsford, they use it for, the school uses it for Terry Fox Run. Like I said, people of all ages use that trail, and it's really important to that area. So, and people from Bobcaygeon, people from Lindsay come out to that section. So it's a lot of that section of the old CPR line it's non-existent. That's the only section that's virtually left between Lindsay and Bobcaygeon that you can walk. So it's kind of unique in its way. So it really needs to be preserved. So maintain first, and then kind of spruced up, not just spruced up, but get those signs repaired and try and do some sort of basic maintenance if we could, and consider it in the active transportation plan, because I think it's more than just public roads. It's trails or roads themselves. They're footpaths that people walk on. So that's sort of where we're at this. So appreciate your support.
Councillor Warren, that was sum up. All in favor? Let's see them up. As printed. That passes. Let's take 10 minutes and come back and knock off the reports. One more minute. Okay, everybody's back. We're going to do item 911, the terms of reference for the Cultural Center. Donna Goodwin has another meeting at 5:30, so we're going to move that one up. Donna, are you on the line?
I am. Hi.
Did you want to do Reader's Digest version of this for us?
Sure. Through you, Mayor, to you and Council. The report before you is to initiate the development and execution of a task force to shepherd, if you will, support and facilitate the study before you for Phase 2 Cultural Center. So the terms of reference attached outline the objectives of the task force, which would be to share the results of Phase 1 feasibility study findings, to help inform and facilitate further exploration with the site, the selection and the feasibility, to start to inform the discussion around operating, resourcing, and also capital cost estimates. And then it also gets involved into fundraising and financing, and ultimately to provide recommendations for the preferred operating model and site location for a cultural center within the city of Kawartha Lakes. It's sort of comprised of 7 members, 2 councillors that have full voting and full oversight, as well as 5 from a combination of subject matter expertise like fundraising, development or capital investment, creative economy, and then also community members at large, because of course this is a very citywide focused infrastructure project. And that's about it.
Thank you. Councillor Warren, you got a question?
No, I have a resolution. Yeah, I'd move the terms of reference, but I'd like to make a recommendation that the terms of reference include 3 members from the cultural community, and I'll speak to it if I get a seconder.
Councillor Smeet.
So I just think it would be more representative if you had 3 people from the cultural community, so it can be picked across the city. I think it would be very difficult to pick one person from the cultural community, and it is a cultural plan. And so that's why I'm bringing the amendment forward.
Thank you. Did you have any comments?
Yeah, she doesn't know.
Donna, did you have any comments on the proposal to bring 3 people from the cultural center? Add 3 more people from the cultural center.
Not 3 more, just 2 more. So
Right.
it's 3.
Yeah, through you, Mr. Mayor, to Councillor Warren. Sure, no problem. The philosophy behind the 7 is more around sort of the administration from a quorum perspective, from an application perspective, from things like that. But certainly representation is an integral part of this study, has been right from the very beginning. So if the motion on the floor is to add 2 additional creative economy cultural representatives, then great.
CAO, did you?
Do you, maybe just clarification, but I think it was made, so is the proposal to add 2 more cultural to the 1, and then it would be a total of 9 members?
Yes.
on the committee is the amendment.
Yes.
That makes sense. Okay, thank you.
Deputy Mayor? Sorry, did you want to speak to it,
A seconder?
Counselor?
Okay, thanks. I'm jumping in here. So thanks, Donna, for giving us a quick overview. And I know that Councillor Warren did have a conversation with me, and she's looking for that stronger stakeholder engagement with the cultural sector. I think a lot of folks don't recognize how big this project can possibly be when you're looking at, you know, a capital and encompassing an inclusion of entire city of Kawartha Lakes. So maybe just give us a quick, you know, 2-minute overview if you could, just so people understand where we're going.
Sure, yes. Through you, Mr. Mayor, to the Deputy Mayor and Council. The study that was undertaken starting in 2019, from the research and the collaboration with other departments, with previous environmental scan of other types of infrastructure projects, this cultural center is, the word transformational infrastructure is being used to describe this caliber and this scope of a project such as this. From what we've been able to gather or glean, this is kind of the largest, most sort of extensive, sort of the most sort of scaffold when it comes to financing. It's sort of the largest project that the city of Kawartha Lakes as an amalgamated municipality has done in the last 20 years. Certainly we had the Fenelon Falls Community Center, which was a fantastic, and we've done other infrastructure projects like core hard infrastructure, but from a community perspective, this cultural center is truly transformational. And it's the sort of intention from the cultural sector, from the Arts Council and from the former Arts, Culture and Heritage Network, from city staff, from previous council to date. It was all that not only is the center to be a sort of a response to what's maybe missing in the community now when it comes to cultural support, things like, you know, black box theater, performance of production, actually of professional performance, be it whether it's through art, whether it's through spoken word, whether it's through pottery, craft-based work. It can be a maker space, it can be a meeting space. It's really hard to host a meeting of anything sort of in around 100 people in the city. It really ticks off a lot of boxes for existing sort of gaps, but also current growth that we're experiencing now, and also future growth, what they're kind of anticipating that the municipality will look like by 2035. So it's such a grand scale, and it's a really exciting project that can be so inclusive of sort of what we have now, what we're starting to experience, and also what we're sort of hoping to achieve within the next sort of 10 years. So it's quite exciting. And the start of this with the lead with the task force and setting that up, and sort of getting in, sort of rolling up our sleeves with phase 2, I think it's going to be a really fantastic experience.
No, Councillor Smeaton.
Thanks, Mr. Mayor. Through you, I guess it was meant to be that I speak next, because something Donna said is the thing I was most excited about. I'd like to thank the CAO and Donna for a really great meeting, original meeting that we had. And the whole point was maybe this, maybe that, she just said. And that's I think, the exciting piece of phase 2, is that we don't know. That's why bullet 5, you know, recommendations for the preferred operating model. Maybe it'll be this, maybe it'll be that. There's lots of options, growing community, lots of differences. So it's a, you know, that's why when Councillor Warren suggested the motion of 2 more people, the conversations we had, and I know she had it with Deputy Mayor Richardson as well, and maybe others, was just to guarantee some geographical representation, to guarantee some philosophical representation of the maybes, so that people in the community are guaranteed that we don't have some preset notion of this or that. We're still in a very exploratory phase. phase. Probably the most exciting part of it is the exploratory piece. So that's all I would add. The only other thing was just that I did have some questions about the reporting date, and just a reminder that, or maybe I should ask clarification, that the December 31st, 2024 is the latest. It may in fact, similar to another agenda item earlier from Deputy Mayor Richardson, it may in fact be sooner. So just to clarify, some people asked me, would that be true with you, Donna, Manager Goodwin? Does that sound right to you? It may.
Through you, Mayor, to the councillor, the December the 31st, 2024 date was extended because of our application, hopefully approved application to Federation of Canadian Municipalities Green Municipal Infrastructure Fund, because it would add an extension to the project to include the net zero modeling and the exploration of that sort of green infrastructure for the capital phase. So the expectation is that the core 100,000 supported through council would be much earlier than that, but we want to make sure that the task force is there to shepherd through the whole exploration phase that we're entering. So we sort of estimated out to sort of include that if we're successful.
Thanks for that.
Thank you. Councillor Ashmore.
Yeah, thank you. Just a question I'm not sure you can answer, but I mean, I remember we were talking about this. I don't recall councillors being canvassed to go on that committee. Maybe I missed something or wasn't kept in the loop, but I mean, I'm fine with who we're choosing here, but we started this a few years ago talking about a hub and spoke system. I even went to Lakeview Arts Barn as an example and met with them, and they wanted to participate, but I didn't know that this had all been done. Like I just a question, that's all. I'm fine, but I just think there should have been maybe, I don't need any more work, but I mean, any more committees or task force, but I didn't know that, or didn't hear being canvassed for it. So.
The rationale for doing it was Deputy Mayor Richardson was on the previous task force, so we wanted continuity, and Councillor Smeaton brought it forward this time to reinstate the task force or the committee, and felt it was just justified because he brought it forward. He had an obvious interest, and so we chose him because of that reason. So no, my intention is normally to canvass council for interest, but in this case, I thought it worked out well just to pick two people. Councillor McDonald.
Through you, Mr. Mayor, thank you. I think they're a great choice, and I'm not on it. Perfect.
We were going to make you chair. Okay. It's your motion, Councillor Warren. Do you want to sum up? That's fine. All in favor with the amendment that the two people be added to the committee? And that passes. Thank you, Donna. I hope you make your meeting.
Thank you.
Bye.
Thank you.
All right, back to the agenda where we were, which is item 9.1, Kawartha Lakes and the Coalition of Inclusive Municipalities. It's Christine. Ms. Briggs.
Hello, good afternoon. Thank you, Mr. Mayor, and through you to council. My hope today is to give you a very brief overview of the Coalition of Inclusive Municipalities, the work of the Internal Inclusion, Diversity, Equity, and Accessibility IDEA work group, and the steps that will help the city to move forward in its pursuit of equitable and inclusive programming. So in 2004, the Canadian Commission for the United Nations educational, scientific, and cultural organization, you'll know them as UNESCO, called upon municipalities to join a coalition of inclusive municipalities. They recognize the key role that local governments play as policymakers and guarantors of human rights, and so they've partnered with coalition members to promote inclusion, diversity, and equity within their communities and improve policies pertaining to racism, discrimination, exclusion, and intolerance. So in 2021, an internal staff working group was formed to build a framework for the city's corporate inclusion, diversity, equity, and accessibility program. The group sought to establish an outline for training priorities and policy updates, to better reflect the needs of the city's diverse workforce and ever-changing community. Part of the education that we rolled out, part of the training, was coordinating the truth and reconciliation education for staff in response to the 57th call to action. And I know Emily is going to provide you with an update on First Nations reconciliation initiatives later this afternoon. So I'm going to move past that. There are a number of benefits associated with joining the coalition, including but not limited to having access to a network of over 100 Canadian municipalities to help identify tools and best practices and resources for combating discrimination. So joining the coalition will build on the foundational work that's been completed by the internal work group and also provide the supports required to develop a formal plan of action moving forward. Now, in order to join the coalition of inclusive municipalities, we must garner support from council. This support must be documented in the form of a declaration signed by the mayor, and that's outlined in Appendix A of this report. You'll notice that a big part of that is engaging community partners. The expectation is that the municipality will cooperate with other organizations, jurisdictions, including, other levels of government, Indigenous peoples, public and private sector organizations, all of whom have responsibilities in the area of human rights. So as we shift from our internal reviews and programming to external programming and service provision, these consultations will be essential in drafting our plan of action. So all that to say then, the recommendations in the report are that be received today, that the mayor be authorized to sign the declaration to join the coalition of inclusive municipalities, and that this recommendation be brought forward to council for consideration at the next regular council meeting.
Thank you. Any questions? Seeing none, can I have a mover and a seconder? Councillor Warren, Councillor Smeaton. Last chance, questions, comments? Seeing none, all in favor? And that's passed. Thank you. Item 9.2 is release of Fenelon Falls chest funds. Did you want to talk to it, Councillor Perry, or you just want to move it?
If I could just briefly, I'll move it with one amendment that the rate be set at $5,000, not $6,000. It's a finite fund, and maximum contributions from this have been in the $5,000 range. So as a first-time applicant, I would recommend that be the amount provided.
Is there a seconder? Councillor Warren. Discussion? All in favor? So that'll go forward as 5,000 and not 6,000. Thank you. Item 9.3, off-leash dog park update. Do we have Jen Johnson on the line? We have CAO Ron Taylor.
Through you, Mr. Mayor, and thank you. And the director had to step out and apologizes. Essentially, there's an information report. It's one of two that I'll give you a very quick summary. This first one is off-leash dog park update. So it was a request from the Parks Advisory Committee through the previous term of council to look at options and sort of what is our program, what is our approach. So the intent of this report is just as I described. It's for information only at this point, not seeking any direction at this point. And it was reported to the advisory committee, and they're aware of the recommendations, or at least the information.
Thank you.
Move as printed.
Seconder? Councillor Smeaton. All in favor? And that's passed. Next item is winter use of municipal parks update.
Through you, Mr. Mayor, thank you. Same update for information only. It was a resolution during the previous term of council through that committee to look at. It was in response to some inquiries from the public in terms of how parks could potentially be expanded for winter use. This report is essentially an update to you to just outline sort of what's our experience, what's been happening, and we're not asking for any sort of direction or making any recommendations at this point. And again, the current Advisory Parks Committee is aware of the contents of this report.
Move as printed.
Seconder? Councillor Warren. All in favor? And that's passed. So now we move into the Emily Turner Show. Sorry to keep you so long, but needs must. So item 9.5 is Heritage Designation 242 Kent Street West, Town of Lindsay, Central Senior Public School. What is the quick and efficient way of talking about this, Emily?
Thanks, Mr. Mayor. Okay, so this is the first of a few school designations. This and the next several properties are all owned by Trillium Lakelands District School Board. And the school board does know that these are coming forward today. And I have been speaking to them about this, and we're having some continued meetings about the implications of this on their asset management. So they do know that these are coming forward. So the first one, 242 Kent Street West, this is Central Senior. And these are all Bill 23 designations. It is currently listed on the Heritage Register, and it is around 1910 school with some substantial value with regards to its architecture and also its architect, James Ellis, who is a fairly prominent school designer in early 20th century Ontario.
Thank you. Councillor Smeaton.
Through you, Mr. Mayor, I had a question for Ms. Turner. So of all the schools, and I actually taught in two of them, I had a question for you, Emily.
In 1910?
Well, it felt like it when you were in them, because it does feel like it. I get the whole reason why they're being heritage for sure, and they look beautiful. I do have a question for you, Emily. Are there any concerns with 3 out of the 4? I have no issue with Central Senior. I do as a Ward 5 councillor, possibly. As we're talking cultural center, that's one thing that's ruminating in my head. It was one thing that we might be looking at buildings and real estate that school boards sell and so on, and that building has been one over the years that's been just thrown around, certainly nothing official. And number 2, just in the general name of development, it's a really great spot with a city-owned yard next door, a buried pool. The city takes care of everything in between LCVI and Central Senior, for those that don't know that, if they don't live in Lindsay. So we already have city property attached to Central Senior. And I just wondered, is there any piece of this designation that could affect, that would make it have to have the facade, for example, that sort of thing? I'm assuming yes, and I would have reservations in the name of future ideas for that site that I would just be bringing to council. I'd be happy to receive it now, and just know that in the next couple of weeks, those are questions I have. So maybe you have some answers now.
Yeah, for sure. I can go through that process with you. So if the property was designated, and we did want to, well, I'll talk about the cultural center first. So buildings of this type are actually quite ideal for cultural centers because of the space that they provide. Certainly, if we did want to go that route, there would be probably you'd want to put an addition on for more specialized space. But I would work through this with Donna Goodwin, who is spearheading that project, so that whatever space was required for a cultural center, if it was on this site, integrated the existing building into the overall design. This is something that's been done successfully in other municipalities, and it's a fairly streamlined process here. So yes, we would, the preference would be to keep the existing structure for any proposed development. However, we would work through that process when it came. If there was some other kind of proposed development on the property, and council did think it appropriate that the building be removed, that would be council's discretion. So one thing that's important to remember about heritage designations is that at the end of the day, in the future, whether that's 5 years from now, 20 years from now, council does have the final say. So if that at that time council deemed it appropriate for the designation to be removed and the building demolished, so that some other development could go in that place, that is completely up to council to do that.
That's great. Thank you very much.
Councillor McDonald.
Yes, through you, Mr. Thank you. That I had that question myself, because usually when there's a heritage proposal, then you aren't allowed to take the building down. So thanks for clearing that up for me, because it's always been, once it's designated heritage, to get it non-designated is quite a process. So you're telling me now that the process is not that hard to remove a heritage building?
We have a process for removing a heritage designation through our heritage applications policy. So it's outlined in accordance with the provisions of the Ontario Heritage Act. There is a process you have to go through, but what happens kind of in a nutshell is the proponent would come forward with a proposal for what they wanted to do with the site. It would be received by council, as well as a request to remove a designation or potentially to demolish that. And then council could make the choice at that time. So council is the final decision maker on these. Whoever the proponent is, whether that was the city itself, if we say purchased one of these buildings and wanted to turn them into a cultural center, or if it was a private proponent, council would receive it at the time that that it was put in, and would make a decision based on the merits of the proposal at the time.
One more question to clarify is that I know that the Grand Experience Hotel was deheritized, and it cost them thousands and thousands of dollars to do it. I just don't want to be in a position that all these schools that are going to be designated heritage, that if one day we decide that school is not needed for kids or whatever like that, we aren't going to be stuck with a big bill. The other question is that if all these schools stay open, and hopefully they do, the cost to maintain it, is that the school board pays for that, or is that taxpayers to maintain all these public schools?
School board.
The school board? Okay. All right. Thank you.
Just with regard to did you want some clarification on the issue with the Grand? I can, if you do, I can do that. If not,
that's good.
We're good. All right.
We're good. We need a mover and seconder as printed on the Central Senior Public School. Deputy Mayor Richardson, seconder. Councillor McDonald. All in favor? And that passes. Now we're on to 65 Sussex Street North, Town of Lindsay, Alexandria Public School.
All right, so same idea as the last one. Once again, a TLDSB property, and if this is a Bill 23 designation, the school is currently listed on the Heritage Register. It was built actually in conjunction with Central Senior by the same architect at the same time. They are distinct architecturally, but both have a substantial architectural value with regard to the history of schooling in Lindsay.
Thank you. Questions? Mover, seconder? Councillor Smeaton, Councillor Ashmore. All in favor? And that's passed. 9.7 is King Albert Public School. Same idea, Emily, or did you want to say something?
Thanks, Mr. Mayor. Exactly the same idea. This is the newest of the schools, so it's from 1914, so it's still fairly old.
What's that? You're going to move it? Okay.
I said, sorry.
Seconder? Counselor Smeaton? All in favor? Oh, there we go. And then we move to Queen Victoria Public School, item 9.8.
Thanks, Mr. Mayor. This is the same idea as the other ones. However, this is the oldest of the 4 schools in Lindsay. So it was constructed in 1893. And its particular interest, just if you're interested in the history of heating and cooling, is it had a very interesting early heating system called the Smead-Dowd system. And it's the first known use in Lindsay. And it was mostly used in schools and public buildings. But that's just kind of an interesting fun fact to mix it up a bit.
Thank you. I have a mover and seconder. Deputy Mayor Richardson. Councillor Joyce. Okay.
I'd just like to speak to this in general. Emily, reading through this has been a real history lesson. I'm really enjoying some of the stuff you're pulling out here, and it's thank you for the detail.
Thanks.
Thank you. All in favor? And that passes. And then we come to Woodville Elementary School. Anything different about this, Emily, or same?
Same idea, just different context. It's a newer school, so it's built in 1923, and as it's in Woodville, it is the only school there. So it is a major community landmark.
Okay. Councillor Joyce.
I move as printed.
Councillor Warren. All in favor? And that passes. Next item is 9.10, and I think, Emily, Councillor Perry spoke to you, and are we holding off on this to do some more work, or what would you like to do?
I don't know. We had spoken about it, but I'm not sure what the.
I think Councillor Perry is going to ask that it be deferred for a while until some things can be reconciled. Councillor Perry, do you want to speak to it?
Yes, that's correct. Would you like me to provide a brief overview of my thoughts? Yeah, it's just very brief. I want to thank Ms. Turner for bringing this report. It's excellent work, and I know that the intentions of reconciliation are certainly there, and it's wonderful to see these developments. Just a couple of things. In consulting and collaborating and co-developing with Indigenous peoples, it's important that obviously it's constitutionally mandated to have consultations with regards to processes and policies, those kinds of things. However, all that needs to be done on a government-to-government, nation-to-nation basis, as we all know. And while the measure in question flowed from previous consultations, this specific measure, hasn't been consulted yet. I, for example, hadn't seen it until the package came out, and we need to be able to, even though there's cooperation and consultation in process and in measures, Indigenous people need to be involved in the interpretation of those, in the reports on those. If it's about us, it needs to have been included and consulted with us. And there are some, it's a very well-written report, but there are some issues, some places where the language could certainly be more substantive and more reflective of Indigenous peoples. And so I know that Ms. Turner wants an excellent report, and we all want to put a report that we can be proud of in the window, and one that can be read by all of us, including Indigenous peoples, and read well and take pride in. So I would like to be able to work with Ms. Turner over the next month or so, maybe bring this back in July or in the early fall, once we've had a chance to go over a few things and consult more broadly. Thank you.
So are you recommending that we defer this report to a later date?
I am.
And by the end of the third quarter would be?
Ms. Turner, when is there a timeline? When did you have in mind for this to come back?
I didn't. I mean, this was brought forward in June because National Indigenous Day is in June, so we thought this was a good time to bring this to council's attention. So really, whenever you want. There's nothing specific in here that seems to have a hard and fast timeline. There are a few things that are outside the scope of what I do. So it may be good to touch base with other departments, but maybe by the end of Q3, just to give a chance to talk to the substantially number of other people who contributed to the report.
Okay. Councillor Ashmore.
Just through you, maybe, Mr. Mayor, or CEO, last term, every councillor was required to take the reconciliation education certificate, and I completed mine. Deputy Mayor Richardson did, and Councillor, did you? Oh, okay. So everybody's taken that. We were. So is this still it would still be part of it, or that's what I thought. Okay, I just asking because I haven't heard of it. I mean, it was a good course. I mean, it was quite an intense course, but online course, but yeah.
There's a motion to deferral. Is there a seconder for that motion? Deputy Mayor Richardson. So a motion to deferral, there can be no more debate. It's just the timeline is for end of Q3. So all in favor? That passes.
Thank you very much again to Ms. Turner for preparing the report and for her earnest and good spirited work, and also to my fellow councillors for indulging, if not deferring, to other voices involved in this process. Thank you.
Our last report of the day, don't chair, item 914 is textile recycling pilot program update. I think it's reasonably self-explanatory, but CAO, do you want to say something about it?
Through you, Mr. Mayor, so similarly, staff had a conflict, so asked that I just quickly touch on it. Essentially, we've piloted this program on a couple of iterations. It's been well received. It's been paying dividends sort of overall in that strategy of waste reduction and recycling. And so staff are essentially recommending that this become a permanent program, and that's the recommendation that's in front of council.
Thank you. I have a mover, Councillor Warren, Deputy Mayor Richardson. You want to speak to it? You want to speak to it?
No, it's pretty self-explanatory, and the director said, well, yeah, we talked about it at our waste management meeting, so it's good. It's all good.
Deputy Mayor?
Just echoing the same sentiments. I remember when this first rolled out, it was so overwhelming. Like the vendor was just, overwhelmed. Like we actually had to put in extra pickups just because it was so well responded. And even when we did the first roundup in Members a couple of weeks ago, that was just booming. So it's a great program for diversion, so thank you.
Thank you. All in favor? And that passes. I have a motion to adjourn. Councillor Perry and Councillor McDonald. All in favor? Thank you for today. So